Before I open the doors, I think a lot of you have heard already, but we have a little bit of technical difficulty today in the
chamber. Just like
check. It's gonna feed.
I call the chamber to order, and we will begin the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers, statements by ministers, government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas for Muslims around the world, last week marked the beginning of Ramadan, which ends with the celebration of Eid al-Fitr in April. And whereas the observance of Ramadan is one of the 5 pillars of Islamic faith, and whereas there are almost 2 billion people who identify as Muslim around the world, many of whom observe the holy month of Ramadan by fasting, a practice intended to encourage Muslims to reflect on their daily habits and spirituality through piety and self-discipline, therefore be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing Ramadan and the importance of this time of year for many Nova Scotians, and wishing all those who celebrate a very happy Ramadan and Eid al-Fitr, Ramadan Marhaba. Mixed Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2019, the Coastal Protection Act.
The member is tabling a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2019, the Coastal Protection Act.
Bill 434, an act to amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2019, the Coastal Protection Act.
Ordered that the bill be read on a future date. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. And, I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. whereas the original rent cap, when introduced in November 2020, was comprehensive, applying to rental units themselves, not just to tenancies, a feature of the cap which the Liberal government then overturned by Cabinet Order of Council, so that the cap from then until now applies only to tenancies rather than to units, meaning that the cap applies just to continuous tenancies and not to new ones. And whereas this situation has created and is creating a powerful financial incentive for landlords to get new tenants, to whom rents in excess of the rent cap may legally be charged, a situation which has resulted in both the dramatic rise of rent evictions and in the ubiquitousness of fixed-term leases in the current residential rental market. And whereas this has created the absurd situation in which from 2021 to 2022, when the rent cap was set at 2%, the actual price of rental units that changed tenants went up by 28%, indicating the high volume of rentals that are not capped by the rent cap. Therefore, be it resolved that on Thursday, March 21st, immediately following oral questions put by members to ministers, the House shall devote a period of no less than 2 hours to A, debate the importance of a rent cap which applies to the unit itself, not just the tenant, and which therefore covers both continuous and new tenancies, and to B, debate the necessity in the current housing crisis of reinstating the rent cap in its original comprehensive November 2020 form. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There have been several nays. The motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to wish everyone a belated Happy St. Patrick's Day. We came together this weekend to honor the deep-rooted Irish traditions that have woven themselves into the fabric of our province. In the mid-1700s, Catholics from Southern Ireland came to Nova Scotia, settling mainly in Antigonish, Guysborough, and Halifax counties. A smaller group of Protestants arrived a decade later from Northern Ireland and settled around Colchester County. We continue to celebrate the rich Irish heritage that has contributed to the vibrant culture and identity of our province. The spirit of St. Patrick's Day unites us in celebration of the enduring camaraderie that transcends borders. Mixed Speaker, I know that everyone in this House will join me in saying Sláinte to everyone who celebrated St. Patrick's Day this weekend. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker, and happy belated St. Patrick's Day. That's actually not what my member's statement is about, but I felt I needed to address this. So, Madam Mixed Speaker, I do want to take this moment to wish a happy birthday to my mother-in-law, Carol Regan. She's not celebrating a significant birthday that ends in 5 or 0, but I feel that after a certain point, every birthday is a significant birthday. And I would just like to say how I used to always tell people that I hit the mother-in-law jackpot, and I still believe that to this day. She's a wonderful woman. She's been a great source of advice and solace to our entire family, and now she has the additional title, the new title of Great Grandma. So I would like to wish Carol Regan a happy birthday today.
Can I ask the member for Bedford Basin to turn off their mic, please? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the QE2's Rose Clinic. This past September, the Rose Clinic officially changed its name from the Women's Choice Clinic to the Reproductive Options and Services Clinic to reflect the inclusivity for all patients who need care. Besides providing safe abortion care, the clinic offers other important reproductive care services, such as free birth control to anyone who needs it. Birth control has been provided to the community with the financial support of donors, the QE2 Foundation, and the provincial government until recently, when those funds ran dry. IUDs and contraceptive implants cost approximately $400 each, a serious burden in this affordability crisis. While the federal NDP were able to secure free birth control, this will take some time, and until then, we ask that this government step in to continue to provide this critical funding. We continue to call for free birth control for all Nova Scotians and to applaud the amazing work of the Rose Clinic.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise to recognize the African Canadian Empowerment Academy, AEA, formerly known as East Preston Empowerment Academy. The AEA is a community-based nonprofit organization that began in 2014 as an initiative of the East Preston United Baptist Church. AEA currently strives to break the barriers by providing people of African descent with equitable access to skilled trades, opportunities through different pathways to employment and entrepreneurship in Nova Scotia's labor market. In April, the Afro-Canadian Empowerment Academy will celebrate their 10th anniversary under the theme, Reimagining the Future Together. I ask all members of the legislature to please join me in recognizing this group and congratulating them on their success and their upcoming anniversary. 10 years of impact and dedication, and they continue to dream big. Thank you, mixed speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, mixed speaker. Today I rise to recognize and pay homage to a dear friend who just passed last week, Terrence Brown. Terry was a good friend, was chef, and I worked with for a number of years. Terry is well known in the community, and back in the day, he was the gatekeeper for the palace, one of the doorkeepers. He passed away with a bout of cancer just last week. My condolences go out to the family and all. Thank you, mixed speaker, for allowing me to pay homage to my friend. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, mixed speaker. It has been 21 days since Autoport workers, Unifor Local 100, went on strike. On day one of the strike, CN Rail brought in scab workers. For 21 days, workers have faced disrespect and indignity as CN and Autoport use the courts and scab workers to try and break the spirit and resolve of their employees. Bringing in scab workers prolongs strikes, escalates tensions, and this employer shows that it would instead union bust than negotiate. This is precisely why anti-scab laws are needed. Over the past week, solidarity has begun across the country, including when, on March 14th, Unifor stopped CN train in Winnipeg. We stand in solidarity with the striking workers at Autoport. CN must end the use of scab labor and bargain in good faith. Thank you, mixed speaker.
Can I ask the member to turn off their mic, please? I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River.
Mixed speaker, on March 7th, the noon hour hockey crew at the Rec had just begun their weekly game when longtime team member John Guinan collapsed unresponsive on the ice and having suffered cardiac arrest. Due to the extraordinary bravery and quick thinking of teammates Nigel Leggett and Greg Whalen, who are both trained first responders, their prompt actions on the ice saved John's life that day. Through their expertise, swift execution of CPR, and use of an AED, they were able to resuscitate John before paramedics arrived. The selfless efforts of Nigel and Greg embody the true spirit of heroism and serve as an inspiration to all of us. Their courage and compassion have undoubtedly made a profound impact on our community, and they deserve the highest recognition for this heroic deed. Mixed speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in extending our deepest gratitude for their unwavering commitment to preserving life and ensuring the safety of others, and I wish John all the best in his recovery. Thank you, mixed speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South. Could the honourable member for Salmon, Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River please turn off their mic? Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you. Thank you, mixed speaker. Mixed speaker, in recent weeks, we've heard a great deal about the $250 million Nova Scotia wine industry. There's a reason that our wine industry is recognized every year at national and international reputation wine events. Our winemakers are proving to be world-class. This year, the Winemakers of Canada bestowed the prestigious Carl Kaiser Award for Outstanding Canadian Winemaker to Gina Haverstock, head winemaker for Gaspereau Wineries and Mercator Winery. This 2024 award marks a historic moment as Gina becomes the first woman and the first winemaker from outside Ontario or British Columbia to receive this honor. Gina's passion for winemaking extends beyond her own achievements. She actively mentors and inspires others, emphasizing the importance of knowledge sharing and fostering growth in the industry. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly to join me in raising an imaginary glass for a congratulatory toast to Gina Haverstock on this well-deserved recognition and expressing our gratitude for her invaluable contribution to Nova Scotia's wine industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and celebrate Dr. Sherry Borden-Colley. I have known Dr. Sherry for a large number of years of my own life through my home church at New Horizons Baptist Church. Dr. Sherry has always been a kind-hearted soul and someone who you could lean on for support and sound advice. Dr. Sherry just recently received an honorary doctorate of civil law degree from the University of King's College. Dr. Sherry is a professional journalist and freelance writer-editor. During her acceptance speech of her honorary doctorate, her message to the graduates was to remain humble and teachable. I would like all members of this House to congratulate Dr. Sherry Borden-Colley on her doctorate and thank her for her inspiring words.
I ask the member to turn off their mic. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Amanda White from Sackville. Amanda White, president of Foresight Atlantic, Inc., guides a team specializing in cost consulting and loan monitoring for construction projects across all of Atlantic Canada. Foresight Atlantic, Inc. focuses on more than just business. The team is passionate about supporting local enterprises and community development. Amanda was born and raised in Sackville, is a proud graduate of NSCC, and has a professional quantity surveyor designation. The company's support of NSCC graduates is evident, as most of the team at Foresight Atlantic are graduates of Nova Scotia Community College. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me today in congratulating Amanda and her team for supporting local businesses and wish them every success in their new endeavour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate local journalist Pat Healy, who is celebrating 4 years in business this month with his independent online news site, The Laker News. Pat was a reporter for print publications, The Laker and the Weekly Press before Advocate Media stopped production in January 2020. Knowing the value of local journalism and what it provides to communities, Pat rose to the challenge to keep the stores of the community alive, launching the Laker News in a new online format. In the past 4 years, Pat's commitment and love for his communities have only become more prominent. He is known amongst residents to always have the inside scoop and is the go-to for all things happening in the surrounding communities of Fall River and East Hants. Pat knows that news never stops, and he is often online around the clock posting updates for the community. Now more than ever, it's important to support local journalism. We are reminded of that here in the legislature, where Joseph Howe fought for freedom of the press. As elected officials, we must fight to uphold and support local journalism in our province, which certainly is having its challenges now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this day, when community members and guests are looking forward to this evening's iftar gathering at the Masjid in Halifax, I would like to mark another event of significance which took place recently at the Mosque when, on November 17th, a dinner was held to launch an Atlantic chapter of the National Council of Canadian Muslims. The National Council of Canadian Muslims advises and advocates on behalf of Muslims and others who have experienced the infringement of basic rights guaranteed under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and provincial human rights legislation, including discrimination and hate crimes. The Council also engages with media and civil society to challenge stereotypes, promote mutual respect, and provide an accurate understanding of Islam. Speakers at the launch included Stephen Brown, CEO of the National Council, Amira El-Jawabi, Canada's Federal Special Representative on Combating Islamophobia, former CTV journalist Yara Jamal, and the member for Halifax-Armdale, the first MLA in the history of Nova Scotia. Prior to November 17th, the Maritimes and Newfoundland were the only region in Canada which did not have a branch of the National Council. It is good in every way that this is no more the case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak about an amazing person who works so hard to improve the lives of members of people in our community. Tara Kinch, who was the manager of community support and outreach at Supply.Executive Connections, and she was a dedicated advocate for the people living through poverty and social injustices in our community. Last fall, Tara accepted a position with the Nova Scotia Legal Aid as a social justice support worker. Our community was very sad to see her leave Supply.Executive Connections, but we know this position will allow her to continue her great work of supporting those in need. Mr. Speaker, Tara has improved the lives of countless people in our community, and she will continue to do this through her work at Nova Scotia Legal Aid. I wish her the very best and know she will do great things in her new role. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the holy month of Ramadan, which began with the sighting of the crescent moon on Sunday, March the 10th. For the nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide, Ramadan is a time of fasting, prayer, reflection, and community. Ramadan is regarded as one of the 5 pillars of Islam and lasts approximately a month between sightings of the crescent moon. I want to wish all Muslims Ramadan Mubarak, including my friend and colleague from Halifax-Armdale, and all my constituents in Bedford South who recognize the occasion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Outfest is the largest queer arts festival in Atlantic Canada, and it will take place in Halifax from April 23rd to 28th. Outfest's emerging stage will feature the inaugural production of Lifespan of a Mattress, written and partially performed by Dartmouth North resident Sarah Graham. Sarah and the play's director, Rooks Field Green, are the co-artistic directors of Think of the Worst Theatre. In Lifespan of a Mattress, Aubrey, played by Sarah, is a chronically ill person traversing the medical system and queer relationships while trying to keep their room tidy, all from their very own bed. The play has various mask mandatory shows between April 24th and 28th to make sure that more people can have a chance to take in the show. Think of the Worst Theatre is also hosting the Crafters Resistance Community Quilting Workshop during this year's Mayworks Jabuktik Festival. Throughout April, attendees will work on 3 quilts, which will represent buildings in Halifax that could be housing. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Sarah, Rooks, and all involved in Outfest, and thank them for their contributions to art and culture in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight a young girl, Charlotte Sloan White, a grade 3 student at Beaverbank Kinzac Elementary School, who spent the Christmas season giving back. Charlotte spent a year campaigning to help residents of the homeless gated community on Cobequid Road. Charlotte collected money to purchase enough items to make up 40 kindness kits, which consisted of snacks, hygiene products, sacks, batteries, and more in water-resistant bags. Mr. Speaker, Charlotte has a bright future. I hope you join me in congratulating her and wishing her the best in her future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I announce the passing of Murray Elliott. Murray Elliott has been recognized in this House for his amazing contributions to the community of Cole Harbour as the former fire chief for the Westfall Cole Harbour Fire Services, president of the Cole Harbour Kiwanis Club, and a faithful member of St. Andrew's Anglican Church. Murray was very well known and highly respected in Cole Harbour as someone who demonstrated commitment and dedication to all aspects of the community in which he lived, from being Milkman Murray to becoming affectionately known as Mr. Cole Harbour. I met Murray 20 years ago. Can't imagine the past 20 years without Murray in my life. His stories in years gone by and how Cole Harbour evolved into what it is today gave me the inspiration to continue with Murray's community building. As it is in life, we often don't know the impact we could have and do have on others, how our actions and decisions make a difference to those around us. To have lived a life busy, satisfied, and filled with joy is a life well lived. Please join me in recognizing the life of Murray Elliott, my dear friend. Thank you.
I I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Gary Borden. He's one of these people who seem to be involved in everything. There does not seem to be a community event for which Gary is not volunteering or an organization in which he is not engaged. The list is extensive and includes, but is not limited to, the 587 Whitney Pier Air Cadet Squadron, the Cape Breton Naval Veterans Association, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 128, the Friends of Neville Park Society, the Whitney Pier Group, the Melnick Hall Association, the Black Educators Association, the St. Philip's African Orthodox Church, and Gary is also the 2017 recipient of the Tom Miller Award. Gary works tirelessly as a volunteer, and on behalf of the community, I want to recognize Gary and thank him for all that he does, and I'm sure I'll be seeing him at the next event. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Crystal Sarzuelo, a recent International Business Administration graduate from NSCC Lunenburg campus. Originally from the Philippines, Crystal moved to Bridgewater to broaden her horizons and expand her knowledge on owning a business and running a business. Crystal graduated with honors from her program and made the principal's list in all 4 semesters. She also represented the graduating class of 2023 as valedictorian. Her journey from the Philippines to a small town in Nova Scotia is a journey of perseverance and success. As she juggles life as a working mom and the owner of her own business, she demonstrates the importance of hard work and determination. Practice waking up every day with excitement, even if you're uncertain about what is going to happen, Crystal said in her valedictorian speech delivered last June. We are glad that Crystal Sarzuelo has chosen Bridgewater for she and her family to call home, and I call on members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking Crystal for being a role model and an inspiration in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I beg leave to make introduction?
Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, with us in the House today is Mr. Jerno Jolo. Mr. Jolo is the representative of NCCM Advocacy Officer in Atlantic Canada. His tireless efforts have contributed significantly to the creation environment where everyone is treated with dignity and respect, irrespective of their background, identity, and religion. Will the members of this House please join me to recognize Mr. Jerno and his work?
Thank you for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the outstanding work done by the National Council of Canadian Muslims. This independent, non-profit, and partisan organization is committed to promote human rights and civil liberty of all Canadians. Their initiatives have been instrumentally important equality and inclusive in the society. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me recognizing the work of NCCM. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the end of February, members of the hockey teams at Dartmouth High School collected food throughout Montebello, Keystone, Creighton Park, and Central Dartmouth neighbourhoods for their joint food drive. Together, the teams gathered over a full pallet of food, plus monetary donations that they donated to the Dartmouth Community Fridge, Margaret's House, and to Feed Nova Scotia. Those who donated were entered into draws for prizes from the Zatzman Sportsplex and downtown Dartmouth Stone Pizza. As the Dartmouth High School Spartans hockey wrote on Facebook, and as I have spoken about many times in this legislature, food insecurity affects many people right in our own community of Dartmouth North and throughout Dartmouth. Mr. Speaker, I am always inspired by the youth of Dartmouth North, and I am especially proud of these Dartmouth High students who are doing their part to end food security. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to recognize the well-lived life of John Victor Ouellette of Arishat, who passed away on January 15th, 2024 at the age of 85. Jack, as he was known, was the husband of Peggy for over 60 years, father to John and Michael, and proud grandfather to 4 grandchildren. As a young man, Jack joined the Royal Canadian Navy, graduated from Canada's Naval College Venture, and was commissioned as a sub-lieutenant. He then became a naval aviator and had the opportunity to fly various planes and helicopters until he left the Navy in 1963. Jack then studied at the Detroit School of Fine Art and the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design, and became well known for his craft of making beautiful pieces of pottery for over 40 years. Jack valued his community and the people in it. He was a founding member and actively involved in the Straight Richmond Palliative Care Society. Jack openly spoke about his battle with mental illness and was very comfortable talking with anyone who may be in need of help. Madam Mixed Speaker, I ask all members of this legislature to please join me in acknowledging the life of Jack Ouellette. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mixed Speaker, Nova Scotia has a large Indian heritage population who are growing every year and are happy to share their culture with our community. I was honoured in November to join the Canada Cultural Group in celebrating Navut Sava 2023. Mixed Speaker, this event, attended by hundreds of citizens, celebrated the unique dance, music, arts, and culture of the people from the Karnataka region of southwest India. Kannada is actually the name of their language that is spoken by the people of this region. When you read about the Karnataka region, it is just like Nova Scotia with beautiful beaches. The Karnataka people, who now call Nova Scotia home, are committed to engaging in local governance and civic activities and love to share their culture with all of us. Mixed Speaker, I ask the House to join me in celebrating all the different Indian cultures and languages that call Nova Scotia home. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Hants East.
Mixed Speaker, our community has suffered a great loss with the passing of Downey Thompson. Downey worked at Elmsdale Lumber Company since the age of 15 and worked in the forestry industry for 77 years. Downey was an impressive man who during his 92 years shared his passion with everyone he encountered. He was beloved in the community and will truly be missed. May he rest in peace, surrounded by the love and gratitude of those who were fortunate enough to know him. Mixed Speaker, I would like all members to join me in extending our deepest sympathies to the Downey family. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. La communauté de Clare a subi une perte profonde le 29 janvier dernier avec le décès de Ghislaine Leblanc à l'âge de 38 ans. Ghislaine étant enracinée dans sa communauté et fière de sa culture acadienne et de la langue française. Ses efforts bénévoles à Clare étaient louables, siégeant au conseil d'administration de la radio communautaire CIFA, de la Petite Académie, de Clare Share Fridge communautaire et comme présidente du Festival acadien de Clare. Ghislaine avait le pouls de notre communauté et notre communauté en est d'autant plus enrichie. Ghislaine continue de nous inspirer à donner. Des milliers de dollars ont été donnés à son nom au projet du frigo communautaire de Clare et à Yarmouth Hospital Foundation. Je demande à tous les membres de se joindre à moi pour exprimer nos condoléances au mari de Ghislaine Collet, à ses fils Simon et Joseph, ainsi qu'à sa famille et à ses amis. Merci. Mixed Speaker, on January 29th, the community of Clare suffered a profound loss with the passing of Ghislaine Leblanc at the age of 38. Ghislaine was deeply rooted in her community and proud of her Acadian culture and the French language. Her volunteer efforts in Clare were laudable, serving on boards for CIFA Community Radio, La Petite Académie, Clare Share Fridge Communautaire, as well as serving as president of the Festival acadien de Clare. Ghislaine had her finger on the pulse of our community, and our community is all the better because of it. Ghislaine continues to inspire us to give back. Thousands of dollars have been donated in her name to Clare's Community Fridge Project and to the Yarmouth Hospital Foundation. I ask that all members join me in expressing our condolences to Ghislaine's husband, Colin, and her sons, Simon and Joseph, as well as her loving family and friends. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Lunenburg entrepreneur and TV star Bill Gerhardt and his nephew Martin for putting Nova Scotia front and center at an international conference in Las Vegas recently. Now, we all know that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but I can tell you that Bill and Martin presented at Geotab Connects, a transportation industry conference focusing on the future of fleet management. And while Bill's role on the hit series The Curse of Oak Island helped pack people in the door, Martin also proved to be a star. That's because at 15 years old, Martin is the family trucking firm's go-to guy when it comes to installing an asset tracking device known as Geotab Go. He's been doing so since he was 13 years old and can explain as well as anyone how the technology helps keep Gerhardt's trucks safe and moving. Mixed Speaker, the Gerhardts went to Vegas armed with Nova Scotia flags, pins, and their own undeniable charm, and I expect a surge in visitation this summer. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Mixed Speaker, I'm proud to recognize 3 exceptional athletes from my constituency. Figure skater Jess Cranton, cross-country skiers Chloe Stoddart and Tim Prosser recently competed at the Special Olympic Winter Games in Calgary as part of Team Nova Scotia. Chloe had the honor of serving as the flag bearer for Team Nova Scotia at the opening ceremonies, and all 3 excelled in their events, with Chloe earning a gold medal, Tim taking home 1 silver and 1 bronze, and Jess winning a gold and a bronze. So many people from Annapolis County and beyond, myself included, are so proud of what these 3 have accomplished. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Jess, Chloe, and Tim on their impressive performances at the 2024 Special Olympics Canada Winter Games. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Ed Coleman of Kentville as a 45-year pin recipient from the Kentville Royal Canadian Legion Branch No. 6. He has also served as the piper at the Kentville Legion for 30 years and at the Berwick Legion for 10 years prior to that. Mr. Coleman started playing the bagpipes in the 1950s with Camp Aldershot Pipe Band. He has composed several bagpipe tunes, including one called Portapique, a Lament for the Fallen, in memory of the Portapique tragedy. Mr. Coleman is a volunteer at several not-for-profit organizations and a regular columnist for the Valley Journal Advertiser, penning Historically Speaking with Ed Coleman. Please join me today recognizing Ed Coleman for his longtime service to the Kentville Royal Canadian Legion and to the community of Kentville. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise to recognize Don Langell, organizer of the Terrence Bay Rally for Kindness, just held on February 19th of this year. The rally is a tiny parade for kindness where participants gathered at the Terrence Bay Community Hall to enjoy hot chocolate and treats while preparing signage to promote acts of kindness. The parade route started at the Community Hall and headed to SS Atlantic Heritage Park. Participants displayed their handcrafted signage to encourage kindness and spread for hope for a better world. Dawn has struggled her entire life with depression and anxiety and wanted to help friends and neighbors in her community facing similar issues, especially this time of year when the winter blues can sit in. Her plan for this event was to connect community members with a positive, fun, and inspiring activity at a time when there is so much division and suffering in the world. Teaching our children to care for others and reminding one another of the importance of small acts of kindness helps shape who we are as a community and contributes to a balanced and compassionate place to call home. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating and thanking Dawn for guidance and leadership within our community and her reminder that there is still good within the world. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, if you're lucky, and I mean really lucky, you get to have a person like Gordon Kiley as one of your friends. I rise in my place to recognize Dartmouth resident Gord Kiley. I've known Gord for almost 20 years. He was a great mentor to me in education. Unfortunately, a few weeks ago, my friend suffered a terrible ski accident and finds himself in hospital. Gord, you are a scrapper. You're a fighter. He grew up in Sydney on Cottage Street, and his father was a Cape Breton boxer by the name of Gramps Kiley. And Gord, I want you to know your family, your friends, your community stand with you. You are a Cape Breton scrapper all the way, and Dartmouth is so proud of you. And Mixed Speaker, I want to pass on my heartfelt support to Diane and Emma. And Gord, please know your family, friends stand with you as you make your way back. All the best. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin. Please turn on your mic. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, Bedford had some surprising news this past week. After 6 years in business, the owners of our beloved craft brewery, Off Track Brewing, announced it would be closing April 28th, sooner if they run out of beer. Off Track was always a labor of love for its three founders, John Saunders, Alan McKay, and Matt Scott. They provided a cool place for beer aficionados. And the location really was a little off the beaten track in the Bedford trademark on Rocky Lake Drive. I loved how they would take an issue that was a problem for other people, but they would just find a solution. Like, we don't serve food. People want food with their beer. Oh, let's get the pizzeria across the street to deliver pizza here. And that's what people did. I'm not much of a beer drinker, but I did like the friendly neighborhood pub vibe there, and I know a lot of other people did as well. So until they go, it will be business as usual. This Thursday, for example, it's music trivia night. If you're in the area, why not show up and support our guys? Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to sadly notify the House of the passing of a good friend of mine and my family's and our entire community, Claudette Stirk. Claudette, originally from Pubnico, was a well-known community leader and member of many nonprofit groups working for those less fortunate in our community. She was an active member of our church and held various community leadership roles there. Claudette was an educator for over 30 years, and soon after her retirement was dealt the diagnosis of ALS. And Claudette was an advocate for ALS with her and her husband, and for those living with that disease, and did a lot of advocacy work for medication for patients living with ALS. She and her husband, Eric, organized an ALS walk to bring awareness for ALS and its the dreaded disease. And yesterday, she succumbed to ALS, but her bravery and leadership will live on. So, Mixed Speaker, I ask all members of the House to collectively offer our condolences to Eric and all their family, and she will be missed by all in our community. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Yeah. Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, today I rise to recognize Karen Decker, a leader in our community and the proud owner of Excel Physiotherapy and Sports Performance Center in Fairview. With over 30 years of dedicated service, Karen has not only built a successful business, but has also made a profound impact on the lives of the clients and teams she works with. Karen graduated from Dalhousie University's School of Physiotherapy, and throughout the last 30+ years, she has demonstrated exceptional expertise and leadership in the field of physiotherapy, highlighted by attending 3 Olympic Games with the Canada Healthcare Team. Karen and Excel actively support and sponsor a wide range of teams from soccer to gymnastics, goalball to hockey, making sport safer for our young athletes and ensuring coaches are more aware of injury prevention strategies. Karen's commitment to youth athletics not only enhances the performance and well-being of our young athletes, but also fosters a culture of health, teamwork, and sportsmanship in our community. Mixed Speaker, let us all thank Karen Decker for her outstanding contributions to the health and wellness of our community and wish her the best of luck in the future. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Digby and Area Community Garden Society. In June, the Digby and Area Community Gardens formed an incredible partnership with the Digby Elementary School. Students from grades primary to 6 were able to spend their mornings working away at the gardens by planting flowers and vegetables, shoveling wood chips, creating in-ground garden beds, and so much more. The students learned where food comes from, how it's grown, and the reasons why food security and sustainable agriculture is critical, especially in Digby County. I want to thank the Society for allowing this space to be used by the school and so many other local organizations. Not only do they provide rented plots for personal use, but they also grow produce for the local food bank, the Tri-County Women's Center, the Digby Area Family Resource Center, and for other organizations and for people in need. This year, the elementary students helped grow even more vegetables for the community. Mixed Speaker, I'd like to say a big thank you to teachers Tamara Horner and Tina Melanson and to the Digby Area Community Garden Society for their incredible work this past summer. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, as we celebrate Women's History Month, I rise to shine a spotlight on women who are not only making history, but also empowering others through their leadership and achievements. One such trailblazer in Fairview Clayton Park is Vicki Mina, a professional and award-winning makeup artist in our community. Founder of Vicki Mina Makeup, a proudly Canadian professional makeup brand, Vicki's journey is one of resilience, passion, and the power of self-discovery. After a successful career in banking and subsequent transition to full-time motherhood, Vicki's path took a transformative turn 16 years ago. Inspired by a YouTube tutorial, she rediscovered her passion for makeup, leading to the creation of her own brand. Vicki is committed to empowering women through makeup, sharing her expertise and confidence-building techniques with her community, and is dedicated to helping women of all ages embrace their beauty and live their best lives. As we honor Women's History Month, let us recognize and celebrate the contributions of women like Vicki Mina, who inspire and uplift others through their leadership, creativity, and determination. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Milton Canoe and Camera Club on reaching the special landmark year of their 75th anniversary. This not-for-profit club is a mainstay of community life within Queens County. Situated on the banks of the beautiful Mersey River, it offers water-based activities such as canoeing, kayaking, and paddleboarding, as well as operating an innovative camera club section. Generations of people, young and old, have benefited from the knowledge, passion, and professionalism of its instructors and volunteers. I would like to take this opportunity to wish its chairperson, Dave Lewis, the best of luck with the anniversary celebrations and fundraising events, and thank him and all of the volunteers involved for continuing to provide such a welcoming, inclusive, and healthy promoting facility. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mixed Speaker, I rise today to recognize Tamil Heritage Month, which occurs in January in Canada. Nova Scotia has a large Tamil community who celebrated the declaration this year with an event at the Halifax Forum. This event was a great way to celebrate the important contributions Tamil Canadians make to our society. At the event, Nova Scotians were treated to various aspects of Tamil culture, including dance, food, art, and clothing. Despite the bad weather that day, several hundred people attended and learned more about the Tamil culture and heritage. Thank you to Lavanya, the head of the committee, the co-head, and all the other organizers of this event. Mixed Speaker, I ask the House to join me in celebrating Tamil Heritage Month in Nova Scotia in January and thank the organizers for bringing such a diversity and vibrancy to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Mixed Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lindsay Arsenault. Lindsay has been volunteering her time welcoming and supporting Ukrainians who have moved to Antigonish over the past 2 years. Lindsay, her husband Mark, and their children Felix and Aveline have welcomed Ukrainian newcomers fleeing the war into their home and have hosted 3 families for interim periods. Lindsay has assisted with getting accommodations set up, government paperwork filled out, resume writing, bridging language issues, grant applications, and anything else that she's been asked to do. She has become the one that people reach out to when they need something fixed. Felix and Aveline have often played with new friends while Lindsay assists their parents. Many of those who Lindsay welcomed are now considered friends of the entire family. In the testimonials I was provided, she was described as having an incredibly big heart, whose smile gives warmth, and she is like the star in the sky that shines brightly to help. Speaker, I ask all members to thank Lindsay, Mark, Felix, and Aveline for their kindness and support that they have shown in making Ukrainian newcomers feel at home in Antigonish. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Edgar Godin, who was recently honored at a banquet hosted by the Lillbrook Volunteer Fire Department for his outstanding 40 years of service. Each year, our local fire departments organize banquets to express gratitude to their firefighters and volunteers for their service to our communities. Mr. Godin's enduring commitment embodies the spirit of service and community that defines the Lillbrook Volunteer Fire Department. I extend my sincere appreciation to Edgar Godin for his 4 decades of unwavering dedication, and I commend all members of the department for their continued efforts in safeguarding our communities. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Hants West Food Action Council and thank Chairperson Dominic Padula for his leadership and dedication with this group. The council is passionate about ensuring everyone has access to healthy, free food. In the summer months, the council turns their attention to the free community gardens in our area, but during the rest of the year, Dom lends his keen culinary skills to the Council's Scoop program. Healthy soup made from local ingredients is prepared on a bi-weekly basis with the help of its volunteers. We see firsthand the positive impact the soup program has had on those in our community who need a hot meal. Positive things are happening thanks to the Hants West Food Action Council. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking Dom and the entire council for recognizing a need in our community and actively working to assist with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the citizen scientists of Southwest Nova Scotia proposed that the government formally protect an ecologically important area around Goldsmith Lake in Annapolis County. The citizen scientists have spent many hours exploring the area and documenting its biodiversity. They have found previously unrecorded old-growth forests, identified a total of 40 species at risk, and have demonstrated a high level of ecological continuity. The Goldsmith Lake area provides the opportunity for locals and tourists alike to experience rare and beautiful old-growth forests just a 20-minute drive from Bridgetown. The government did place holds on harvest plans in this area. However, it hasn't been formally protected, and the holds could be lifted at any time. Therefore, this jewel in Annapolis County is still at risk. I'm pleased to join the citizen scientists of Southwest Nova Scotia in calling for the establishment of a Goldsmith Lake wilderness area, and I would like to thank those dedicated volunteers for their important work protecting this very special place. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a vibrant and dedicated grandmother, Diane Richards, who epitomizes the spirit of community and family service. Despite her age, she remains deeply engaged in volunteering within her community. With a warm smile and unwavering determination, she dedicates several hours each week to charitable organizations, from serving meals at Shepherd's Lunch to knitting hats and mitts for numerous organizations, including the IWK and the Aberdeen Hospital. Diane's altruistic nature and boundless energy inspire those around her, fostering a sense of unity and compassion among neighbors. Besides her commitments to community service, her role as a grandmother is equally significant. Despite the demands of her volunteer work, she prioritizes her family above all else. She joyfully takes on the responsibility of transporting her grandchildren to their numerous sporting events, cheering them on the sidelines with pride and enthusiasm. Diane plays a vital role in their day-to-day lives. When both parents are at work, she readily steps in to provide childcare, creating a nurturing and loving environment for her grandchildren to thrive in. She approaches each day with a sense of purpose and gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It saddens me to stand and pay tribute to a fellow Yarmouthian who we lost recently, Captain Derek Thomas, who was a lobster captain for over 30 years, also did sword fishing. He was also a geologist that had been working on a number of projects locally in Yarmouth, including the most recent discovery with lithium. But more important than Derek's career achievements, he was a good father, he was a good friend, he was an incredible, generous community member who gave to people in his industry, who gave his time and insight and knowledge to anybody who needed it, including myself. He had a great sense of humor and a lot of love for his family and friends and for his community. And I just want to give my very best to his wonderful wife, Kim, his daughters, Courtney, Brittany, Angie, and Lacey, and all of his incredible grandchildren, friends, and family. And I'd ask the House to join me in sending Derek off with a great round of applause.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
There we go. Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to show support for the Chester Arts Centre. This organization has made significant contributions to the local community in the fostering and promoting of local artists, as well as demonstrating Nova Scotia's cultures to tourists year-round. Starting in 2007, the facility moved to its current Queen Street location. At that time, the building needed financing to repurpose the facility as a suitable place to display art. I must say, the volunteer board of directors were very successful in fundraising from our local community. On observing the level of support, the centre received a local benefactor, Sir Christopher Ondaatje, generously donated the property to the centre. Further fundraising efforts, included grants from all 3 levels of government, has resulted in the facility we see today. I ask the members to join me in thanking the volunteers at the Chester Arts Centre for helping to build and manage a program that enlivens our local community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Tony Corkery of Upper Lakeville. Tony's worked at FedEx for more than 15 years. He is currently an operations manager in Dartmouth and is responsible for more than 170 employees. In 2023, Tony was the recipient of the FedEx Most Valuable Player Award, a recognition for managers who exhibit excellence in leadership and exemplify the spirit of teamwork. In total, Tony is a 3-time winner of this award, a commendable achievement in his management role at FedEx Express. Most recently, Tony also received an exclusive FedEx Key Contributor Award in recognition of his exceptional performance and contributions to the company. It is one of the highest international honors that FedEx employee can receive. Tony embodies the FedEx Purple Promise to make everyday FedEx experience outstanding. He proves it by going the extra mile, sometimes literally, and displays an unmatched work ethic as an example for other employees. I ask that all members of the Assembly join me in congratulating Tony on his significant achievements. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the winners of the St. Mary's Small Business Awards held last month. This event is held every year by the municipality of the District of St. Mary's as an acknowledgement of those who provide services to the community and contribute to its economy. This year, the 2023 award recipients were Best New Business, Leah McFarland, owner of Sanctuary Shore General Store. Best Customer Service and Best Long-Standing Business, Donnie Fraser, owner of Sherbrooke Garage and Towing Limited. And the Best Community Impact Award goes to Tammy Vachor, owner of Beanie's Bistro. Tammy purchased Beanie's last year from the previous owners and is doing great things in her first year of business. Madam Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of our rural economy, and it's not just about the services they provide. They are a comfort to residents who know they will be there when they need them, including their support for our community sports teams and organizations. That is so important in our small communities. Mixed Speaker, I ask that members of the House join me in congratulating the winners of the St. Mary's Small Business Awards and the organizers for giving these business owners the recognition they deserve. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Music for Mental Health Society for all their hard work in raising over $25,000 last year for mental health services in the surrounding areas and schools of Eastern Passage. With the amazing dedication of this committee, funds are raised through a 12-hour live music marathon, an online auction, as well as a 50-50 draw and a raffle basket. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating this wonderful group on their tremendous accomplishment. Thank you, Mixed Chair.
Order. The time allocated for the daily routine has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I'd like to take this time today to talk about strong and powerful women, non-binary folks, and young girls who are resilient and impactful to all communities across this province. On International Women's Day, We stood here in our place, each of us, to recognize the women and young girls around us for all of the amazing things that they bring to this world. This year's International Women's Day theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, is what we should be celebrating. My questions would be, how are we investing in women? Where is our progress? On International Women's Day, we spoke at length about how much we appreciate women in our lives and the women around us, which is why it's so strange to also hear from this government that they're not going to pass legislation to restrict the misuse of NDAs. As we know, the NDAs do a lot of harm to the survivor that extend past just the physical harm. What are NDAs? Non-disclosure agreements are contracts that were created to protect trade secrets, not perpetrators, but when used wrongly, become secret settlement contracts used to buy the silence of a victim or whistleblower. They have become the default solution for organizations, corporations, and public bodies to settle cases of sexual misconduct, racism, pregnancy discrimination, and other human rights violations. What's the problem with NDAs? Well, NDAs perpetrate the problem, as it allows a person who has behaved abusively and possibly criminally to stay put or move with impunity to another organization. NDAs don't protect the victim. They protect an employer's reputation and the career of the perpetrator, not the victim, who can be protected by a simple one-sided confidentiality clause. NDAs make victims lie, preventing them from reporting, speaking to families, preventing them from speaking to their families and friends about their own experiences or warning others about the same harms. NDAs chill the climate about the past, and in some cases require coworkers to tell lies or risk being sued for defamation. NDAs gag victims permanently for anyone wishing to speak up about abuse in the workplace. On International Women's Day, we have had discussions at length about lifting up women. Last week, we heard from the government that the victims have choice. I heard from the Minister of the Status of Women say that their decisions to not move forward on this piece of legislation is because it's driven by a community level. It's driven by a community level. I'm wondering, what community might that be? Who is the government listening to, and what are the actions taken? And the Minister of Health, with her experience in this trauma-related situation, said that women have choices to treatment, and we shouldn't be the ones to decide. Sexual assault victims have choices, but I would disagree with the member opposite on that. Healing is a process, and trauma is because of an action towards a person. How are you fully able to heal if you're not able to talk about the assault? Not able to walk through that trauma because you've been forced to sign an NDA. Some women don't even come forward as for fear of repercussions and legal battles. Think for a moment, and I just want everyone in this room to really think about all of the discussions that we've had on this topic. If this was your sister, your wife, your daughter, your mother, you as a woman in this house, if it was you, what would you do? At a time when we should be lifting each other up, here we are debating the rationale of silencing women, non-binary folks, men, from speaking their truth and allowing perpetrators to walk about continuing to harm others, and some our own family. Let that sit and sink in for just 1 minute. My first reaction to this is that I have 4 daughters of my own, who I want them to feel like they are protected by me, my family, this government. Yet we are telling young girls, women, anyone who is experiencing sexual assault through an abuse of power, and some who are under NDAs, that you have choices. Choices. I'm sorry, but that's really not good enough. Myself and our entire caucus are consistently advocating tirelessly against gender-based violence. We are committed to our bill, which would restrict how non-disclosure agreements can be used. And is something that we as a government, we should all be stepping up to pass. The government was on board up until the final hour, and then abruptly there was a directive given to stop the scan and research. And now we promote victims have choice without any explanation, without any answers given. Listen, if that isn't transparency at its finest, I have no idea what transparency means. But I will say this. Think about those folks that I mentioned earlier. How would they feel knowing that you would not, that there is a government that's not defending them, that's not stepping up for them, that's not supporting them? Our caucus continues to commit to advocating for stable core funding for women's organizations. We will not back down on holding this government to account at no time. We also strongly advocate to move away from police response to mental health emergencies by expanding emergency mental health care. Our caucus put forward a bill that would restrict how non-disclosure agreements can be used. Following the Me Too movement, as we all know, there has been international advocacy to address this. Currently, NDAs can be used to silence victims and allow offenders to avoid accountability for their actions. Currently, NDAs can be used to silence victims. This is what we're promoting, silencing victims. And they allow offenders to avoid accountability for their actions. NDAs in this use are a barrier to justice and can prevent individuals from reporting or seeking support or healing, which, what we've heard from the government during our conversations, they have choice. They have choice to come and talk and have support. But they can't talk about what happened to them because they've signed an NDA and they're silenced. So what choice is that?
That's right.
Survivors need to have an agency to determine their own path and resolution. Preventing NDAs from silencing survivors will allow them this agency. We worked closely with frontline organizations to develop this bill, and we were hopeful that this government could join into other history-making jurisdictions by passing this. Unfortunately, its progress has been stalled by the current government, who now say that addressing this issue is not a priority. So we've sat here for well, for myself, I've been here for only a few years, but I will say that we've heard from a number of folks in community. We've talked to survivors, we've talked to victims, we've talked to those who have been through this and who have had NDAs imposed upon them. And we've had conversations with organizations that lift women up, that lift up people that have been abused in any type of circumstance. And not one of them have said that NDAs are good. Not one. Now, we know, as I said earlier, that NDAs are used for specific reasons. Absolutely, they're contracts that were created to protect trade secrets. I don't think sexual assault is a trade secret. And so when I think about what they are being misused as, we need to step up and be that support for those folks that are experiencing this, that are going through these situations. And we've heard from them here. They've been in our gallery. They've come. They've poured their heart out. They've talked about what this means for them. Some people couldn't even talk about it for fear that they would have repercussions, legal repercussions. So, as you know, our caucus is committed to advocating for stable core funding for women. We also strongly advocate to move away, as I said, from police responses to mental health, because we know that that is not what is needed. Our caucus, we know that we put forward this bill, and as well, the government was doing a jurisdictional scan to really see how we can implement this piece of legislation. And all of a sudden, the piece of legislation was no longer to move forward for no reason, no explanation given other than we have choices. So what we would like to see from this budget and future budgets is support with funding to ensure that the community organizations that do the important work of supporting survivors of gender-based violence are adequately funded. And we would love to see that in the budget. We know that that's not the case in this particular budget. We're hoping that we can move the dial a bit because we haven't had a piece of legislation put forward to ban the misuse of NDAs. And we want to make sure that survivors have the mental health care and housing supports that they need. We need to increase core funding to women's organizations across the province to ensure that survivors of sexualized violence have access to trauma-informed counseling. We need to make same-day, next-day, in-person mental health appointments available. When something happens, they need to speak or see someone in the moment. We need to make it available to everyone who needs it across the province. We need to integrate mental health services with our services associated with mental distress, such as education, family supports, and housing. We need to expand the definition of workplace violence to include bullying and psychological harm. We've put forward amendments about that on many occasions to make sure that we are actually examining the way that we put legislation forward that actually helps folks that are in these situations. We need to provide sustainable multi-year funding, and I say this often when we're having estimates, that multi-year funding is super important. It's really important for nonprofit housing organizations, for nonprofit organizations, to ensure access to services and any type of care that is needed, but as well to housing first. And we need to make sure that housing support and eviction prevention are available across the province. So as I talked earlier about, we need to sit and we need to think about in this moment, if it was your sister, your wife, your daughter, your mother, or any of us women who are in this house or non-binary folks, if it was you, what would you do? At a time when we should all be lifting each other up, we need to stop debating and we need to move. We need to act. We need to do all of the things that are necessary, especially when this year's theme is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. And we know how this government likes to move faster. It would be lovely if we could move on legislation faster. So I just want to say that, you know, I want to take this time today because we had really interesting conversations on International Women's Day, and a lot of things stood out. It was really interesting to see that, you know, there are a number of us women and non-binary folks in this room, and there's a call and a need to do the things that are right. The work that we do as opposition is called constructive criticism. It is not for us to tell you and create, you know, any type of barriers or rifts. We are trying to help with the legislation that's being put forward. We, all of us in this room, are here because we care about Nova Scotians. And that means that we need to all view the legislation and put our feedback forward to build a better Nova Scotia. And I think that's where we lack. When we talk about issues here in this House, these issues are important to Nova Scotians. It's not that we're just putting it forward because we personally think it needs to be done. These are things that come to our desks, to our offices, that come via phone calls, via emails. These are things that are important to all Nova Scotians, and we need to make sure that we address them here in this House. So I'd like to take this time to talk about those strong and powerful women, non-binary folks, and others who have experienced this trauma. Know that you are amazing, you are resilient and impactful to all the communities across this province. On International Women's Day and every single day that I stand in my place and my colleagues stand in this place, we recognize the women and non-binary and young girls around us for all of the amazing things that they bring to this world. And our hope is that all members of this House and all Nova Scotians do the same.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mixed Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise as we go into supply to make a few comments on the budget. Some of this has been debated in the House, and some will be debated in the House as we move forward through estimates in the FMA, but I thought I would share with Nova Scotians some initial observations around the narrative around this budget. And first of all, I think Nova Scotians have to ask, is this actually a real budget? The track record of this government with respect to their estimates, of spending going into a budget, their estimates of revenue have been so wildly far off from reality, one really has to question the fiscal competency of this government to have so much underrepresentation of revenues, and then the excessive overspending and the March Madness of sending money out the door, which has been highlighted by the Auditor General with respect to this very sad approach to fiscal management by this government. I want to begin by reflecting on a few things. Clearly, this government has a huge amount of money flowing in. When we were in government, the idea, the even concept of this amount of money coming into the province from so many different sources was just unthinkable. And, you know, Nova Scotians, I think, need to be aware that just 3 years ago, the actuals in 2021 approached about $7 billion in provincial revenues. Now we're at 9. A full $2 billion more of revenue from Nova Scotians is now in the hands of this government. 36% more provincial taxes are being collected by this government than 3 short years ago. An extra $1 billion of Nova Scotia taxpayers' money is now in the hands of this government to use to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. $750 million more is being collected in HST. These are each and every year. This government has a huge amount of additional monies to work with. And meanwhile, they've just completely ignored any spend downs on debt and thinking about our children's future in terms of being able to pay for the huge amount of debt that this government is racking up in this unprecedented time of revenue growth. This government is looking to increase debt to, in 4 short years, from $15 to $20 billion at a time when interest rates are high. And those debts will need to be paid off. And they will not be paid off by us. They'll be paid off by our children. And our children will be facing a world in which so many more dollars are going to be needed to deal with issues of adaptation to climate change. And we're seeing the early signs of that with respect to the amount of money that we need to fight forest fires and flooding, etc. So one really has to question the revenues. The government has shown no track record with respect to being able to accurately estimate revenues. Could be up, could be down next year. It's clear that, that they have not been capable to properly estimate revenues. And when they do get the money, they throw it out the door, as I stated before, with these additional appropriations that really should not be happening according to the Auditor General. And the damning report by the Auditor General showing $433 million sent out the door to projects that didn't even exist, to sit in a bank account of organizations. Nova Scotia taxpayers' money sitting in the bank accounts of organizations that didn't even have a project. It's an absolutely scathing report by the Auditor General. Now, the other thing that Nova Scotians, I think, really have to look at are the words of the Premier that he has provided the biggest tax break to Nova Scotians ever. Now let's put that in the context of exactly what the numbers show. So it's a tax break. It's getting rid of bracket creep. A little bit difficult for people to understand, but in essence, what it is that the government, with not indexing the brackets, collects a little bit more taxes each year and erodes the wealth of taxpayers. So this was a hidden tax increase. So the government has, to their credit, removed a hidden tax increase. They haven't made life any better for Nova Scotians. They've just stopped taking this hidden money that has been on the books for years and years. So how much is that? It's nothing this year. The change that the Premier is touting is $13.4 million next year. The biggest tax break in the history of the province, when the personal income taxes in this budget that this government will be taking in is $4.2 billion. $4.2 billion, and we're celebrating $13.4 million of a hidden tax increase. It's not a break. It's absolutely not a break. Nobody's taxes are going down. It's just removing a hidden increase. So that is a complete mischaracterization of a budget which is taking $2 billion more from Nova Scotians than 3 short years ago. The other thing that I want to note, that if you look at the budget documents, one really has to question what the Department of Finance and the Minister of Finance is saying to each of their ministers with respect to their budgets. Is anyone in this government following a budget? It has to be said. Is any department following a budget? And if you look at the budget estimates from page 24 of the budget documents, there's only one department in the province that is within budget: Finance and Treasury Board. Their $35 million budget came in just short of $1 million less than budgeted. But every other department has exceeded their budget. So how is this a budget? We're, in this legislature, going to pass a budget in which the government has demonstrated they pay no attention to. Health and wellness, $378 million over budget. Advanced education, $33 million over budget. Community services, $36 million over budget. Communities, culture, tourism, and heritage, $36 million over budget. Community services, $97 million over budget. Municipal affairs and housing, $158 million over budget. Seniors and long-term care, $107 million over budget. Service Nova Scotia, $100 million over budget. Now, every Nova Scotian wakes up in the morning and looks at their budget and figures out how they're going to spend their budget. This government doesn't even look at their budget. They spend recklessly. Recklessly. And again, you go back to the Auditor General's report, in which $433 million were given to organizations, and only 14% of that money got spent in the following 9 months. Nova Scotians lost millions of dollars in interest. There were money given to projects that didn't even exist. So throwing money out the door with no financial constraints, no financial procedures used to, and that, government has rules on how to spend. They have been thrown out the window by this government. Nova Scotians should be extremely concerned of this reckless spending by government. So a government that can't estimate revenue and gives complete disregard for its spending budget. how can Nova Scotians have any faith that this new $16 billion budget is worth the paper it's written on? The track record over the last 2 years of this government shows Nova Scotians that we come in here, we debate for 80 hours a budget, nothing changes, and then the government throws the budget, apparently in all but finance and treasury boards, every department, the budget is thrown on the bottom shelf and nobody looks at it, and we just spend, 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 so that our children can have more debt. There's absolutely no reason, with good, sound fiscal management, that this government could not be fulfilling its goals of fixing health care, adding to education, increasing income assistance. There's no reason whatsoever, with the amount of revenue that this government has, but instead, they're wasting it. They're not providing any tax relief to Nova Scotians. And on top of that, they're increasing debt for our children. It's time that Nova Scotia has a government that takes fiscal responsibility seriously. This government has been given the honor and the privilege to serve Nova Scotians, to take their taxpayers' dollars and responsibly, ethically, prudently spend it. This government has shown none of that. Sole source contracts out the yin-yang, friends receiving money, and deficits continue. It's time for this government to get a new accountant and begin responsible fiscal management of the public purse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to stand up here and speak a little bit on the budget, kind of continuing the theme that my colleague from King South was putting forward with regards to what is pretty reckless, indiscriminate, unaccountable spending, which we've all talked about. But I think that the budget really highlights where this government is on spending in general. It's not reassuring, and the answer is not something that Nova Scotians should be happy about. And over the last 2 years, budget 21-22 and 22-23, and I'm sure a year from now, when we're debating this year's budget, we'll see this again. $2.6 billion over the last 2 years in additional appropriations. That is money spent outside of the budget of each department, which, as the member for King South pointed out, was not met by basically any department. And that's fine. No one on this side of the House, I don't believe anyways, has said that additional appropriations can't exist. Of course they can exist. Things happen. There are wildfires, there's floods, there's hurricanes, there's unexpected opportunities. Fine, no one disputes that. But like every other province and territory, including the federal government in this country, all that the Auditor General is asking for, all that I think is reasonable, is that the government come to the legislature and actually debate and vote on additional appropriations after the fact. And spoiler alert, the government has the votes. So the spending will be approved, believe it or not. There will be zero change to the on-the-ground impact of the program. So the government can still spend all the money it wants to spend. They can give the money to this, that, and the other thing. Untendered, alternative procurements, have your fill if that's what you want to do. And then when the appropriations come to the House, after they've been approved and after the money has been spent, the government can vote in favor. Fine, that's democracy, that's reasonable. That's what every other jurisdiction in the country does as a standard practice and has done for a long time. And the government's response to this has been anemic at best. The arguments are weak. They make no sense. It's basically, trust us, we're doing the right thing. If I can paraphrase, and I will. And it's actually shocking reading, to read the Auditor General's report and to read the response of the Department of Finance and Treasury Board, and by extension, the Minister of Finance. As the member for King South mentioned, the AG looked at a smattering of projects over the past 2 years, 11 projects, total of about $433 million, which is more than the budgets of most departments, $433 million. In none of those 11 projects did the AG find there was a need to spend the money when it was spent. At the time of the report, 86% of that $433 million hadn't even been spent. And some of those projects date back to the 21-22 fiscal year. So we're talking almost 2 years later, a lot of the money hasn't been spent. And why is that? Because the proponents weren't ready. In many cases, they didn't even have projects ready to go. But we get to March 2022, we get to March 2023, the government receives a windfall of money from a growing population from the federal government, and they sit down and they say, oh geez, if we don't spend all this money in the next 3 weeks, we're going to run a surplus. And that surplus will be applied against the debt. And the government made a decision that they didn't want to do that. And that's fine, but justify it. Bring it to the legislature, make an argument in favor. Don't just say, trust us, it will go into the black box of government and you'll find out 2 years later what we spent your money on. And if you look at some of these projects, and again, this is not to criticize the projects themselves. I'm sure many of them are worthy, but the government gave out $25 million to St. Mary's for a health information program. The AG said the $25 million had no purpose, no clear purpose, no goal, no performance metrics, no way to know whether or not the money was being spent in the way it was supposed to be spent, no way to know if it was achieving the goals it was set to achieve, because there was no goal. And the money, at least some of it, has been sitting in bank accounts at St. Mary's, at Efficiency One, at Cape Breton University, at many other places across the province, accruing interest, instead of doing that for the province of Nova Scotia. And why? Because the government did not want to run a surplus and needed to get a whole bunch of money out the door very, very quickly without any justification or any real planning. And I believe that is what has happened here. And if you look again, mixed speaker, at the AG's report on this, it really makes for some sobering reading. There's several recommendations, and almost all of them, except for one, have been rejected by the department. Now, it's not obligatory that government should agree with all the recommendations. That's fine if there's a disagreement, but at least make a good argument as to why you are not going to follow the recommendations. And so, just to give you a sense of how basic this is, recommendation 1.3 from this report recommends that the Department of Finance and Treasury Board do the following when they're submitting funding requests to Cabinet. Outline the nature of the funding, plans for the funding, program requirements, cost estimates, believe it or not, cost estimates for the amount requested, assessment of risk, that seems relevant when we're spending $2.6 billion outside of a budget, reporting requirements to the province. So if the province gives St. Mary's $25 million, if the province gives Efficiency Nova Scotia $140 million, if the province gives Cape Breton University $59 million, 6 months later, a year later, 18 months later, whenever it is, CBU, SMU, or Efficiency One comes back and says, here's what we did with the money, and the province can decide whether or not that's a good thing. That is a recommendation from the Auditor General to do those things which are very, very basic. And the department disagrees on this. And it says here, the Department of Finance and Treasury Board and Executive Council Office work within the legislative framework of the province to support government. This is the key sentence here. Where submissions to Cabinet and its committees provide opportunity for documented support, where would there be an opportunity not to have documented support for a Cabinet submission? Is the government's position, the Minister of Finance's position, that the Cabinet should make decisions without a scrap of paper justifying their spending? Because based on this response to the AG, that is the position of the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, and that is a position that I cannot agree with, and I don't think Nova Scotians could agree with. When you spend a few $1,000s replacing your windows in your house, for example, you ask for a receipt. You get an indication of what work was done. That's pretty basic. And yet, this government spends $50, $100, $2.6 billion outside of budget without those very basic safeguards in place. So how do we know the money is being well spent? The answer is we do not. We have absolutely no idea what the return on investment is for this spending. And it is, to me, unconscionable that this is the situation we find ourselves in. The response from government is non-existent, as far as I can tell. If I want to accept it exists, it's weak. It's trust us. We're doing the right things. It goes to Cabinet. That's enough. Well, Cabinet is a political body. Of course, it's a political body. This chamber is also a political body, and in a functioning, healthy, democratic system, when the government spends $2.6 billion that they didn't tell us they're going to spend, they should have to justify it. The fact that I'm sitting here having to make this argument is bizarre, but this is a bizarre place at times, and that is where we find ourselves. There was something else here that was really shocking. Where was it? No, I lost it. But again, I think the government's position is maybe Nova Scotians, aren't interested in the details of financial management policy, and we can just kind of gloss over this and put it off to the side and pretend that nobody cares because other governments did it too. Well, yes, that is true. That is true. Is this a practice that should have been in place 10 years ago? No, I don't think so. I think this is something that should have been done a long time ago. And there are many members in this chamber who've been here a lot longer than I have. It's about 2.5 years for us, those of us in the 2021 class. But anytime, one thing I've noticed is that anytime anyone, no matter what side of the house they're on, stands up and starts talking about what previous governments have done or not done, it's a weak argument. That's just as simple as that. That's what it is. And on this matter of spending outside of budget, that is the defense. Well, you guys did it too, so therefore it's okay. And I mean, that's schoolyard logic at the best of times. As I've said before, my son's 6, he's going to be 7 soon. If he came to me with that argument, he would be embarrassed because he knows better than that. So those of us who are adults, who are responsible for billions of dollars in spending on a yearly basis, owe it to the voters of Nova Scotia to be a little more transparent, a little more upfront, and just make the argument and let people decide. What is it that is so scary about making an argument as to why you spent money or didn't spend money? And it's not complicated. It's not reinventing the wheel. And again, the government has a majority. They can do whatever they want. All of their spending decisions will be approved, whether it is done in Cabinet and then 9 months later we're in the legislature and the government brings forward their additional appropriations motion or bill, we debate it, and then at the end of the debate, the government votes and it passes. And all carries on in the world the next day. Nothing would change. And we've confirmed that with the Auditor General. There would be no on-the-ground program change. So if that is an argument the government wants to make, it is incorrect. I think the government has been very fortunate. You know, sometimes circumstances dictate a lot of things in politics, and this government has been lucky to have such a windfall of revenue come its way. And that's fine. That's the nature of timing. But when you have hundreds of millions of dollars in unexpected revenue coming in every year, you have an obligation to be careful with it. And you know, one of the things I talk to people about whenever we're talking about provincial budgets, which doesn't come up often in small talk, but when it does, you know, one of the things is I always tell people, well, the third or fourth or fifth, I'm not sure which it is, biggest line item in the budget is interest. You know, $700+ million a year of taxpayer money is spent on interest, and that's going to go up and up and up over the next few years because this government is addicted to spending. We're going to go from $15 billion in debt to over 20 over the next few years. And that is going to have long-term consequences. And in politics, we're not always good thinking long-term. In fact, we're usually very bad at it. But this is an example where we need to have a little more common sense, a little more prudence, and say, hey, you know what? Did we really need to shovel out that $400 million over 3 weeks in March 2022? Was that really necessary? Did that really change things when 24 months later, most of that money is earning interest for other institutions and not the province of Nova Scotia, not the taxpayers of Nova Scotia? No, of course not. But the spending of this government is designed to make a political point. And the political point is we will spend every dollar we get, no matter where it comes from, to show Nova Scotians that we are spending and we are changing things. But guess what? Spending doesn't equal outcomes. And the outcomes we see over the last 2.5 years and in this budget are not reassuring. They're not reassuring on health. They're not reassuring on housing. They're not reassuring on cost of living. And I wish this government would just come clean and be honest and make an argument and let us decide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion carries. We will now dissolve into supply. We will take a brief recess while the committee is set up.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. But before we get into the estimates for today, I do have a chair's ruling from March 8th. So my chair's ruling is this ruling relates to 2 points of order that were raised on March 8th, 2024, when the budget resolutions relating to the Honourable Premier were being considered by the Committee of the Whole on Supply. The first, raised by the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party, asserted that the Premier had questioned her integrity, which is unparliamentary, by calling her the type of person that uses dog whistle politics. The Premier replied that he was speaking in general terms and not referring to the Honourable Member specifically. The actual comments made by the Premier are as follows. It's the mentioning of her name, I believe, was meant to elicit a response. Is that called dog whistle politics, Mr. Chair? I think that's a phrase, a turn of phrase, that refers to people who do those types of things. Right, let's say this and try to elicit some response. The Premier did not call the Leader of the NDP the type of person who uses dog whistle politics, and I do not read anything said in this passage as questioning the integrity of the Leader of the New Democratic Party. Accordingly, I dismiss the first point of order. The second point of order, which was raised by the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North, in relation to comments made by the Premier while defending his actions in relation to the first point of order, the member from Dartmouth North asserted that the Premier said that there was a pattern of misrepresentation which, to her, suggested that people in the House who are participating in a pattern of misrepresentation are misleading this House, and that stating such a thing is unparliamentary. After I took that under advisement, the Premier redacted the reference of misrepresentation. Accordingly, as the unparliamentary remark has been withdrawn, the point is moved. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Premier? Resolutions number E19, E23, and E35.
The debate continues with resolutions. I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party with 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With only 3 minutes, we're going to conclude our questioning for this round and hand it over to the official opposition, and we'll be back after their hour.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my question to the Premier is, in the FMA, there are a number of acts. The FMA has turned into an omnibus bill that, if passed, are pretty consequential and serious to Nova Scotians. I'd like to bring the Premier's attention to Part 15 of the FMA, subsection 110. Requiring custodians and classes of custodians to disclose personal health information to the minister or a person acting on behalf of the minister. This is a very substantial change from healthcare policy and privacy policy, it seems, Madam Chair, in Nova Scotia, in requiring doctors and their staff to actually disclose individuals' health records to the minister or someone acting on behalf of the minister. This was also concealed in page 33 of 37 of the FMA. This change was not part of the bill briefing on the FMA. My question to the Premier, considering this is such a significant change and involves people's personal health information and doctors' requirement to pass that on to the minister or a designate, can the Premier please tell us why the public wasn't informed of this change?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for the question. And I just want to be very clear with Nova Scotians that as we continue along the journey to manage the system, we need data from which to manage the system with. And in terms of the change in the FMA here, I want Nova Scotians to know this is all aggregate data. It's not personal data. There's no move to take somebody's personal data and do anything with it, but we do need to manage the system. So I think if we go back and think about the election in 2021 and our promise to Nova Scotians to fix the healthcare system, to make sure that people could have access to the healthcare they need when they need it, where they need it. There's a number of things that have to happen. So of course, we talk about the healthcare human resources, the people aspect of it, and Nova Scotians would know that we passed a very significant act here in this legislature. It didn't have all party support. It was called the Patient Access to Care Act, and there was a lot of discussion on this particular act. I think the member opposite and his colleagues, they talked about that bill at length and used a number of tactics to slow down the passage of the bill, maybe bring attention to the bill. I'm not too sure, but they definitely used a number of tactics to hold the bill in this chamber, and then ultimately voted in favor of the bill. Because despite the politics of the back and forth, they, I think, even themselves, in the end, could realize that this was a good bill. And I think I'd be fair to say that that was a recorded vote, and not all members of the official opposition were present for that bill. I think some for that vote, some actually just kind of snuck, didn't vote on that bill. It's a member of public record on the recorded vote. But needless to say, the Patient Access to Care Act is a significant piece of legislation that I'm proud to have voted for. And the reason that we put that bill forward is the focus is on common sense credentialing. So a doctor in the UK in good standing, good enough for the UK, good enough for Nova Scotia. And we identified a number of jurisdictions, and I think the Nurses College, I have to tip my hat, they've been very progressive on this piece of legislation. When we first tabled the bill, we had about 1,500 nursing vacancies in the province. And after the passage of that bill, I think the college is now processing through somewhere in the range of 19,000 applications from nurses in other jurisdictions, pre-approved jurisdictions like the Philippines, like different areas, different parts of India, the United States, other parts of Canada. The UK. So the common sense credentialing part was really significant. That's on the healthcare human resources aspect of it. But a really significant, important piece of that legislation, an important piece of along the journey to fixing healthcare is data. So we know that we need data to manage the healthcare system. And there was a real lack of data with which to manage the system when we took government. I was quite surprised at the lack of data. In fact, in thinking about these issues, I often say to the team, I say to them, I say, look, if you had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it, or would you let it slip by? And I know the answer in terms of the member opposite, because the member opposite let the opportunity slip by. The member opposite was Minister of Health and didn't take the actions that we're taking, especially around data. I was pretty surprised to learn of how the bed utilization process and bed management process was being kind of run. And really, this was the case that
Order. My apologies. Please, there's no yelling across the room. If the opposition, either of them, ask questions, I ask that they respect the time and listen to what the answers are. Thank you. So I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, it was even the case that if somebody was being admitted to one of our healthcare facilities, they needed to find a bed, they would literally have to call through the facility, call the second floor. Hey, do you have a bed opening? No, okay. Call the third floor. Do you have a bed? No, okay. Fourth floor, and so on and so forth. That's why we put in place a command center where we actually put everyone involved in the same room, a big fan of getting people at the same table and talking about this, and have a massive screen on the wall where they can look at the bed utilization, admissions, waiting, whatever the case may be. This command center is an incredible advancement. And I know when CEO Oldfield was here at committee for one of the various times she's been here, she invited members opposite to come and see the command center, see the advancements, see the good things that are happening. And I was surprised that not a single member opposite has taken them up on that. Not one. No member opposite has gone to see the command center and understand these incredible advancements that are happening. So in terms of technology, people will know that we came out with an app, and I know that there's been some jest made about the app, but the reality is technology is the way of the future. I mean, it really wasn't that long ago that the doctor would saddle up and mount up and go to somebody's house to see them at their house. But that's not the world now, Madam Chair. Like, the world is different. And so I know when the members opposite don't like the app, maybe they want to go back to the house calls with the horse and carriage, but it's not happening. We're moving forward. So one of the features of the app is the ability for people to see their own healthcare records in the app. And this is a pilot that's happening right now. We announced this pilot. There are somewhere in the range of 10,000 Nova Scotians that can see the majority, portions of their medical record through the app. And this is really important because I believe that patients they have a right to expect that they have the information. Now, I've been clear in discussions with Doctors Nova Scotia that, I don't care if a doctor writes in their file that Tim Houston's overweight and he needs this. I don't care about that. That's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is if a doctor is billing the system, says Tim Houston, came and saw me and is billing the system, then I want Nova Scotians to have access to that.
Order. You can't refer to your own name.
Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. So we want Nova Scotians to have access to the record. So we have right now a pilot where 10,000 Nova Scotians have access to their record. And this is things like their prescriptions, their vaccine record, and their interactions with the healthcare system. And so what the member is referring to is there is a pilot that's happening right now. It would be our hope that not just 10,000 Nova Scotians have access to their own personal information, but that all Nova Scotians do. So this is something we're working through with Doctors Nova Scotia, working through, obviously maintain the confidentiality of patient visits, and certainly we heard from, in certain, it's your personal health information is private and sensitive, and especially in situations where you might be dealing with a psychologist or a psychiatrist or something, so there's obviously we understand that sensitivity, but we need to know to manage the system. We need to know what's happening in the system, particularly around patient visits. So the work that has happened under the Minister of Health and the government is pretty remarkable. And this is a number. This is a statistic that's been shared in this chamber many a times. But I'm going to share it again because I don't think it is fully absorbed by people. In terms of the opening up of access to care points. Under the new access to cares that we've opened up, pharmacy clinics, also part of the patient access to care, allow full scope of practice, allowing pharmacists to do what they're trained to do. I always say, if somebody is trained to do something and they want to do it and they can do it, then they should be allowed to do it. And so I use the example of a plumber. Imagine a plumber moving to Nova Scotia and somebody saying, yeah, you could be a plumber here. We're happy to have you, but don't work on sinks. So this is kind of what was happening with like nurse practitioners and pharmacists and stuff. So under the Patient Access to Care Act, we opened up their scope of practice. So the things they're trained to do, they can deliver that service to Nova Scotians. And so between the pharmacy clinics, the pharmacy, like the Pharmacy Plus clinics, which have a nurse practitioner, can do a little bit more, especially on chronic conditions, the mobile clinics, which is an idea that was brought forth by a doctor. Between all of these various things, and this is the important stat that I think is a shocking stat that makes Nova Scotia the envy of so many other jurisdictions. But there are more than 60,000 more primary care appointments available to Nova Scotians each month. Every single month, 60,000 new appointment opportunities in this province through these various channels. So if you annualize that, you can see what an impact that has on a person's ability to get into the system, to get the care they need in the right place at the right time. So that's more faster. So all part of this as we manage the system, and you know, a lot of work. We negotiated a new agreement with Doctors Nova Scotia, and nurses and paramedics, and you know, people would see that our record on the collective bargaining process is we bargain in good faith, and we bargain tough on behalf of the taxpayers, but we bargain in good faith. But so as we continue to move forward, the part of the thing with the under Doctors Nova Scotia agreement was we really had two types of family physicians. We had fee-for-service and alternative payment plan, kind of like a salary, if you would. And the former health minister, under his purview, under his management of the file, there was very little accountability in there. So somebody, you know, who's on a salary, the deal is they have a certain number of patients. The deal is they work a certain number of weeks a year, and they spend a certain number of hours a week seeing patients. Nobody was checking, nobody was monitoring, nobody was paying any attention to that. And so that's why you hear people say, we have enough doctors, why can't people get in? All these things because of really a government that wasn't focused on making sure Nova Scotians can access care. Well, those days are over. Now there's a government that is 100% focused on making sure that Nova Scotians can access care. And part of that is allowing them to see the unseen, to allow them to have some insight into their own record. And the day we announced the pilot, there was a physician there who told me that very day had a patient in and asked the patient about their vaccine status, had they had a certain type of vaccine. Well, that's a tough question. Like, I don't know, was it something I would have, who knows, right? And said to the patient right on the spot, do you have the Your Health NS app? Yes, I do. Can you open it up and look under and the whole list was there. And she said, wow, in real time, I got information that helped me provide care. That's the power of the app. So that's the information we want patients to have about their own health record. So there are a multitude of pluses, but there's no shortage in this world of opportunities to scare people. And I want people to know in this case that this is about making sure that Nova Scotians have the information they need so that they can get the best possible care in a timely fashion in the place. And so we'll continue to open up access points, but we need to understand, I think we have a collective responsibility. Unless our goal is to revert back to horse and buggy and try to take things backwards, then we have to move forward. Donald Sobey told me kind of had a chance to speak with him about his view of business at one time, and he said, he used the expression, he said, in business you're either going forward or you're going backward. There's no standing still. Standing still is going backward. So in the terms of health innovation and healthcare technology, we need to go forward. And so the app, that's an obvious statement to the rest of the world, and certainly to Nova Scotians, that we are committed to going forward. And the next iteration of that is allowing people to have access to their own records so they can see. This is just good government in so many ways, good governance in so many ways. It's actually a big benefit to doctors too, because right now, doctors should be using their time on doctoring, right? Not paperwork. So since we came into government, we've removed over 250,000 hours of red tape. One of the first healthcare summits I had with healthcare leaders, Doctors Nova Scotia, I asked, what are the challenges? What are the hurdles? And Doctors Nova Scotia said, well, there's 400,000 hours of red tape that is eating up doctors' time. So we said, that's ridiculous. Let's get rid of that. And when we really dug into it, some of that time was for billing. But billing, I don't think, is red tape. It's kind of a necessary. You got to bill. You know, so, but a lot of it was red tape, and we've removed 250,000 hours so far. And a lot of this would be forms. In one department, I think, Deputy, you were part of this project. In one department, there was somewhere in the range of 20 forms that would be filled out, that a physician would have to fill out for one government department, 20 different forms for different things. So we said that's not right. So we consolidated that to one form, right? So you can imagine that, right? So, and then we're working with insurance companies. A lot of forms that doctors fill would be insurance companies. We're saying, like, we're not going to have insurance company X have their own form, and insurance company Y have theirs, and so on and so forth. We're going to have one form, and I think that's the type of work. So 250,000 hours we've put back into the system from physicians that are already here. Give them more time to do what they're trained to do. Nobody goes to medical school to specialize in paperwork. They go to medical school to specialize in providing care, right? So we're putting that back in their hands. So when I talk about 60,000 additional appointments, opportunities every single month in a province of 1 million people, a little bit more than 1 million people, 60,000 appointments is significant. So I think the average Canadian, on average, would see the doctor. It's I don't have the exact stat right, but it's order of magnitude a couple times, a little 1 point something times a year. So think about this now. Just from these changes, 60,000 more in a province of 1 million. That's a lot of appointments. But I raise that in the context of we need to be fair and frank about what it is we're trying to accomplish. And I think Nova Scotians should have access to their healthcare record, and that's the goal. And so as we start to latch on to these things for political purposes and shake the confidence of Nova Scotians on what's happening, it becomes a very slippery slope. And I will tell you that a number of in my travels around the province, healthcare professionals often stop me and offer some words of encouragement. You know, they say, look, things are getting better for sure. There's more to be done. Keep going. There's more to be done. But, you know, that when I first came in, it was not that at all. They've been pretty demoralized for a number of years, 8 years. But now they see the hope, and they're moving forward, and they're working with us. Not everyone's happy, but I mean, they're working with us on balance. And at the same time that they're seeing, you know, the positive improvements in the system, and supporting them by adding their voice, they're optimistic. And when they're optimistic, I'm optimistic, because that's the first stage. So, but we've told them, we've been very frank with them. We do the healthcare summit quarterly, and that's a good, frank discussion. We opened up a challenge to healthcare professionals to, you know, submit an idea on what's a kind of a, for lack of a better word, silly thing that's in your way that could be fixed, that you would like us to fix. The response was unbelievable. we just activated this. It was unbelievable, and I know the members opposite made fun of that particular initiative, but it's been unbelievable, the feedback that they've got. We don't make fun of people raising their voice, and we take that very seriously. And I just want to say that as often as they stop me and say, keep going, there's more to be done, but thank you, keep going, they often talk as well about the negative environment that's sometimes emanates from this chamber and certainly in other things, and how demoralizing that can be to them. So imagine if you're a healthcare professional and there's a negative outcome. You're feeling pretty bad about that as it is, and then you hear some politician somewhere going off about it. And this is a real thing that has a real impact. And in fact, I was not surprised, but I was interested to see the letter from the Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation. The members opposite will be aware of this, but just talked about the negativity and how demoralizing it is for their staff. I just want to. I'll just read something from this, and then I'll table it. But this is in particular reference to their MLA, who happens to be a Liberal member. They said, your negative and political messaging has been a detriment to morale at Soldiers Memorial Hospital, where we couldn't invite you to events this past summer so as not to offend our healthcare professionals that attended these functions. That's a difficult thing to read, because people, and then it went on to say, which was even kind of, I guess, a little bit more shocking, unfortunately, you chose to attend one of our African cultural events without an invitation, as you were not invited. So imagine you're a healthcare professional doing the very best you can, providing care, and then picking up the paper and hearing, your politician weighing in on your abilities and dedication, really, right? And to the point that that the foundation says, we can't even invite our elected representative to our events because it's too demoralizing for our team. Now, this is a world where nobody wants to go to, in this environment we live, nobody wants to go to their MLA or to their politician. Like, honestly, when people come to us, it's their worst day. It means that they couldn't fix it themselves. Their friends and family couldn't help them, and now they got to go and talk to a politician. And it's our job when those people come to advocate for them and to support them. But imagine being so turned off by your MLA's comments that you can't even do that. And not only can you not do that, you can't seek out your MLA and have a discussion. You don't want to be in the same room as them. So we need to be very careful. It's kind of, I get that it's an interesting opportunity to wave this flag. The government wants your information. But the reality is what we want is better health care. And what we want is Nova Scotians to have access to certain elements of their file. So under the pilot project, there are 10,000 Nova Scotians who have access to parts of their medical record, not the whole thing, parts of it, essentially limited to their interactions. You were in this emergency department on this day 5 years ago. You saw this family doctor 3 years, whatever, right? Those elements of it, without a lot of description around it, but the interaction is categorized. So, well, when did I take my son to the emergency department because he broke his collarbone? I don't know. If I needed to know that, I don't know, right? Like, I can give you a rough thing, but if I take my app out and say, does it help you to know that it was on March, 2nd, whatever, 2021? I don't know, right? But we want to make sure that Nova Scotians have the access they need. We also, and I believe in terms of the red tape and the paperwork discussion about the billing, like a lot of billing is done in arrears, and sometimes for some doctors could be a couple months before they because they're kind of busy doctoring. So the other side of that, the opportunity for doctors is if we're capturing that and telling people when they saw a doctor, well, it actually means that they saw a doctor. Maybe we could get to a point where we actually can automate their billing for them. I mean, this is an opportunity. It's something we're talking about Doctors Nova Scotia. So you go to a restaurant today, you put your Visa down, tomorrow or tonight when they run, the bank will put money right in that person's account. Well, why couldn't we get that? Why couldn't we offer that service to doctors where it's real-time billing? And then I think that, you know, maybe we could do away with the audits that frustrate doctors. Because if it says I saw a doctor and I'm looking at my record and I didn't see him, I'm gonna flag that right away. It would kind of be a constant audit. It's like with Airbnbs and things. Somebody says, well, in the old days, somebody would go to a hotel and they would rate the hotel. And they would write up a report and say, this is the standard of that hotel, which I think you still need if you want 5 stars and platinum, stuff like that. But the rest of the time, those reviews are happening in real time. Because as soon as you check out, or while you're still there, you can go on their website and offer your review about how you feel, right? So it's a real-time world. And the question around people having access to their record, I think they should. You know, there might be others in this chamber who think that they shouldn't, but I think they should. And I've had constituents call me and say, I have to spend $150 to get my healthcare record. It's in storage because my doctor retired a couple of years ago. Should I spend $150 to get it out of storage? What do you think? And I say, well, look, it's most likely the case that if you get a new doctor, they're probably going to sit down and do an intake discussion with you and probably run some tests if they think they're necessary. I don't know a lot of doctors that would have time to go and read that record, right? But it just takes all of that out of the equation because it would be, you know, the important parts of my healthcare record would be on my app. So this is an advancement. This is moving things forward. It's all part of engaging people in their own healthcare. It's all part about informing people. It's all part about working with those delivering the care, doctors, nurse practitioners, other healthcare professionals, so that we put the patient at the center. And I don't know what would even be more at the center than the kind of the information about their interactions. So the pilot project is out there. That would not be a surprise, to anyone. And the parameters of the pilot project, its interactions, I don't know, there's 3 or 4 criteria. It's not the notes. It's not anything of those lines, anything along those lines, but it's important information that's necessary to manage the system. And I do think that as we have more data, and again, the data doesn't have anyone's names on it. It's just kind of aggregated data. But we're actually getting to a point where we want to be proactive in engaging people about their health care. So right now today, if you receive a difficult diagnosis, you know, you'll get that diagnosis. You probably, by the time you get home and speak to some loved ones, you're probably on Google. And you're probably trying to understand Google in really difficult diagnosis. You're probably trying to look for some experimental treatment or some program or some clinical trial that's going on, and it's very personal, that process, not well defined, let's say. Imagine if we get to the point where we have the information on the healthcare system where we could, through the app, send a message to that Nova Scotian, say, for your diagnosis, for your demographic profile, there's a clinical trial going on. You could potentially be an ideal candidate for this clinical trial. Would you like us to give your name to the proponent of the clinical trial? And then they can say, no, I don't want that. Or yes, I want that. But imagine the comfort that would have to the Nova Scotian that, wow, okay, somebody is kind of considering this, right? Somebody's trying to help me find different pathways to treatment, and we do that in conjunction with the physicians, of course, but we would continue to do that. But if you don't have the information, then you can't even dream about that. You can't even consider that would be a possible outcome. And I talked last week about Seaman Health and Ears and their supercomputer and the health thing. Same concept, right? So we need to get to a stage where we can proactively engage Nova Scotians and really deliver what they need at that point in time. So there's a lot of things happening in the app. I don't know, it's a couple 100,000 downloads now, but you can go on there and book x-rays, book blood tests, check the wait times. You can do a couple things, but the thing that I really like about it is the get care function, which opens up. You'll go through the chat bot, and by the way, the next iteration, that would probably be some sort of artificial intelligence that's more than just to find pathways on the chatbot, but some actually interaction with the computer to get you to the right place. So it will go through your symptoms and it would say, did you know that you could go to a pharmacy for this? I wasn't aware of that. Would you like to do it? Yes, I would. Okay, there's a pharmacy 4.8 kilometers from you. They're open till 10 o'clock tonight. Do you want to book an appointment? Yes, I do. And that might be just what that person needs. So as but maybe it's not. And then we offer another, another access point, mobile clinic. It could be virtual care. Hold on the line for virtual care. So as we have these pathways, as we have data about what common symptoms, common outcomes, and we can offer better solutions, right? So all of this is designed, I think, to really put the patient at the center. And you can't have the patient at the center unless you are kind of frank with them about their interactions with the healthcare system. So it's very limited right now, the sharing of data. And I think that's appropriate given the stage of development, limited sharing of data with the patient. But I think if we don't start, and we did start with the pilot for sure, and we'll get a full debrief on the pilot. But I think the enabling legislation in the FMA is important so that we can, if the pilot is fine, then we can have a pathway to move forward. So the language of the FMA is one thing, but of course there'll be a number of regulations that go along with it. So there'll be lots of discussion on the regulations in making the provisions and more consultation, including with patients that were in the 10,000 pilot, including with family physicians that were in the 10,000 pilot. And I won't say that these things are always, it's not all people on one side and all, there's diversity of thought there. We have heard from family doctors who are in the pilot saying, I really wish you'd give more information. Like, you should be providing more. And we certainly hear from some that say this is just right, just what the doctor ordered. But we'll have those discussions. But if we don't set the path today, then maybe the next time we have the chance might be in the fall. That's passage of time, and we're not. I know the former health minister had his approach to doing these things, which was very much let's not do anything. We have a different approach, and we'd see that I think the pilot wraps up on June 30th, I think, or sometime towards the end of June. Then we'll do a bit of a debrief, and if it's appropriate to move forward, we'll be ready to move forward. And that's the process. That's the process of that. But the member mentioned that this was not part of the bill debrief. That's not true. In the bill briefing package, this was slide 16, and I'm happy to table that for the benefit of the member, but I did want to just clarify that. I didn't want to let that stand. I think it's really important on as we have these types of discussions that we stick to the facts about what's possible. There's lots to talk about even with the facts, but I think it's the type of statement that to say that it wasn't part of the bill briefing, it leads people to draw a conclusion that maybe it was intentionally left out, maybe there's something going on here. So it's dangerous. We go down those paths. I'd just like to, if we can just keep it stuck on the facts, and if the member, wanted to say that, this didn't show up in the bill briefing until slide 16, okay, that would be a fact, and maybe he could draw some inferences from that. But it is in the bill briefing. It is something that we've been very kind of upfront with Nova Scotians, including having a full-on press conference about the pilot. And we did that up at the Innovation Hub that day. And as I say, there was quite a big crowd of people there to hear about this next step on the development of the engagement of Nova Scotians in their own healthcare. So I think this is a good thing. We don't get these things perfect every time. We strive for perfection, but we don't always get that. But we do always get action. So. So when we see that one shot to move things forward, we don't let it slip by. We actually act on it, and we'll.
Order. I've been here for 2.5 years. Everybody knows I like to not have chatter in the room, and I do not want to give an acoustic lesson. But up in the gallery, there seems to be an ongoing conversation that, for some reason, I can hear it, and I asked that. The conversation either be lowered, taken out of the room, or stopped. Please. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think just what I would say, and this is why I'm so happy that the member asked the question about this aspect of the FMA, because it is an important step along the journey. And I think when you have an opportunity to consider steps and additional steps along a journey, it's not a terrible thing to look back at where we've come from, right? So there's definitely work to be done for sure. But I also think that it's important to look at how far we've come. Because as much as, what happens in this chamber is, I guess by its nature designed to shake confidence of Nova Scotians in government. This is why we go through this. We try to shake people on their confidence of the government. But we want people to know that we haven't lost sight of the commitment to fix the healthcare system. And so on that journey, and sharing records will be a step that we'll continue to add to. But on the journey that we've come from, I mentioned the 60,000 additional appointments per month. 60,000 additional appointments per month. That's remarkable. But on that journey, just in some of those appointments. In January, and I'm sure we could get the, we have the data on other ones, but in January, that was 1,353 visits to mobile primary care clinics. To the mobile clinics, that's something new that came forward. Dr. John Ross came forward with the mobile clinics and said, this is something that should be tried. And we said, let's try it. And just that month, in January, 1,353 people visited a mobile clinic. That's remarkable. That's really remarkable. In January alone, 5,385 visits to urgent treatment centers in 1 month. And again, this wasn't even something that existed. There was no There was none of those before we came into government. In the virtual care, Nova Scotia, 8,857 visits in 1 month, just in January. And certainly, you know, people will know that everyone who's on Need a Family Practice list has access to virtual care as much as they may need. But we've also offered that for those who are otherwise attached, but maybe having difficulty getting in to see their primary care provider. They also get two virtual care appointments a year. It's an incredible peace of mind for people, and they're using it. And what we found is that, you know, when the person who's virtually providing the care, when you're seeing somebody virtually, when they determine that it's necessary to see somebody, hey, I would really like for you to see somebody in person, we can get them very quickly into one of our clinics around the province. It's usually a matter of days, I think. The minister would have the full number. But the virtual care, and then 5,751 visits to primary care clinics, more than 13,600 visits like community pharmacy primary care clinics. So these are all access points that are new under this government, and certainly in respect of the various pharmacy clinics, our pharmacists have some of the largest scope of practice in the country right now. It might be the largest, but it's certainly one of them. And there was an interesting article, I don't have it to hand, but I could certainly point the members to it. But it was written in a kind of a pharmacy magazine. And the title of the article was along the lines of Nova Scotia, the little province that could and did. So, you know, experts, leading healthcare thought professionals across the country are really noticing what's happening here in Nova Scotia in a very positive way. And I would encourage the members opposite to maybe take a pause now and again and say, hey, yeah, there's work to be done. Yes, we wish this or we wish that. But just a little bit of acknowledgement would mean a lot to Nova Scotians. Because in the absence of the ability to make at least an acknowledgement of the forward progress, you get situations where you have MLAs that can't even be invited to a healthcare event because it's too demoralizing to the healthcare professionals who are there, right? So we want to avoid that, and I just think that there's a lot to be proud of the work that's happened here in Nova Scotia. Yes, there's more work to be done. We'll do that too. We're committed to that. But as we move along this journey, I think we're at the point now where we can be frank with Nova Scotians about their interactions with the healthcare system and provide those forms of records with them for the obvious benefits that exist. And I think that this is a good thing. It will be limited in scope, at least initially, and you know that would be in the regs, or we can speak kind of clearly about that if it helps alleviate some anxiety on behalf of some people, for sure. These are sensitive issues, for sure. We don't want to cause additional anxiety. We want to cause comfort and confidence in the system. But so I hope that answers the member's question about the records clause in the FMA.
I ask that the Honourable Premier table those two documents. I ask, thank you. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We heard a lot from the Premier there. One of the first answers to the question about the line in the FMA that is now requiring custodians and classes of custodians to disclose health information to the minister, the Premier said that this was aggregated data only, that it would not be, and I quote, people's personal health information. I do want to bring the Premier's attention to the language of the Act. Part 15 of the FMA is entitled the Personal Health Information Act. And in the subsection, the language of the change, I'll read it verbatim, is requiring custodians and classes of custodians to disclose personal health information to the minister or person acting on behalf of the minister. This is not an indication.
Excuse me, order. This question is out of order. You're talking about a bill that is on the order form, and that is to be discussed during the discussion on the bill. So I asked you to find another question.
So related to a change, and the Premier was certainly allowed to speak to this for ad nauseum for almost the complete duration of the time, the same topic. So I'll speak precisely to the Premier's comments in estimates and not the language of the bill. I'll table the language of the bill. The Premier then went on to say, again, after saying this was aggregated data, not people's personal health information, that then they would be able to use this information to inform a patient if there's a clinical trial coming up related to their health issue. I mean, that's an indication to me, Madam Chair, that it is people's personal health information. Again, this is according to the Premier's own words in this exchange in estimates. So we have a bill that's before the House where the language is very explicit. We also have the Premier's own comments here in the House stating that this could be used for clinical trials based on people's personal health information. They could be proactively informed of that. They cannot be informed of that, of course, if this is aggregated health information, but only if it's personal health information. This wasn't something that's been broadly communicated to the public. We have not seen a risk analysis of this policy change. We do not know if the Privacy Commissioner has been involved in this. We do not know what doctors themselves are saying. We are certainly hearing that Doctors Nova Scotia may not be in favor of this change, and that there may be concerns on the medical side with this. We certainly have not heard from patients on this. I do not believe patients have been broadly consulted. And there's good reason to be concerned about this because we know what the government's record is with people's personal information. We saw a major data breach already under this government where over 100,000 current past Nova Scotia Health, IWK, and public service employees had their payroll information stolen in a data breach. Over 100,000 current and former employees of Nova Scotia Health, the IWK, public services had their payroll information stolen, including their social insurance numbers, addresses, and banking information. We know around the world that people's personal health information has also been stolen in other circumstances in other jurisdictions, and that it's been used to ransom money from individuals. And yet we have this piece of legislation that is buried in the FMA, page 33 of 37, that has not had broad-based public consultation, and where we don't know if there's been a proper risk assessment done. We don't know what the medical community is saying about it. The Premier himself hasn't kept his story straight on this. It's aggregated data, and then he gives an example of how this can be applied, which is very personalized in nature. And I certainly think that there's reasons to be concerned about this. I mean, the Nova Scotia Information Commissioner is currently investigating the file sharing cybersecurity breach. I'll table this information as well. Nova Scotia's Information and Privacy Commissioner has launched an investigation into the theft of personal information from file transfer used by the provincial government. So again, this is a big deal. It is obviously the exact opposite of where the province has been with treating priority to privacy protection for people's personalized health information that not everybody, I don't think, would want the health minister to have direct access to. And again, we don't have a clear message from the Premier on why this is happening, what steps have been taken, has there been any risk analysis done, was the Information Commissioner or Privacy Commissioner consulted, were Doctors Nova Scotia consulted, and again, in light of the largest data breach in Nova Scotia history happening under this government, you'd think that the Premier would be a little sensitive to this issue and actually answer the questions instead of the meandering response that we saw, where the Premier is, again, more prone to attacking opposition members than actually answering questions. Where we hear the bomb past very clearly displayed in the House, where there is all kinds of conversations about moving forward more faster and how much he's hearing from people that things are better, and how important data is, including, according to the Premier, people's personal health information. But there's data that the Premier doesn't talk about in this conversation that's very important. How many more people don't have a family doctor, being key among them. Premier can land-based past governments all he wants and accuse current opposition parties of not being responsible with our criticisms toward this government's healthcare policies. I wonder if the Premier remembers his career in opposition, which was entirely built around a brand criticizing healthcare, telling everybody it was a crisis. Again, when things were half as bad in some circumstances. The amount of people that had a family doctor, 70,000, I think, when the Premier inherited government, assumed government through election, a fair election. That number is now over double, 153,000 people. The Premier, just in his comments, talked about, in a positive lens, how many Nova Scotians are using the mobile healthcare clinics. Look at how many people are using these things. Look at how many people are using urgent care clinics. Do you know why they're using that, Madam Chair? Because they don't have a family doctor. Those mobile clinics are for people who don't have a family doctor. They are a stopgap to help people who are not accessing timely primary care because they don't have a family physician. This is a Band-Aid. This is not a solution. And furthermore, on the mobile healthcare clinics, the pay model is such, it's actually pulling doctors out of family practice because they can make more money doing mobile healthcare clinics. There's no overhead. The health authority pays for that. And we've actually heard from doctors that have left family practice to do mobile healthcare clinics. Is that a policy that's working? I would argue it's not. And the fact that there are so many people who need a mobile healthcare clinic, I think, is evidence of itself. So the Premier can be very selective with what data he believes is important. But again, you'll notice, and I think the House will continually notice, that it is not the data that the Premier uses to explain how the improvements are happening in healthcare. It's not data. He doesn't table data and say there's this many people now without a family doctor, this more many people that had a family doctor, because the data is really, really bad. It is anecdotal evidence that he speaks to. Well, I heard this from this person. Somebody else said this. And that's not data-driven decision-making. Because if we look at, I think, some of the data points that really matter to understanding whether people are accessing health care or not, it's how many people have a family doctor. Again, that number has more than doubled. I think it's tripled here in Halifax since the government cut the family physician incentive that was in place. Finally, I think 2 years later, they brought it back because, again, they realized their mistake, and the situation in Halifax has gotten worse. We have seen wait times to see specialists reach double the national average. Wait times are going up for MRIs. And again, a big part of this increase in wait times is directly linked to the Premier's healthcare policies. Because while a pharmacist is very good at diagnosing strep throat, and again, this is something that was started under the previous government, the pilot for, or the move to expand scope of practice for pharmacists, people are now using pharmacists for more complex healthcare issues that a pharmacist can't deal with. They can deal with strep throat. They diagnose it, they write the prescription. It's great for that. It's perfect for that. I've used it for that for myself, and we've congratulated the government on this. But when a pharmacist is being asked to deal with other issues that are outside of their scope, what happens? They get referred to specialists. They get referred to procedures, and that is actually driving, objectively so, you can look at the wait times, driving wait times up across the board for people. So people are having slower access to critical meetings with healthcare specialists, for MRIs, for CAT scans, for all these sorts of things. And we are not seeing improvements on this. There's more people dying in our emergency rooms. Offload wait times are now a problem. That's for people that don't know what that is, because that is healthcare jargon. It's moving patients out of ambulance into emergency rooms. That is now a problem in every single emergency department across the province. The Premier inherited a situation where it was a problem in 2 emergency departments, the most heavily used, QE2 and Dartmouth. That is now a problem everywhere, and those wait times are going up. So, I mean, honestly, the Premier can evade questions all he wants on this issue. But when he's speaking to what he believes improvements are in the healthcare system, he only talks about spending, about actions the government has taken, about what he's hearing. He cannot point to many data points that actually matter. And back to the initial question here, how is this personal health information being used? Who was consulted in this? Does this decision to require physicians in their offices to provide and disclose personalized health information to the minister, does this have the support of the medical community, primarily through namely their representative bodies, Doctors Nova Scotia, or at least the College of Physicians and Surgeons? Have the appropriate privacy information commissioners been consulted? Has there been a risk analysis done on this, considering the biggest data breach ever in our province's history happening under this government, affecting over 100,000 public sector employees, including, I think, the majority of MLAs. So is our people's healthcare data safe as a result of this? And I certainly think we need to see that analysis tabled in this House. We certainly need to know what the risks are. We certainly need to know if this is something the doctors are asking for. And it's certainly something that I think needs to be promoted more to Nova Scotians so they know this, that in the FMA there is buried a clause that requires their doctors and the record keepers in their local offices to provide healthcare information to the Minister of Health or a minister's designate. Furthermore, the Premier has talked a lot about the healthcare app, which, I mean, the price of which now is putting the ArriveCan app into perspective, I'd say, and we certainly hope to be able to ask the Premier more questions on that, close to $50 million in untendered contracts to Think Research Corporation. We do not know what the return on that has been. We do not know why there hasn't been tenders on that project. We do not know if that could have been done more cheaply internally. We're hearing from people that deal in the space that it could. So hopefully we'll be able to get to more questions with the Premier, and certainly if he's more brief, we'll be able to ask them.
Order. The time for the official opposition is over. I would like to remind the honourable leader for the official opposition to table that document. Please and thank you. I recognize the official leader for the NDP.
Which document?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, let's start over. I'm hoping I can ask a few questions, the operative clause being a few. And I'm going to start with a simple one. We know that the Premier is meeting with the wine sector tonight. That has been, we know that through a Communications Nova Scotia release. But there's a question that we continue to ask the Premier. Last day we talked a bit about the Premier's conversations with commercial bottlers, but there's a really simple question, which is, has that program started? Have checks been issued?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Yeah, thank you. So this is an important question for sure. What I would say is we know how we got here. Maybe some people don't know how we got here, so it will be useful to kind of be for the benefit of the House, just to kind of talk that through. So Australia issued a trade challenge and said basically that the treatment of Nova Scotia wines was unfair, gave Nova Scotia wines an unfair advantage through the markup system that existed. So that would have been a policy that would have came into place under a prior government. So when the trade process went through, the investigations, the hearings, it was determined that there was an issue with the markup system that was causing some trade concerns for other jurisdictions, namely Australia, who raised it. So as part of the, I guess I call it the agreement to resolve the trade issue, Nova Scotia agreed to change the ways that it was doing. This was on the advice of trade lawyers, reputable trade lawyers, and also working with the Government of Canada on some of these things. So once you get into these trade, like the international trade obligations we have as a province, as a country, are very significant. The ramifications can go far and wide. We know with softwood lumber, very, very significant trade possible impacts, right? We know on something like our seafood and our lobster exports in particular, trade obligations are very, very, very important. Cheese, dairy, all these things are kind of sensitive trade. We have national trade obligations, and we have to respond to those trade obligations. So as part of the process of, on the one hand, having these international trade agreements, which we of course have to respect, we as a government have to be upfront and law-abiding, so we have to respect the law as it stands. But we also know that we have to look for ways to support various industries in the province, and we do that. Try to support, be respectful of the trade obligations, but support industries. So we're always trying to find that way as to what honors our trade obligation, but helps support economic development across sectors. So, and this is no different in this situation. We have to respond, and in fact, in June, Australia will get to have their say on whether they're happy, content with what is happening in Nova Scotia now. This is coming. This is the looming deadline that will come in front of us, and I don't know what they will say. And certainly the very public, political, otherwise discussion around this issue has certainly, they're watching. And they're probably enjoying it, to be honest. I think actually the initial trade challenge actually developed out of what I understand was a question period exchange right on this very floor. And then which was followed up in a public accounts discussion in a very public format where somebody was watching and said, wait a second, did you just hear that? And that ultimately led to the basis of a trade challenge, which they were successful in. So we look for ways to try to be supportive of economic development in various sectors, and certainly the wine industry is certainly one that we're been supportive of as a government. We believe it adds value to our province. We're fans of what it does for our economy, not only in the wine production side, but in the tourism side, and I guess the kind of the cool factor that it has when you can take a short drive from the city and be in this beautiful part of our province, right? So we're believers in that, and we're trying to balance with the trade obligations. So as we kind of work through with the lawyers what's possible, what's the balance that we can strike here, we came to a couple of different programs which have been discussed with industry, and one of the programs has gotten a lot of attention, for sure. A lot of public discussion over it. There are other programs as well, which you haven't received the same public discussion. So I guess what I would say is, as we look for opportunities to respect our trade obligations, and also, invest in economic development, we'll try to kind of thread that needle. But what I will be meeting tonight with a couple colleagues, I guess, who have responsibility for the file, and some of the industry stakeholders. And it would be my wish that it's a broad representation of stakeholders, so we can all get in the room and have a discussion about, what concerns might be, what opportunities might be, what's a path forward. We'll go in with an open mind, as we do to these things, and have a discussion. And there'll be various parts to the discussion, for sure. I have in discussions just over the last few days, and certainly over the week, with individual participants in the industry, have raised different concerns. One of the concerns that's raised is just around the relationship with Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. And again, that's unique to Nova Scotia. There are others that have similar things, but it's, against some of the other jurisdictions, it's unique. We do have the Liquor Corporation, right? And so some people have raised, I guess, they've raised elements of their relationship with Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation that they would like to maybe see addressed. Product placement, advertising. Obviously the markup is changing, but we're very open-minded to finding a way to better promote within our trade obligations. So these are elements that we want to try to get everyone in the same room and say, look, what's the opportunity here? What are the concerns, and what's a good way forward? But I would say that for us as a province, I would say that we're proud of our Nova Scotia wines, and this pride has been demonstrated time and time again, and not just by saying it in pretty much every speech I've given, but also by the investment that our government and also the prior government have made it in supporting and growing the industry. And this is in the range of $36 million investment through the farm wine programs and Polar Vortex support and wine authority. So there are different elements to the support, but I would say the support is evidenced by real money. And much of the support is focused on getting on the grape growing, getting things in the ground that can grow. But there are other segments to the industry. I've seen this in other jurisdictions as well. So we want to have a discussion about how do we find that balance with the trade obligations, because it's obviously really important for a number of reasons, but I think it's in the range of 33 or 34 licensed farm wineries in Nova Scotia, 24 grape wineries, and 9 non-grape wineries would be the split on that. But the sales at the Liquor Corporation for 22-23 were in the range of $27 million. That's an increase over the prior year before that. And we have a number of wines that have earned numerous local and national and international awards, right? So there's incredible potential there. Nobody wants to go backwards. We just had a chat earlier about the desire to move forward. We want to move forward. We want to find more opportunities, not less. We don't want to kind of, so Prime Minister Mulroney one time said to me, and this was a quote that he had from somebody else, so I can't remember who he attributed to, but the sentiment of the quote, which is not exact, but certainly the sentiment kind of stuck on me. And he said, like, as leaders, as premiers, as prime ministers, as presidents, as leaders, we have a responsibility to try to peek around the corner and look to the future just a little bit. while being mindful of the past, right? So we're always looking for that opportunity to peek around that corner and see what is possible. Now, politics, the art of the possible, right? So we're always looking for opportunities where we can do that. And the member prior talked about, you know, when I was pontificating about what might be possible in the future about positive, proactive interactions with the healthcare system, there may be a time where a diagnosis leads to the government proactively saying there is a clinical study there. But I just want to be very, very clear so that is, when that is put out there somewhere else in social media or something, I'm talking down the road, obviously patient consent, a number of things. But I'm saying we're trying to always peek around and see what's possible. And a lot of times what's possible is already there. It just exists in other jurisdictions. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we're a small province. We're a growing province. We're a mighty province. But we're still small. And we have to recognize and have the courage to realize that a lot of the challenges we're facing are faced elsewhere or have been faced elsewhere. And we don't need to always create the wheel. We just need to find the best wheel and bring it here, right? So we try to do that in healthcare. We try to do that on economic development on a number of fronts. And we'll continue to do that. That doesn't mean that we always get it perfect, but I think we have the humility to accept when we haven't got it perfect. So we've shown that in the past before. Members may remember the plan we had to tax non-residents a little more for the coffers. You may remember that. We heard some feedback on that, and we changed course on that. But the intention of the policy was from the heart, was good. When we do these things, it's always with the best interest, but we have to acknowledge if we've got it wrong, and we'll continue to do that. So in the case of the wine discussion, I will say that in speaking with other jurisdictions about their own wine industry, and I'm not limiting this discussion to Canada, I'm talking about other jurisdictions. When we talk about different things, do you guys do that? Do you do this? Oftentimes, with the sensitivities around trade, they say, yeah, we do that, but we don't talk about it on the floor of the legislature. We work with our farms. We work with our producers to find the best thing. So I think it has been I'm going to say, a dangerous discussion. Whether it will be detrimental to that remains to be seen. Australia will have their say shortly, for sure. But in terms of we are where we are, and we're willing to listen with an open mind as to what is possible, and we'll continue to do that. I know the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Agriculture have been constantly in discussions. And I think the Minister of Finance has been clear that it's June when Australia will, but between now and then we'll try to get it right, try to get as close to perfection as we can to what's possible in the trade law situation that we live with. So I just want to say that. We know the challenges that agricultural can face in our climate in certain areas. Other areas, are thriving pretty good. But certainly in farming and grape growing and stuff, it's not easy. It's not easy. The polar vortex and other issues have shown it's not easy, and we respect those who work hard there. I did have a chance on the weekend to go to a bull thickness sale, it was called, I think, the bull thickness sale. And this was a remarkable event. 57 bulls were auctioned off. Incredible crowd there, lots of energy from, Nova Scotia producers for sure, but also I was struck by the amount of people from Prince Edward Island, from New Brunswick, from other areas that had traveled here for this sale. And I was actually standing beside a gentleman as things got going. And I asked him where he was from. He had a little list. He'd gone through. He'd spent a couple days here. Now, he'd been at this farm for a couple days, looking at each bull, assessing each bull, and he had them all marked down. It's a whole catalog you could see of all the bulls. I didn't know there'd be a discussion about bull in this chamber today, but maybe I could have assumed. But he had cataloged all the bulls, and I asked him, where is he from? And he actually said, I'm from Saskatchewan. And I said, isn't that something? And here you are in rural Nova Scotia for a bull sale. Is there no sales at home today? And he said, as a matter of fact, on today, there are 15 sales, 15. Between Saskatchewan and Alberta in that general area. And I said, but yet you're here. And he said, yes, I'm here. And I've been here for the last few years for this sale. And it's a good sale, and the quality and the genetics are impressive, and good things are happening here in Nova Scotia. And so the first bull, when they brought the first bull out, the auctioneer was going pretty quick. And the gentleman beside me was in, I could see he was in, he had these signals, he said, should I keep going? And it was at 33 is what they said, 33. And I said, I'd go to 35. And he kind of laughed. He ended up getting the bull at 42.5. I thought they were talking $3,300. It was actually $42,000. It was at $33,000. So this bull, first bull was $42,000. The next bull was in the $30,000. So there is a lot that's happening good in agriculture in this province. That was quite a day. I was quite proud of it, and I'm certainly proud of our Nova Scotia wines and our grape production. I think the potential in this area is very significant. I do believe that the climate of the world is changing. Our climate's changing. There's no denying that for sure. And certainly Nova Scotians, a coastal province like Nova Scotia, we've been seeing that for a long time and dealing with it in many ways for a long time. And because Nova Scotians, most Nova Scotians are environmentalists at their core. Talk to the lobster fishermen on stock conservation. I know the fishermen in my area voluntarily reduced their trap numbers. They're allowed to fish a certain number of traps. They brought them down because they're conservationists, because they care about the environment, because they care about future generations. So the climate is changing, and one of the things that I've been told is that the climate, the way the climate is changing, could actually be, polar vortex and incidents and storms and stuff aside, but as a general concept, the way the climate is changing could be very good for our grape quality, that our grape quality can really increase, and very detrimental to other areas. I don't know if people were following what's happening in BC. Major concerns about their grapes this year, right? Same in California, in the north of California, they're worried about the long-term situation for their grape quality, and France as well. So I do think that there is a tremendous potential for grape growing here, and we want to be part of the solution to realize that potential. And so we'll have a meeting tonight to talk about what's possible in that, and just kind of hopefully have a frank discussion about that. What do they say? The most dangerous words in the English language. We're from the government and we're here to help. They say that's the most dangerous words in the English language. So we understand that those who are working every day and growing grapes and stuff, that they're the experts. We come up with policy here. It's the intention of the policy is to always support and grow, be positive, but where we are a little off track, then that's okay. We listen carefully. So we'll listen carefully, and and hopefully get to a spot where everyone, governments, and the growers and the wine producers and the liquor corporation team can all feel good and positive about it, because this is a good, positive industry, and we all want to feel good about it. So we'll continue to have those discussions, and I think it's, you know, it's on par with the in the potential to put our province in a positive light, part of the visitor experience. The quality of the wine is one thing; it's incredible, and second to none. But the visitor experience part is a major part of this discussion, and we have the opportunity as a province to promote, to sell incredible visitor experiences through our tourism, through our tourism initiatives, which is why, some people said to me, well, I don't understand why you support the film industry. And I always say, I'll tell you why, because it promotes our province in a positive light. We try to get behind things like that. So the film industry, and people will remember the situation a few years ago with the film industry and the issues that it caused. We don't want to be part of a situation like that. We can't have that in this province. But the film industry now, the reason we believe in it is because it promotes our province in such a positive way. And I saw that with the time and time again with the Curse of Oak Island. And there are so many believers in the Curse of Oak Island, and I don't know if the treasure's still there. I do believe it was there at some point, but I mean that's we'll have to maybe need a few more seasons to see that. But one thing that I've seen is that the show has 4 million viewers a week. 4 million viewers an episode, and you can buy a ticket to tour Oak Island. Of course, it's around the site, around the island stuff, but you can't interfere with the filming when they're filming, right? So there's, I think it's 5,000 tickets that they sell for people to tour Oak Island and really get there and see the money pit and kind of be part of it all. And they told me, and this really, really blew me away in a positive sense. They told me that when they flick the switch and say the tickets are for sale, which they do online, because as the world kind of goes forward to, with innovation and stuff, within minutes, something in the range of 120,000 people hit that website and try to buy one of those 5,000 tickets. And those are not people that are coming to Nova Scotia for an afternoon to see Oak Island. Those are people, they were predominantly from Germany, I think, certainly in Europe. Those are people that are coming to Nova Scotia for a week, 10 days, all anchored around this. So I think that's a good thing. And the Curse of Oak Island, I think it's season 10 at this stage. Season 10, and filmed mostly in that Martins River area, 100 days a year, 115 days a year, filming would take place, all in Nova Scotia. And it's not some fictional name of some island somewhere. It's actually Oak Island, Nova Scotia, to the extent that people want to go to Nova Scotia to see it. And they spend just on that in filming a year. They'll spend their local spend would be $11 or $12 million. But the reach, that's their spend in the local community, and you'd be familiar with that, Madam Chair. But the reach of 4 million people an episode watching, and a lot of these are families. A lot of people sit with their families of different generations and watch it and talk about the science aspect of it, the research aspect of it. So it's a good thing, and I had a cameo on the Curse of Oak Island, and I was on a trade mission in the UK, and I was waiting for a train And, you know, when you kind of see somebody looking at you, they kind of keep looking, and you're thinking, what are they looking at? And finally, this gentleman walked over and said, "Did I see you on the Curse of Oak Island?" So I know that it's promoting Nova Scotia in such a positive way. And the wine industry also promotes the province in such a positive way. So we'll work through the trade issues for sure. The polar vortex threw a curve to the industry for sure, but we're trying to work through with Perennia as a partner on that and deliver really multi-year programs that will help the wine and other fruit growers who were impacted, because it's not just wine, other fruits as well.
Order. Order. I asked if the member has a point of order. I recognize the honourable leader for the NDP.
Not a point of order, just a question. I asked a yes or no question. I took 2 minutes. I'm wondering if the Premier is required in any way to answer that question, or at least to address the topic I raised.
So where there is no point of order, I thank you for sitting down. I recognize the Premier, Honourable Premier.
I just gave you a point of order, Madam Chair.
You started the statement off with you don't have a point of order. The Honourable Premier has the floor, so I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think what the point that that's being made, and I want to assure the member that I'm happy to probably be here all week answering questions. There'll be plenty of time to answer questions. No, I want to assure the member that we'll be here to answer questions, Madam Chair. I'm totally good with that. We did 4 hours on Friday before. We'll do our 4 hours a day, and we'll just keep going all week. So there'll be plenty of time to ask questions. But I think this is such an important question that I want to give a fulsome response to it, because it speaks to the economic development opportunities of our province, and certainly we would see the wine industry as an economic driver of rural economies, and there are other economic drivers as well that are kind of in that same vein. So we need to be conscious of that. Just speaking about the film industry and the economic activity that it has driven in the province, which is similar in many ways to visiting the Valley. Like, it's incredible. It's incredible that from downtown Halifax, where there's so much happening in such a vibrant urban center right now, in a couple-hour drive, you could be down in the Valley in this beautiful part, or a couple hours another way, be on the coastline. Incredible picturesque fishing villages, coastline. Like, we have such a value proposition. That's not even talking about going a couple hours another way and being on literally one of the world's best golf courses. So we have this. So I see it's all tied together. So, but as we promote these value proposition that we have as a province, we need to do it in a trade compliant fashion. And these are discussions that take place between government, take place between industry stakeholders, industry producers, especially around agriculture. Like, so much potential there, but we need to be conscious of working together in a collaborative fashion. And where it gets a little bit off track and the collaboration seems to be broken, then we try to get that back together, because we all truly want the same thing. So in terms of the question about the meeting tonight, we try to get everyone in the same room and try to get everyone back on the same page, the blue nose or spirit of what's possible. The blue nose or spirit we will often talk about in here. It's the same thing we did with the film industry. The circumstances were a little different, but as I was in opposition at that time when there was dramatic changes proposed to the film industry, which did have a detrimental impact. But as an opposition member, prided myself on really trying to understand the issue And with that understanding, develop policy to move forward. And now the industry is building back. I talked about the Curse of Oak Island. Of course, the Sullivan's Crossing is, I think Sullivan's Crossing is the highest rated show in its network. It's a well-loved show, and of course produced here in Nova Scotia, and you know, looking to move that production forward from season 2, produced here, filmed mostly in Beaverbank and Dartmouth, I think. So lots happening in that sector. And all part of the broader discussion of how do we best promote the province. So when it comes to the wine sector, we'll work with them to find a trade compliant way to make sure that we're realizing on that incredible potential that exists. So we're big fans of the sector. We will continue to roll out programs that are trade compliant. Earlier this year, we rolled out the first year of what will be an annual wine and grape industry development program. That would the goal of the wine and grape industry development program would be to support the sustainability of the wine industry itself. So we already have a program that we're rolling out. So we want to work with the producers. And this year, I think the focus, it's an annual program. This year, the focus would be on providing grape growers and wineries with support to further prepare for climate change, and prepare for the event of reduced and try to prepare for reduced production costs. We know that production costs are can be very significant. So we'll continue to that, and this, I guess, one of the final points I'd like to make on this topic. I have a few more that I would like to make, but I do think it's important that we recognize that this coming spring, we're hopeful. And the minister can add more. Minister of Agriculture can add more clarity. But this coming spring, we'll be consulting on the establishment of the Nova Scotia Wine Authority and an implementation of quality standards. This is really, really important. This is something that industry has been asking about for a long time. So we've started those discussions with them, and we'll get to, you know, the wine authority. Is an important thing, because they need to look at the percentage of local grapes that are required to call yourself a Nova Scotia wine. Right now, there's a certain percentage, and speaking with folks in the industry, I thought, you know, maybe that's something that should be reviewed. Should it go higher? Should it go lower? Should it go? That would be something. That'd be a question for the Wine Authority. But I initially thought, well, if you want to call yourself a Nova Scotia wine, it should be higher. But they said, well, what happens in years where we have a polar vortex, or we still have to make our product, so we have to, you know. So, but anyways, so I raise that in the context of you need to really listen to those that are in the industry to kind of do that. So we'll do some of that listening tonight for sure. And we'll continue to do that listening as we go forward in the days and weeks ahead, with the goal of economic development for sure, trade compliance for sure, but making sure that this wonderful industry that we have in this province reaches its full potential. So I hope that answers the member's question.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Sure.
That does not in any way answer my question. I had one question. The commercial bottlers program, has it been rolled out? Have checks been issued? When and to whom?
I recognize the Honourable Leader.
Yeah, thank you for the member for that. So there are, and I want to be careful on the trade issues here, right? I don't want to be somebody who kind of runs afoul. I'll leave that to others, but there are a couple of programs, as I had stated, So the farm wine program is a program. The commercial wine program, that's a separate program. Both of these programs have been in existence for quite some time. But both of these programs, as a result of the trade ruling, needed to take a look at and see how do we maintain trade compliance. So through that process, the discussions of, well, how do we, what can we do with these programs? What's the way that we can support the industry? Look for economic development opportunities within the industry, to add more different opportunities, more and different within the industry, to grow the industry, and had discussions with industry stakeholders. I think there's been a number of meetings where they've kind of rolled out, this is what these plans will look like, and when they would start. Yes, both of those new plans have started. They did start, I would say, as we work towards the June deadline, where Australia is going to weigh in on whether or not they're content that Nova Scotia is meeting its trade obligations. In June, they'll have that say. So I think so there's an element of the trade stuff. There is an element of commercial sensitivity as well. So we have the international trade sensitivities. We have the commercial sensitivities. So I would say that the investment the province has made over the last few years, I've used the figure $30+ million. That would have gone to a number of vineyards for different polar vortex, whatever, would be different things there. So we haven't, we've tried to be respectful with them on the commercial sensitivity of those programs. So people, they're all competitors. They're unified on some things, but they're competitors on others. So I think there's a commercial sensitivity there that I want to be respectful of as the Premier of the province. There are international trade obligations that I certainly want to be respectful of as the Premier of the province. But the programs did start. That was kind of a well-known thing. One of the programs, the commercial wine program, has got a lot of discussion. There is another program for sure for the farm wines that has not received the same degree of discussion if we would, but I would say that the new programs, the new trade compliant programs, did take effect. We had a certain amount of time till June, but this had been going for a while, and we wanted to get things out there. So it did take effect, and we'll continue to work with industry stakeholders and trade lawyers and legal advice that the province gets to make sure that we don't want to run afoul and have another trade challenge, which who knows what will happen. But certainly I would say that the public discussion has increased the possibilities of that, I would say. But we'll deal with that as it comes. But as a general discussion of the importance of trade, I mentioned I mentioned different segments of our, and we have trade obligations, but we can't lose sight of the fact that Nova Scotia, we truly have a global reach. We have goods and services sold that are created here, produced here, sold in every region of the world. And plus we have international students and tourists that I talked about, and new immigrants that are coming here and moving here from all over the world, contributing to the rich and colorful quilt that is Nova Scotia. These are all, these are all big picture items, and they're not things that we want to put off balance. And we need to think very carefully as a government. I want to be very respectful of those relationships. But it may surprise some people to know that just in 2022, Nova Scotia exported products to 158 international markets. Like it's a big world. It's a big world. And Nova Scotia products are finding their way out there. And leaders in Atlantic Canada in geographical reach for sure. But I will say that even being in Boston last week at the seafood show, and there are other bigger seafood shows. It was initially on my calendar to attend the one in Seoul, which is pretty big. There's a big one in Spain as well, but the Boston one is a significant one, but it's not the biggest. I was actually talking to some people down there and wondering if we should be trying to get a Nova Scotia International Seafood Show. Like, could we do that here, right? So, but in the convention center in Boston, you kind of enter at street level and it goes down, massive high ceilings. But when you stand at the top of this escalator and look out over the convention floor, and you see the banners from Norway seafood, right? You know, Spanish seafood, Canadian seafood, right? And then inside Canada, it's Nova Scotia. But it really reminds you how competitive the world is, which, you know, can be a little unnerving, you know. But we can compete on seafood. We have the best seafood, right? We can compete on what we can compete. I believe in our ability to compete, and it's already happening. We're already competing in 158 international markets. We're already exporting $6.6 billion to these international markets. That was the 2022 number, $6.6 billion of exports from Nova Scotia internationally. That, by the way, was a record year, 2022. That was the highest level on record. So the value of the goods that are exported, you know, we had increased. The 6.6 billion was a record. It was actually an increase of almost 7% over the 2021 year. And some markets, when you look at all the products across, you know, that are in that market, had incredible growth. Absolutely incredible. The 7% overall compared to 2021. But the U.S. was 9%. That's a pretty good growth for our major trading partner. Imagine growing it by 9% in 1 year, right? So that's a concerted effort to get the name Nova Scotia out there, to get, you know, promote us in a positive way. France was 18%. The UK 29%, Vietnam 157%, right? So this is a way of saying that it's a big competitive world. We can compete. We need to identify our opportunities, and we need to go to seize them. So I was meant to be, the members would know. Thank you. I was meant to be in Hamburg, Germany today, supporting local proponents who are over there. I've heard quite a few of them are pretty excited about what they see as a demand for their you know, green hydrogen offtake agreements. And I was meant to be there with Minister Wilkinson, but I couldn't. I had to tell him on the weekend I wouldn't be able to make it. He was quite disappointed about that for sure, and I certainly understood that, and I was disappointed that I couldn't be there to support those Nova Scotia proponents, because it does mean something when the Premier of the province is there supporting. So we were supposed to be there for that. I did see one of the members opposite thought that this was some kind of a charade or something. Premier doesn't have to go. Premier can send somebody else. So I think that we have very capable people working in the civil service, but there are times where the presence of the Premier sends a message about the belief in the province, the belief in the ability to compete. And somebody who says otherwise just doesn't get it. I will say that a number of the seafood producers that were in Boston at this show, they also told me, like, thank you for being here, because it sends a message when the Premier is here, right? So Premier shows up, Minister shows up, representative from Nova Scotia, it actually means something. So we have incredible trade opportunities before us across a number of areas. And energy is one of them. Seafood is another. Tires are one. but wine is as well. So we need to make sure that we do it in a way that is compliant with international trade law, that doesn't antagonize unnecessarily other jurisdictions. And I believe there are certain things. There's lots of time to disagree in the world of politics. There's lots of time to disagree, but I believe there are certain things that should unify us as community leaders, as elected leaders, as Nova Scotians, and we should really get together on those and kind of say, well, this is something that we support each other on because we support our province and we believe in our province. And there are other things that people will look for a political advantage or some type of opportunity, I guess, for self-interest. But there are times where we have to put the province forward, right? So the discussion about the programs, I think what we'll do is we'll have those discussions with the industry stakeholders, continue those discussions with them, and then try to come up with programs that we can be proud of, that promote our industry and support our industry in ways that are trade compliant, and that hopefully that Australia agrees that we've done our part, and hopefully nobody else says, well, here's a couple quotes from some politician in Nova Scotia that maybe we want to make another challenge. I think that's a disservice. So we'll have those discussions internally, and I do want to say that this is. We talked a little bit last week about just about responsibilities of governing, and we never really want to do anything that somebody says, well, I didn't see that one coming. That's out of left field. So that's back to the values discussion that we have, and I think even though we don't always get it right, I think people would always, if they looked at it, they would say, well, I get that. I know what they're trying to do because it's consistent with their values, right? So in this file here, and there'll be much discussion that comes, but I will say that, the core values that I hold, that the PC party holds, that the government holds, around, personal responsibility, around accountability, but around entrepreneurship, right? So we're always looking to support entrepreneurs. We're always looking for ways that those that are working to create jobs, to employ people, to produce products that they can get and maybe export and be one of those 158 international markets that are looking to grow, that we're trying to say, well, what's possible? What's the idea? We have obviously Invest Nova Scotia, we have Build Nova Scotia, lots of economic development folks, and but if we think about those opportunities, and there are numerous, but some of them we've done very well at. Some of them we've done very well at with the $6.6 billion of exports. We've done very well in a number of areas. If you think about the impact of the manufacturing sector, including rubber products, of course, people would be familiar with Michelin. But in manufacturing, rubber products, seafood processing, electronics, textiles, forest products, aerospace, significant intellectual capital in the province around aerospace as well. But these are export-intensive industries, and there's room to grow those. There's room to grow those. So when somebody comes forward through Invest Nova Scotia, or through Build Nova Scotia, or through a chamber of commerce or something, and says we want to build these, we want to build on these export opportunities, we listen to that, and the reason we listen to that is because it creates jobs. It creates jobs and helps our communities grow, and the record exports in 2022 of $6 billion, and I mentioned that was up by 7% the year before, but that's the highest, and we'll continue to build on that. But if you go back 5 years, and we wouldn't be at record exports, but we had strong exports. But in 2018 alone, the exporting industries of Nova Scotia employed more than 35,000 people. and supported more than 48,000 workers in the province. So these are significant opportunities for Nova Scotians. So we don't want to, we want Nova Scotians to have more opportunities, not less. So we wouldn't try to do a policy that would kind of roll that back. We want to grow. We want to move forward. and the reason that is, I can go down the breakthrough of the different industries, where those jobs are coming from. But the bottom line is, we want Nova Scotians, no matter where they live in the province, to see opportunities for themselves to make a life here. So we want them to see those opportunities. And it's happening. It's absolutely happening. There are challenges that we face. But many of the challenges we face are the challenges of growth. And we've seen the challenges of decline. You don't have to go back too far when we've seen schools closing, businesses closing. We've seen those, right? But right now we have the challenges of growth because we're growing. So as government, we want to nudge that along. We don't want to roll it back. I know there may be some that do, but we don't. We want to move and go forward and create opportunities. And as we go forward, and this is so important for people to see opportunities for themselves in the province, particularly young people, not exclusively, for sure. We want opportunities for everyone. But we really want young people to see an opportunity for themselves. That's why we have policy like the MOST program. And we've had a discussion about, I know the members opposite had some negative thoughts on the MOST program. We're very vocal in their negative thoughts on that. But it's a program that helps young people and encourages them to stay in this province. And it's working. And it will catch momentum, and it will continue to go. But as we see the growth, Nova Scotia had the, I believe it's accurate to say, the largest decrease in average age in almost 100 years. The average age of a person living in Nova Scotia went in the past year from 44.9 years old to 44.2. And I've heard people go, oh, that's not much, right? But 0.7 of a year on 1 million people means a lot of younger people stayed here, moved here. So those are the opportunities that we want them to see. We want them to see them. We want them to grab those opportunities. And some of those younger people, some of those Nova Scotians are creating their own job. They're starting their own company. And that's the entrepreneurial spirit we want to support as well. So yes, the programs, the most recent iteration of the programs has started. Yes, we will continue to work with stakeholders to make sure that we have it trade compliant. Yes, we will continue to look for opportunities to grow the economy of this province, new industries, add other opportunities in other new industries as well. This last week, I had a chance to meet with two companies, international companies, that both have a footprint in Nova Scotia. One has a footprint somewhere in the range of 100 people, and they want to grow that. They want to grow their presence here. The other has a footprint of over 1,000. They had 0 a couple years ago, but working with them through different initiatives, they have over 1,000 right now, and they want to double that. The company that has over 1,000 told me that across their international operations, they do staff satisfaction surveys. And you may not get it from some of the discussion that happens in this chamber or in this building or some of the things you read in the media, but people working here and living here, these survey results that this international company had, they told me Nova Scotia ranks the highest. Of all satisfaction across their international, Nova Scotia ranks the highest. We live in a pretty good province. with a sense of community that people kind of gravitate towards. I asked the other company, what's been your experience? You have, you're growing in Nova Scotia. What are you hearing? And they said that they've been pretty blown away. I don't know that they had the formal survey structure, they had their own structure, but just they were blown away by the feedback they're getting from people that move here to this province of the sense of community. Like, and they said, like, they're talking about on their internal networks about, well, gee, this weekend a bunch of us from work, we went and did this. Community activity, collecting garbage, I think was one of them, just community, just co-workers being part of a community, because that's what this province is all about. When we have tough times, we get together. That's the Blue Noser spirit, and it was pretty encouraging for me to hear from these international companies that their people that are moving here are feeling it right away and experiencing it right away. So that's a good thing. But the point is that as we look for ways to grow and support each other, support our industries, it's not always a smooth road. Sometimes there's a few bumps on that road, but we have to have the courage to work together to get over those bumps and to a better place. So that's the path we're on with the wine industry, with a kind of a June deadline, I would say, to get to a place where we can breathe a sigh of relief that we've done it in a trade compliant manner. We'll continue to go along that road. So I hope that answers the member's question.
It doesn't. Sorry, go ahead. Well, before I recognize the official opposition the official leader for the NDP, I ask that the side conversations be kept down low. It's very distracting. I recognize the honorable leader for the NDP party.
Thank you. My specific question was, has the program been started? The Premier has said yes, thank you. Among 5,000 other words. And my second question was how much? And there was some allusion to being sensitive to commercial issues. We know that there are 2 companies who fit the current definition of that program. We know that the Premier met with those companies in advance of rolling out the program. And so unless he's worried about playing favorites with these 2 commercial bottlers, it should be a simple enough question to answer. The Premier, a little while ago, appealed in his answer to the people of Nova Scotia who are watching. I know that there are a lot of farm wineries watching, and the question that they are asking is, how much have the checks been worth that are going to the commercial bottlers? And the next question that they're asking, which maybe we'll come back to if I can ever get a word in edgewise, is why isn't the program for the farm wineries going through the Department of Agriculture like it does everywhere else? So if the Premier wants to take the last 30 seconds and tell me if the commercial bottlers have been issued checks, the 2, I'd appreciate that.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
No, I won't break it out in this format on the floor of the legislature. Of course, to do that, I'd have to break it out for the farm wineries and the bottlers. There's different programs there. I think it would be more appropriate to kind of have those discussions directly with the group. We'll have a meeting tonight, but. I do think that as much as the members seem to think that this trade thing is not a legit thing, I want to assure them we got here because somebody challenged it and that there was a finding that we had to change, so we're changing.
Cool. Order. The time for the NDP is now lapsed. I recognize the honourable leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do want to pick up this conversation because certainly there's been no evidence presented when it comes to the Premier's decision to provide equivalent subsidies to wine bottlers to the same folks in the same degree that are doing the grape growing and farm wine. There's been no evidence tabled that this is a trade issue, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the seat. In fact, in reading the World Trade Organization decision, there's nothing in that that's prescriptive. There's nothing in that states any of these jurisdictions implicated in this trade dispute have to subsidize the importation of, or the companies that import cheap juice that's manufactured or grown in other jurisdictions across the world. Nothing in that has been prescribed in this trade organization decision. There's been no evidence tabled by the Premier or the Minister of Finance indicating that this is in fact a trade issue. The bottlers were not even implicated in the trade decision. And again, in every other jurisdiction in Canada that was implicated, Ontario, BC, and the federal government, in none of those situations did those jurisdictions decide to provide subsidy to companies that weren't growing grapes and producing their own wine in their provinces. And the reason for that is pretty obvious, because there's already a marketing benefit that those companies have, because it's cheaper to import juice that's produced elsewhere, that's farmed elsewhere and manufactured elsewhere in bladders into our province, put it in a bottle, slap a Nova Scotia wine label on it and send it out the door. You can go into the liquor store and you see the price discrepancies there already, where the two companies that bottle here, as opposed to growing and farming the grapes, are selling their product for cheaper. They do it because it's cheaper to do that, to bottle, than it is to farm and grow grapes. So the concern from the farm wine industry is pretty obvious. Why subsidize our competitors who aren't producing local product, who do not have dollars invested in the soil, who certainly don't create the same amount of jobs, who certainly don't have the same impact on the tourism economy that the farm wineries have? Why would one subsidize those two companies who already have a competitive advantage with price? It's been reported, again, first from the industry itself, that this was done because of personal relationships that the Premier had, personal friendship with someone who fundraises money for the PCs, who allegedly has fundraised quite a bit of money for the PCs and who's going to potentially get millions out of this, maybe has gotten it already. When the Premier was asked about that relationship, he was very evasive. I love all Nova Scotians. I know that's not true, because I don't think the Premier has much love for me or members of the opposition. When pressed on it, the Premier's response was, well, are we friends? A question asked to the reporter. There was no direct answer to that question. When asked if this individual fundraised for the party, Premier said, possibly. That's a matter of public record. That is not a matter of public record. The Premier would have to disclose that. But he did not deny it. So the real concern here is that there is favoritism being played at the economic, or to the economic detriment of our farm wine sector. Again, because they will not be able to compete, particularly with an inflationary period we're experiencing right now, the cost of everything going up. Those price points really do matter. And again, the fact that this government decided to move the support for the farm wines into the finance department, that actually creates more trade risks. That created trade risks to this. If subsidies or support were provided through the agriculture department, as is the case in other jurisdictions, that actually creates some protection from trade challenges. So I think it does need to be stated for the record that to this point in time, the Premier has not been able to articulate why this is a trade issue. It's certainly not articulated in the World Trade Organization decision. And he's not answered the questions about why this is happening. Again, the story's changed. It's a trade issue. Actually, it's about economic development. Actually, it's about both. You know, the story hasn't been consistent here. We have not had answers, neither from the Finance Department or the Premier, on whether directives were given and where those directives came from, whether they came from the Premier's office, whether it came from the Trade Department, whether it came from the NSLC. I certainly have my own suspicions about that. But this is a consequential decision that could potentially have devastating impacts on an industry that we're very proud of here in Nova Scotia, that the Premier himself has said he's very proud of. And again, the numbers aren't adding up. This is not a good investment in the economy, because bottling imported juice does not have the same economic impact. When a few people or half a dozen people can run a whole bottling factory and bottle thousands of bottles, you compare the job impact to a farm winery and vineyard that actually has to have people farming and planting and seeding and watering. They have to have scientists that know how to do these sorts of things. It does not make any sense from an economic perspective. So we know, I think, you know, the evidence suggests this is not a trade issue. I think it's being used as cover. I think that's very obvious to anybody with any know-how on this, and the Premier can, you know, question my trade credentials all he wants. I'm not the only person saying this. And certainly there's been no economic analysis presented that this is indeed beneficial to the economy overall. Because again, we could become a bottling capital of the world and bottle wine produced in other parts of South America and Canada and Europe all we want. That will still not replace the real economic impact of having grapes produced here, grown here, wine manufactured here, and the $250 million that industry is now worth, and the 1,100 jobs that have been created by that sector. So again, no trade information presented to date. Maybe the Premier will change that for us. All the evidence suggests that this is not related to a trade issue, and it's been this whole program has been moving into finance to create the illusion that it's a trade issue. Maybe even increase the risk of trade challenges. And no economic analysis presented. In fact, all the evidence available to the public right now suggests this could be really devastating to our rural economy, our farm-based wines, and our tourism sector. And we're hearing that from people. And without the Premier being able to answer, or with the Premier evading certain questions around why this was done and if it was based on personal connections or support for individuals that supported him, again, the Premier's been evasive on that. And I do think this is a problem, and I am concerned that this is a tendency of the Premier when it comes to decision making, where the outcomes are not properly evaluated, where there's big decisions being made, large sums of money being spent, not linked to achieving outcomes for people in this province. In fact, maybe even having the opposite impact. I think we're seeing that with the wine sector. We're also seeing it with healthcare spending, where we have spent, this government has spent billions more in healthcare. And what's happened? The situation has gotten obviously worse in the areas that really matter. Having a family doctor. Again, twice as many people now without a family doctor, more than twice as many people than when the Premier assumed his position after the last general election. Wait times, again, as I mentioned, increasing. We're not seeing, to my knowledge, the vacancies have been shuffled around, but we still have incredible vacancies and procedures being canceled because of this. And we've got literally an absolute disaster in almost every single emergency department in this province. And those are not indications of a system that's moving forward. In fact, the stats show we are moving backward in real key ways. And I think again, we see the decision making with the wine sector. I think we still see the same decision making with healthcare, where there's not much thought or foresight being put into what these large sums of money is going to do. And there's tons of untendered contracts going out. We see this with, you know, the app to fix all healthcare woes that the government certainly is very vocal about promoting, has spent taxpayers' money promoting, with images of the Premier being sent to every single doorstep in the province. And again, this is something that's worth looking into. Again, I have a lot of questions here. I do want to get all my questions out. And I know that I will need to get them all out in probably one fell swoop here if I am going to have a chance to ask them all. But another example here would be looking at the close to $50 million contract to Think Research Corporation. I believe this is linked to the Your Health NS app. I mean, $50 million associated with the development of an app potentially. We've heard the executives of this company are staying at the Mirror Hotel, which again is owned by another official friend and ally of the Premier, and billing these expenses to the taxpayer. This is one of the most, I think this is the most expensive hotel to stay at in the city. We've heard that. I'd like the Premier to address that, and if those expenses are included in the $50 million. Again, we also saw the Premiers staying there too. Again, was this tendered? I have a hard time believing that the best bang for your buck was in that hotel. It's a very expensive hotel. Again, owned and built by a fundraiser and someone very closely linked to the Premier. So this app, large sums of money, tens of millions precisely, close to 50, in untendered contracts to this one company. Questions to the Premier: did the department consider doing this work in-house or hiring another app developer to do the work? Why didn't any of this work go to tender? Because again, I'm hearing from app developers that say it's absolutely ludicrous, even with the $10 million that was announced to the public, money for the development of this app, that's not even, doesn't even make any sense. Because again, what this app primarily does is link people to websites that were already developed. So you can go on your phone and you get to go to all the other annoying, outdated government websites that have been in place for 10 to 20 years. So are we getting value for dollars here? I think the evidence is mounting up that the answer to that question on a whole bunch of fronts is no. And this has been very, in a very, I think, understandable way articulated by the Auditor General. And again, I know that the Premier certainly has brought up the Auditor General report directed at the Liberal Party, and I've got no problem talking about that. I know that the Premier certainly take every opportunity to, and I actually think it is important to talk about it because we certainly don't want what happened to the Liberal Party to happen to any other party or to happen to any other organization for that matter. But it also, the fact that the Premier is so focused on this, I think, shows where his focus is, and that it might be on the wrong thing. So again, Madam Chair, and the Premier brought this up in the last round of estimates, we had a very scathing report from the Auditor General, without question. I certainly wasn't happy with it. It was troubling. It is linked to a large sum of money that was misappropriated by a former staff person from the association to the individual. So it was money that was misappropriated by a staff person from the association in the amount of over $100,000, pretty substantial. That was discovered. There was an investigation that ensued that involved an outside independent auditor who was brought in along with legal counsel. And the situation was resolved with the individual. The investigation was concluded, and that sum of money was given back to the Liberal Association. Where the discrepancy is with the Auditor General is when that was reported. So the report happened publicly on this issue in 2021 at the time that the investigation was concluded. Again, this is in response to the Premier's previous comments on this. So it was reported when the investigation was concluded. That's where the Auditor General has a discrepancy with the decision that was made by past party leadership, not political leadership of the party, but corporate leadership, president and board level. The Auditor General's advice was to go refer to the RCMP, for the association to refer to the RCMP. We did. I did it the day after. I did it the day after I met with the Auditor General. I said, fine, if there's a discrepancy there, we'll deal with it. And we have reached out to the RCMP to look at this and provide us feedback if the timing on the reporting of those misappropriated funds is in breach of any criminal code. Again, the reporting was in line with the advice of the independent auditor, Deloitte, the normal auditor of the party, Shoup, and in line with legal counsel as well. But if the Auditor General disagrees with that, that's fine. So this has been something that the Premier has been absolutely obsessed with. And just to demonstrate the scale of the Auditor General's concerns with the government, I think, is really important. Because I think, sure, I appreciate the political opportunity that report presents to the Premier. And you know, he can have at it and talk about all he wants. And again, I have no issues talking about it. But I want to talk about the most recent Auditor General reports around government spending. Again, the Premier is obsessed with an Auditor General report about the party that's impacted around $100,000 worth of funds, again, that were recouped and repaid. The Auditor General's report on Hogan Court, again, this is something that I believe is going to cost over $80 million at this point. Again, $100,000 to $80 million. And the AG report on Hogan Court was pretty concerning. A very unusual purchase. There was these are just the highlights, an inadequate review. Government spent $34.5 million without adequate due diligence to obtain value for money. There was no public tender. And again, this is quoting from the Auditor General's report on Hogan Court. No public tender. Construction work on the project was solely sourced instead of being publicly tendered, which I believe is against the rules on public tenders in Nova Scotia. There were no cost estimates. $15 million conversion budget approved without detailed retrofit cost estimates. The capacity was actually reduced for this building. Design limitations resulted in a reduction of number of beds from 80 to 68. The government bypassed protocols, untendered $81 million contracts that didn't comply with current procurement protocols. Is that not concerning to the Premier? Is this not more concerning than a misappropriation of funds of $100,000? $81 million in untendered contracts on a very questionable purchase that did not follow protocols, that was sole sourced, where due diligence didn't happen to find value and assure value for money, where they couldn't even build the amount of beds in that facility that they thought they could because none of this due diligence happened. And yet, when it comes to the recommendations of the Auditor General, none of them were followed by the government. So again, on one hand, when it's politically useful to the Premier to attack the opposition, cares a lot about the Auditor General's words and reports. When it comes to taking the constructive feedback from the Auditor General on his government's own willingness to bypass proper protocol and procedures and spend At this point, $81 million. It's probably going to be more on a building that wasn't even suitable according to the public officials that evaluated it, according to a document that was leaked. He won't move forward at all on these Auditor General reports, which were simply, we recommend the Department of Public Works as subject matter experts in consultation with the Department of Finance and Treasury Board develop a government-wide direction policy for approving the acquisition of land and buildings. I'm not aware of that happening. We recommend the Department of Public Works and Build Nova Scotia sign contracts with private sector partners prior to work commencing. Those are pretty straightforward recommendations. And again, related to the budget, $81 million to date. Again, not something that the Premier seems very interested in. We've become certainly increasingly concerned with the amount of money that is spent over the budget in Nova Scotia as well. Additional appropriations would be the official term, but for folks that aren't aware of that language, what this is, what additional appropriations are, is spending outside of the budget that's approved in this chamber by the House of the duly elected House of Assembly. The vast majority of money that's been spent out of any government in additional appropriations and over budget spending, I believe close to half, has been in the last 2 years. Billions of dollars. It, first of all, makes a legislator question, what are we even doing in here? What's the point of passing a provincial budget when it doesn't really matter, because Cabinet will spend whatever they want to outside of it without any limitations. And again, this did happen previously. It did happen in our previous government during COVID, during a global pandemic. There are times when it does seem appropriate to do this during moments of crisis, but this government has spent hundreds of millions of dollars not on responses to the crises that we faced. Some of the money has gone toward that, but hundreds of millions of dollars spent in areas that are more aligned with, I think, capturing headlines and moving forward with what the government says their agenda is. And again, the Auditor General looked at this. Specifically, she didn't look at all the expenses outside of the budget. She looked at $432.7 million worth of over budget spending. I think there's been close to $2 billion at this point in over budget spending, again, in 2 years. $2.6 billion in 2 years of over budget spending. The report highlights value for money of over budget spending. So the Auditor General is specifically looking at the value for money on this government's, in particular, over budget spending. Her findings: no accountability. Over budget spending process are not accountable or transparent through the legislature. Over budget spending is also on the rise. In the 2 years that this government was in power, the PCs, $2.6 billion in over budget spending happened. $2.6 billion.
Order. I recognize.
I don't want to interrupt the members' incredible, fascinating flow there, but it would be okay if I just took a quick bathroom break.
Yeah. Yes. We will take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
order. I recognize the honourable leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the findings of the Auditor General's report on this government's incredible amount of over-budget spending are very concerning. So again, just to recap, no accountability. Over-budget spending process is not accountable or transparent through the legislature. It's on the rise, $2.6 billion in over-budget spending in just 2 years. No need to spend. And this is where, which brings me back to my original point, I think I'm most concerned about. The government is spending hundreds of millions of dollars, literally, potentially billions, in areas where there's no indication that there's a need for spending or that there's going to be positive outcomes for people or the province. And I quote the Auditor General's report, in 100% of transactions tested, the province prematurely spent $432.7 million. That would fund, by the way, the HST cut that we've been proposing. The $432.7 million plus Hogan Court would fund the HST cut. And the Premier says he doesn't have enough money to do that. There was no cost estimates. Government spent $280 million of the $432.7, again, that the Auditor General looked at, without cost estimates in the past 2 years. And government refuses to implement the AG's recommendations to address the spending. And again, the key recommendations on this report were for the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board to amend the Finance Act to align with additional appropriations process with legislative practices elsewhere in Canada and provide accountability and transparency over the spending of all public funds. The member for Bedford South pointed this out very eloquently in his arguments presented in Supply today of the fact that the government would still be able to pass this. We got called back for an emergency session of the legislature for the Premier to freeze MLA salaries, which wouldn't have cost that much to the taxpayers. But the Premier is not willing to bring over budget spending that's in the amount of $2.6 billion to the House to debate. Again, what's going on here? The proportionality of the Premier's responses is highly questionable and does, beg one like myself to argue that the actions, the spending are more performative than outcome-oriented. It's more about perception than achieving things. The Auditor General also recommended that the Department of Finance and Treasury Board, in consultation with the Executive Council Office, strengthen the approval process where government priorities are being advanced and require additional appropriations. These are pretty straightforward, fairly benign recommendations that the government has refused to pursue. The recommendation on the one Auditor General report that the Premier cares about, the one involving Liberal Party, the one recommendation that involved us was to go to the RCMP. That's a pretty consequential recommendation, and we did it. Reached out to them the day after. It took me a day to do that. Yet when it comes to the accountability and protection of public funds, ensuring that there's value for money that's being spent, the Premier will not act on the recommendations of the Auditor General. And as the Auditor General explained, Nova Scotia is an outlier when it comes to over-budget spending. It's like a blank check, she said. All funds were approved through an expedited process, and many of them lacked key supporting elements one would expect to see given the large amounts involved. That's concerning. The Auditor General said it very clearly, I think, in some of her public comments. Other jurisdictions in Canada require budget overspends to return to the floor of the House for debate and approval, but not here in Nova Scotia. It's at an all-time high. The Auditor General said the practice of government overspending hit an all-time high in 2022-2023, where more than 10% of the entire $14 billion budget was spent outside of the approved budget. She goes on to say that she finds it terribly disappointing for the Nova Scotia taxpayer. In my view, they should expect the same level of accountability and transparency when it comes to budget overspending as happens in every other province in the country, as well as at the federal level. Why have the budget and the original budget process and the appropriations process when you can overspend to that extent? And again, past governments did it, not to the same extent at all. Again, I think half of the money has been spent in the last 2 years. That's over budget spending. And again, those happen in moments of very acute crisis, the pandemic namely. And certainly that hasn't happened in hundreds of millions of dollars expenses that the government's put forward. It has not been driven by crises or a need to do this. And I think the reason why this is important is because it's having serious consequences to the financial situation of Nova Scotia. And again, if there were clear objectives that were being achieved for people, and if life was getting better, if life was getting more affordable, if healthcare was getting fixed, if wait times weren't going up, if the economic indicators weren't weakening, probably a different story. If there's a clear demonstration that there's value for money, I do think it's a different conversation for the House and for the public. But the fact that the Auditor General is highlighting that there is not value for money in these large spends, that is where I think we have to be concerned, because this province, this Premier, is driving our debt up pretty substantially. Which means, Madam Speaker, that we're going to be spending more on interest payments. I believe we're spending more on our interest payments to service our debt than we are on all but a few government departments. So that means Nova Scotians are paying more in interest than they are in the Public Works Department, the department responsible for building all of our infrastructure, for our roads, fixing our potholes. We're spending more on our interest payments. And again, this is something that I can speak with some credibility on, because I was part of a government that actually took our fiscal responsibility seriously. We came into a deficit position, had to make very difficult decisions to protect the public purse and protect future generations from debt. At the same time, where investment, if you look at every single budget, and that's all for public record, all of it's on the public record. There was increased spending in health care in every single budget. Again, less spending, but outcomes were better. So you can decide what you want from that. But I'd advise the minister not to throw stones when she lives in a glass house on this. Because it's one thing to talk about how much money is being spent. It's quite something different to talk about what outcomes are being improved as a result of that. And as I mentioned earlier, the outcomes just aren't there. And the Auditor General is pointing that out. So the House doesn't even just have to take my word for it. The Auditor General of this province, which again, on certain circumstances, the Premier seems to care very much about what the Auditor General says. The Auditor General is saying there is not value for money. And there's untendered contracts going out that are questionable. And the stats are evidence to what the Auditor General is saying. Argue about the stats all you want. And the problem is overall is that the Premier and this government are spending a lot of money, spending billions outside of their own budget, adding to the debt and the interest payments of this province, and not achieving the results that they promised Nova Scotians or that Nova Scotians deserve as a result of their money being spent this way. And again, it's not just myself saying this. We see it, commentary presented publicly on this. Free spending Nova Scotia budget gets failing grade. The government has doubled down on what was already a free spending approach to provincial finances by promising a deficit this coming year. And this was published in 2024, on February 29th. Deficits to at least 2027-28, rapidly rising debt, and no plan for a return to balanced budgets. Specifically, the government projects a deficit of $467.4 million in 2024-2025, with additional deficits in the 3 following years totaling over $1.5 billion. Net debt is projected to rise by more than $6 billion during that same time period as the government combines yearly operating deficits with historically high levels of capital spending. This approach to spending can only be described as reckless. Provincial net debt is projected to rise. I'm reading excerpts from this. I'm not reading the entire article. Provincial net debt is projected to rise from 33.3% this year to 38.4% by 2027-28, a level not seen since large deficits run by the Darrell Dexter government, which produced a sharp increase in debt in the mid-2020s. Over the next 4 years, net debt will grow an average of 7.2% per year. Outside of the anomaly of the COVID year, that level of increase has not been seen since at least the mid to late 1990s. However, I think it's important to talk about why that's important to people and why it should matter to Nova Scotians, why the previous government actually took the fiscal responsibility very seriously and managed to increase spending, again, in areas that the government now takes credit for and when they were in opposition voted against. We were able to bring in one of the most significant social programs of a generation pre-primary to Nova Scotia. Cost $50 million to do that. And again, a demonstrable need to have that because only 1 in 4 preschool-age kids were able to access early learning. So we've demonstrated in this province that you can be fiscally responsible, care about the taxpayers' money, and treat it with respect. At the same time, increasing investments in health and social programming that has incredible impacts on outcomes for people. We are seeing pre-COVID, I haven't seen the numbers since COVID, and that certainly would have had a negative impact on learning trajectories for our kids. But pre-primary, we started to see in the first year of pre-primary cohorts them doing better academically and with social behavior and emotional self-regulation than non-pre-primary cohorts. So you actually start seeing the outcomes improve. And now, even though I know the Premier at the time said he wouldn't invest in pre-primary, or that we wouldn't have it, I know he wouldn't change it because it is so critical, not just for our kids and their trajectory, for learning and development, but also for working families. Again, 75% of which didn't have access to it. Again, clear, demonstrable value for money and a return on investment. This government is not showing that on the big ticket items that they're spending money on. And again, it's increasing the debt in the province at a fairly alarming rate. Again, an increase of debt we haven't seen since the NDP were in. Very similar to the Tory governments of the 80s. A lot of similarities, I'd say, between the current government and that government on a number of fronts. And the reason this needs to matter to people, because most people certainly aren't paying attention to debt levels or deficits of the provincial government, but here's how it impacts them. We're paying more and more in interest payments. That's money that is not going to pay for government services. That's money that's not going to housing. We are paying more in our interest payments right now than we are in the housing programming in Nova Scotia, in public works, or in advanced education and skilled trades at a time we have a labor shortage. So think about that. That puts it, I think, into acute perspective for people. We've got a labor shortage. We've got a housing shortage. And we're spending more in interest payments now as a result of this government than we are in those two departments. And there's no plan to change that. And again, don't take my word for it. According to the Auditor General, at least on over $500 million of that money that's being spent, we're not seeing a return. There hasn't been a need that's been demonstrated by the government to even do that. And we see, I think, more performative measures in this budget. Again, there are some good things in the budget. I've got no problem telling the Premier that. I've got no problem saying that publicly. The best things in this budget, coincidentally, all came from opposition party advocacy on it, which the government is now taking credit for, and that's fine, because at the end of the day, all that matters is impact on people's lives. Universal lunch program, again, something being pushed by both opposition parties. Indexing income tax to inflation, something we've been pushing for 2 years. These are the funding of the glucose monitors for diabetics in Nova Scotia. All very important investments that I think you will see a return on investment on. Again, the government doesn't give other people credit for these ideas, but all these ideas came from the opposition. Sometimes I feel, Madam Chair, I've got more influence over this government than I did in the previous government I was a member of. Fascinating thing. But the fact is that on big sums of money, we are not seeing returns on investment. And in other areas, particularly around the tax break that was trumpeted by the Premier as being the largest and biggest tax break in Nova Scotia history, we also know that it's not enough for people. This is going to save people, I think, in 2025, it's between $69 and $259 a year. Again, we know that's not enough, and so to trumpet this as the biggest tax cut in history, I do not think is accurate. Again, it's something we've advocated for, but we've advocated for that alongside of other tax cuts, namely the HST, which would save people between $1,350 to probably $1,750 a year. Again, a much bigger savings. And so for the Premier to say this is a big tax cut, I do not think is accurate, because one, it's not a tax cut. It just simply doesn't tax people more and bump them up to a new tax bracket as a result of inflation, which is fair, and every other province does this. But it's also not changing the picture for tax competitiveness in Nova Scotia. And this has also been stated publicly, not just by myself, but by members of the public and in the media. And I quote, "Houston government trumpets largest tax cuts without cutting taxes."
Order.
That's the reality of the situation.
Order. You're not allowed to call out a member, so I'd ask you to rephrase that. I ask that you refer to members by their proper names. I recognize the honourable leader for the opposition.
Of course, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, thank you very much for reminding me. The PC government trumpets largest tax cuts without cutting taxes. While it's certainly welcome news, it's not a tax cut, and it does not meaningfully change Nova Scotia's overall tax problem. Again, these are statements by other individuals other than myself. Looking at the bigger picture, the budget from the Premier's government did not meaningfully address Nova Scotia's overall tax problem. According to the government, indexation is expected to save individuals $69 to $259 per person in the 2025-2026 year. However, workers in Nova Scotia who earn between $60,000 and $100,000 per year pay between $64,000, $16,000, and $13,142 per year in provincial income taxes. Clearly, workers in this province would have welcomed a true tax cut. This individual gives the McNeil government credit for adjusting tax brackets, as well as the McDonald government. However, we still have a very uncompetitive tax regime here in Nova Scotia. And again, we see examples of the Premier being more focused on the optics of a situation than the reality, where he trumpeted this as the biggest tax cut ever, even though it is in line with what other governments have done in the past, and definitely has been advocated from us for 2 years. But it does not change affordability in the province for people. $59 to $259 a year in savings is literally a drop in the bucket for working people who are struggling to make ends meet. The Houston government made this move during a time of runaway spending, ongoing deficits, and rising debt, which helps to ensure that more substantial tax relief is a long way off for Nova Scotians. With this budget, the government had an opportunity to restrain spending and improve the province's finances and position itself for serious tax relief going forward. It failed to take advantage of that opportunity, which is totally in the government's prerogative. However, trumpeting the largest tax cut in Nova Scotia history, when it's neither historic nor a true tax cut, is quite a stretch, particularly given that the true problem remains unsolved. So this is the concern that we have. I began the conversation on the wine sector, where we are told this is going to lead to trade compliance and economic development opportunities, when I think the evidence suggests that's not the case. We see this with large sums of spending in health that are not improving results for people. Again, there are good things happening. I can't disparage every move that this government has made on health care. And I've got no problem giving credit where credit's due, and they have made some decisions that are helping, but again, they're primarily on the Band-Aid side. They're not fixing some of the root issues that will continue to plague the healthcare system overall. We don't know what the return on investment is on the app. Again, there was a close to $50 million of untendered money that went to Think Research Corporation. Again, is that improving our ERs? Is it improving how many people have a family doctor? To date, it certainly hasn't been. We are seeing it with the purchase of Hogan Court, where there was clearly not value for money applied to that decision. We're seeing it with, again, hundreds of millions of dollars, close to $500 million that's spent outside of the government's own budget, where the Auditor General, again, not only pointed out that there was no accountability, that there was no need to spend this money, no cost estimates, and no return on investment. We're seeing it in other programs that the government trumpets. The MOST program. Again, our issue with the program has nothing to do with our dislike of the program or providing tax incentives to skilled trade workers. Our issue with the MOST program is that it's not working right now. We are not addressing the skilled trade deficit and labor shortage with this program because there is a terrible uptake. We've provided suggestions to the government to improve this. One in particular being the age threshold. We've got a lot of people that would want to upgrade their skills, who are older, who might be inclined to pick up this tax incentive to change their careers. To date, the government has not moved on our suggestion to do that. But again, that's another thing I would recommend the government to do on the MOST program, is to get rid of the age threshold, or at least increase it, because there are a lot of working age people in their 40s, 50s, maybe even beyond, that certainly might want to get involved in the skilled trades, because there is incredible opportunities there at the moment. There are some final questions I have, and I'm sure the Premier's been keeping track of these questions. Again, where's the economic analysis for wine? Why wasn't the $50 million that were given to Think Research Corporation tendered. Why we're not getting return on investment for the over dollar spending that the government is doing, that's being pointed out by the AG. And why isn't the Premier considering increasing the age threshold for the MOUSE program? I do want to add a couple more questions before I hand it over to the Premier. The better paycheck guarantee. This government was elected on a promise to fix health care, but also to give Nova Scotians a better paycheck. They were explicit with how they were going to do that. There was going to be government subsidies to the private sector for companies that increased the wages or salaries for their staff. To date, we have not seen that come through. That is another broken promise by the government. We would like to know why they're not moving forward on that, if the program wasn't tenable, or if there's a plan to move forward on it. Also back to a smaller item, but one that I do think needs an answer as well. And again, it relates to all the money and untendered contracts that are going out, which again, according to the Auditor General, is against provincial protocol, against the rules. The Premier does have a suburban vehicle that is certainly provided to him. I believe the RCMP certainly drive him in that, and I'm sure it's well protected from potential threats. But my question is, was that tendered? What's the process for that? How much does that cost the taxpayers? And has the Premier purchased a new vehicle? And again, was that put out to tender? So I hope the Premier can take some time to answer some of these critical questions related to the FMA and beyond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Premier with a note that there's only 8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the member's speech that he gave, and I actually find it quite fascinating, actually. We have the members not taking the opportunity to ask questions of the Health Minister or Community Services or Public Works. The member instead will probably go out here and say Premier doesn't answer any questions, and he just he has an hour to ask questions, and he decides that he's going to talk. So it's a great strategy. I think it's indicative of the rudderlessness of the Liberal Party at the moment. They don't quite know what to do, but I did appreciate. I was able to catch a little bit, and I appreciated the time that the member committed to trying to rewrite history around the Auditor General's report of the theft of public money. And I'm hopeful that we get a chance to come back to that, because I think there's a lot in there to unpack. He said he called the police the day after he met with the Auditor General. The only problem is that's about 6 months after he would have known, right? So, but I think it'll be interesting to really unpack that and really get into, I know he referred to at one time that he just inherited this. I wonder who he inherited it from. Maybe it's a colleague that happens to sit beside him most days. So it's really going to be interesting to have that discussion. But I think, all of the questions that were asked, I think the question that the member was most serious about and most sincere about was when he actually asked the question, well, what are we doing here then? And I actually think that that's a sincere question from the member. But a couple of things that I just want to address that I think are important to address. The whole discussion on the wine industry and the legal advice, obviously the member may be aware, he may not be aware. When you have legal advice, as soon as you talk about that legal advice in the public realm, you have waived privilege to that legal advice. And I don't think it's a wise move for the government who is trying to resolve a trade dispute to waive privilege on advice. And I know the member is committed to his commentary that he's actually has better legal trade advice than the trade lawyers, but I still stand by my statement from the other day that we'll go with the trade lawyers on that one. But I do want to correct something that is is just simply not true. And possibly the member knows this. Maybe the member doesn't know it. I wouldn't really try to guess what he may or may not know. But he constantly refers to the fact that somebody would bring juice here and bottle here and slap a Nova Scotia label on it. That's just simply not true. That is absolutely not true. There are all kinds of standards how much local juice would need to be, how much local grape quantity would need to be in there to be able to be called a Nova Scotia wine. So I think that's a really important a really important thing to make. And the other comment that I would make on this too is a continuation of the theme that the government department that's involved has some sort of deeper meaning for trade. It does not. Government is government. That's the way it's viewed on the international trade stage. So that's important to just kind of clarify the record on that. And the third thing is, and this would go back to something that my colleague, the leader of the NDP, raised too. The farm wine program and the commercial wine program, these are long-standing programs. The fact that they've been, amended or tweaked or however you want to describe it, they're long-standing programs. The commercial wineries were receiving support certainly under the prior governments. In fact, I think the prior Liberal government put that commercial wine program in place in 2015. So the indication that this is some sort of new thing is it's just not accurate. So I just want to correct the record on those things right away. And what I would say, a couple of things in there. Some of them were kind of so small-minded as to not warrant a response. So we'll not on those. But I know that the member has advanced the position that the $500 million HST cut he's advocating is some simple thing that we could just do that. What I would say to the member on that is we will not harm the education, the safety of our children just to meet some misguided political promise. We will not harm the future of this province. And that's actually not my words. That's actually the words of former Premier Stephen McNeil, who had right in his 2013 Liberal Party platform, he says, "We will not harm the education and safety of our children to meet misguided political promises as the NDP has done for 4 years." And I think that was sage advice, not to harm Nova Scotians just to meet some misguided political promise. So, of course, we want lower taxes. Of course, we do for sure, just like Steve McNeil did for sure. But he was very clear in his platform, and I would say that I agree with him. He says, not until we reach sufficient budget surplus will we reduce the HST. So this is not some new thing of wanting to reduce the HST. It's something that's been discussed for a long time. But prior Liberal Party leaders have recognized that timing is everything on these things. The current leader doesn't, but that's okay. But what I would say to Nova Scotians is we understand and we share the desire to lower taxes. We absolutely do share that desire. But it has to happen at the appropriate time. and the member talked about the deficits, and I would just point out a couple of things. Number one, we were very upfront with Nova Scotians in the 2021 campaign that there would be deficits for a number of years because this is the time to invest in Nova Scotians. We were upfront on that. They understood that the prior approach to governing it did what it did to healthcare. It did what it did to infrastructure deficits in so many ways. So there was they had an approach to governing. We in our campaign were very clear That's our approach is we're going to invest in Nova Scotians. And if we make the right investments in Nova Scotians, in the healthcare system, in the economic development, that we'll be better off for it. But Nova Scotians said they agreed with that. And I think, surprised the government of the day by just telling them, get out of the way. We need a new government that's willing to invest in Nova Scotians, that is willing to move this province forward. That's what they said then. They continue to say it today. So I would say to the member that on the issue of HST cuts and tax cuts, I agree with Premier McNeil. That's who I agree with on that. And just I'll save the rest for the next couple days in estimates, but I do have some comments on those other comments. Thank you.
Order. The time allotted for the official opposition has now expired. However, I do remind the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to table the documents it quoted from. Perfect. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't actually quite know what's going on here. The Premier keeps talking about being here for days more and answering questions, when in fact the Premier is not answering questions. The Premier is chastising us for filibustering when in fact he came into the chamber and after I asked him a single question spoke for I think 27 minutes and talked about bulls and talked about film and talked about everything but the question that I had asked him, which is his right in this chamber. But what we're here to do is to debate the budget. And in his purview as Premier, and as being here as part of the Premier's office, I'm not clear why the Premier is so reluctant to answer simple questions. What we heard recently from the Auditor General is that there is a big problem with the way that this government does business. There is a big problem with the way that this government spends money. There is a lack of oversight. There's a lack of oversight of spending in the budget process, outside of the budget process, with tendering, with the Hogan Court scandal, and yet when we ask questions, we're told we're putting the economy of the province at risk. When we present our challenges with the positions put forward by government, we're told that we're demoralizing people. And, you know, it feels like we're a little bit in upside down world, because it is literally our job to ask questions of the government. That is why we're here. And when the government puts out, and it's true, the government could put out a program that gave everyone a free rainbow and a bouquet of flowers for the rest of their lives, and we would probably come up with a problem with it, and we would ask questions, because we would do that on behalf of people who told us that there was an issue. It's literally our job. And in return, what we expect is the government to explain what they're doing and answer our questions. And yet we cannot get those answers ever in this room. There's a long-standing tradition in question period that we don't get those answers, but sometimes we're hopeful that we can walk in here and that we can get answers. And my hope is almost exhausted, but you know, I do think it's really important. We're not going to be here for days more. We're going to be here for a handful of days more. We won't be asking the Premier questions. We'll be asking the Health Minister questions. We'll be asking questions of ministers who hopefully will, you know, refer to policy manuals and budget documents and their deputies and do their best to answer the questions, because that's not what we're getting here. When I met with the farm wineries, something that someone said struck me, and I suspect the Premier might hear this tonight. He said, look, this is a playbook. It's happened all across the country, that there is a commercial aspect to winemaking. These folks have deep pockets and lots of influence, and they want to come in and they want to consolidate the sector, and they want to expand their bottling capacity and do what they do. But the difference is that in every other province that it's happened in, the government immediately took the side of the local producers, of the farm wineries, and did whatever they could to help that provincial sector, of which I think the Premier, the thing that the Premier said about it earlier was that they have a cool factor. You know, aside from having a cool factor, I would say they also employ something like 1,100 Nova Scotians. They also support huge pieces of our rural economy. So what he said was, the only difference is how quickly this Premier caved. How quickly this Premier caved. We know, and I tabled these documents last day, that the Premier met with the only 2 commercial bottlers who are eligible currently. We all know the Premier thinks everyone else can ramp up, but until anyone else ramps up, there's only these 2 who are eligible. We know that the Premier met with them. And then, lo and behold, they get what is being described by the folks who stand to lose their shirts over it as a sweetheart deal. And, you know, the farm wineries were also very clear when we met with them that they're not actually asking for more money. They understand, as the Premier has said, they have support from this government. This government has supported them in growing. It's not that they want more money, it's that they see the way that this new program has been rolled out through the Department of Finance with no consultation to speak of, in their view, to their sector, as creating a huge amount of uncertainty and peril in their sector. One other farm winery owner said he had already, he's not putting any more vines in the ground this year. He had expansion plans, he's canceled them. Someone else said they were going to 2 different trade shows in Europe, canceled. This is the immediate impact of this program. Now, hopefully the Premier is going to go and meet with these folks and he'll hear this all from them, and maybe he will have a different view on the other side of it. But, you know, I think it's really important that we get answers somehow. We now have a situation where nothing that the government does really has to go in the budget. As the Premier's pointed out, that has technically been the case, that you can have unallocated spending through 2 other governments, but never to anything close to the amount that we've seen from this government, not even close. And so given that, coupled with the, I would say, scathing remarks of the Auditor General in 2 successive reports, we have to try to get answers. And it's harder and harder and harder and harder to get those answers. So the fact that in my last hour of questioning, I was able to ask 2 questions, the same 2 questions, has the program started for commercial bottlers? Have the checks been cut? How much? I guess that's 3 questions. And that the Premier refuses to answer that last question. How much money has this government, us, how much money have we collectively as blue nosers spent to subsidize the commercial bottlers who, in the view of the farm wine industry, are imperiling 1,100 local jobs and an entire sector? The fact that I can't get an answer to that question when we know that the Premier met with these 2 gentlemen together prior to the announcement of the program, so they're clearly, the 3 of them are on good terms, they all met together, is evidence of a pattern that we see. If we ask questions, we're putting our economy at risk. If we criticize, we're demoralizing. If we suggest the Premier might want to keep his promise around strengthening the order-making powers or the budget, meeting the budget requests of the information and privacy officers, you know, we can't possibly do it because of all the fishing expeditions that were going on. You know, I think the reality is that we have a government that increasingly, despite, I know that in the Premier's view, we're going quickly and we're always moving forward, and Donald Sobey and Brian Mulroney are in his ear, propelling us ever onward. But what we see is actually that we're going back. We're going back to the days of patronage. We're going back to the days of backroom deals. We're going back to the days when it was who you knew and how close they were to you and what their access was to the Premier's office. And the sad part is that the Premier has done nothing to refute this. Even this whole trip to Germany confusion that we're currently in, the Premier was going to go to Germany, then he wasn't going to go to Germany. The Premier, there was an issue with travel, there was an issue with a strike. The federal minister said it was because the Premier needed to be in the House. The Premier says that's actually not the reason. It was because he maybe wasn't going to be able to get out of Germany to get to a funeral on Friday, which seems a little far-fetched to me. But, you know, this is a moment when we're talking about the future of a whole sector of the rural economy. We have Nova Scotians facing huge cost of living issues. We have a healthcare system that no matter how much the Premier tells us it's better, isn't. We have so many, there was a young boy in Dartmouth who died of strep A a couple of days ago. You know, we have huge challenges here. The Premier said, and I kind of couldn't believe it, it sends a message when the Premier was here. In the period of, the vast period of time when he was not answering questions in the last hour, he gave several examples of where it made a difference, how it sent a message when the Premier was here. But he didn't seem to care when he made the plans for this trip during one of our few limited sessions in this place. The message that it sent that the Premier was here. He didn't seem to care when he made this deal with commercial bottlers what message it would send to the farm wine industry that the Premier wasn't there. So I'm not quite sure where the priorities lie. And I think it's frustrating for Nova Scotians who, you know, I think as opposition MLAs, look to us to fight for them, to bring their questions, to bring their concerns. Sometimes those concerns can easily be answered and met. Sometimes they can't. But, you know, the fact that we can't get answers, that we only get long-winded speeches about bulls, is confusing. And so, you know, I do want to go back. Again, this is the Premier who sued the government for not disclosing the management fee around the Yarmouth Ferry because it was a sensitive commercial issue. With the commercial bottlers program, and that was the reason that the government gave why they weren't releasing it. Then the Premier decided to sue, to take the government to court. In this case, we have a little program. There's only 2 commercial bottlers that are eligible for the program. It's our money being spent, and the Premier won't tell us how much money he's spending or when. And so I want to give him another opportunity to do that.
Can you turn your mic off first? Recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the opportunity to provide some thoughts on a number of issues that the member raised, a number of issues, and I won't take my time and respond to them. The first thing I want to say is, and this is in reference to the member said, you know, well, you know, Donald Sobey and Brian Mulroney may be in his ear, and isn't that great? The reality is they're not. We lost both of those gentlemen. 2 incredible people, obviously a titan of business in Nova Scotia that create a lot of opportunity for a lot of supplier companies and businesses and employed a lot of people. And of course, Brian Mulroney, we lost an incredible prime minister for this country. The story of both of those men is remarkable, and I'm very blessed to have had the opportunity to know them, to speak to them, to seek counsel from them, and yes, consider them friends. And I know the opposition thinks friends is a dirty word, and that's kind of one of their things that they do, but I don't. I don't. So yes, I had planned to be in Germany. Yes, I would have liked to have been there. Yes, there are labor disputes at certain airports. There was one at Hamburg. It's a rotating strike. I didn't want to get caught over there and miss Brian Mulroney's funeral. That's important to me. It's not important to the member, but it's important to me. And I will take my place here in estimates, 4-hour blocks at a time. The members opposite made a choice. They prioritized calling the Premier. They thought that was an important priority for them, and I'm respecting that. So we did 4 hours on Friday before our March break. We'll do 4 hours today. The Premier will be here for 4 hours at a time, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, until estimates are up, to give the members opposite the time to ask their questions. They are very concerned about their opportunities to ask questions. They want to do that direct of the Premier, as opposed to the Health Minister, as opposed to the Community Services, as opposed to Public Works. They've prioritized the Premier, and the Premier will respect and recognize that. So I will be here to answer questions. And I know the member says that there's not getting any answers. That's just not true. They don't like the answers, but they're answers. So, you know, they ask the question and I give the answer. They don't like it. That doesn't mean I didn't answer it. So we'll continue with this for as many hours as it takes for them to be satisfied. I don't know that there's ever been a Premier who's been this willing to answer questions. In this chamber, in estimates, it'll be a record number of hours. It'll be a record number of hours for the Premier in estimates for sure. It probably already is. I make myself available to Nova Scotians through telephone town halls. Nova Scotians can actually just get a phone call, pick it up and answer it, and it's the Premier there, and they can ask so very accessible to answer questions, and we'll continue to do so. But the reality is, and this is the political world we live in, is that the NDP is a very negative party. They are negative about Nova Scotians. They are negative about policy. And that's not me, Mr. Chair, that's just the way it is. Very, very negative about Nova Scotians who step up to help their communities, very negative about government policy and initiative. So we can't concern ourselves with that level of negativity. We can only concern ourselves with governing the province, and that's what we will continue to do. So it's easy to get answers from this government. It's easy to get answers from the Premier. You ask a question, you get an answer. You might not like it, but you get one. It doesn't mean you didn't get one. So we'll continue to do that. And I think, you know, the whole discussion about Nova Scotians that kind of step up, I'm happy to revisit that discussion. I kind of made my thoughts known on that. But I think there's no better example than the example that was presented the Friday when we were here, where in their, you know, desire to be negative about people, the leader of the NDP literally said that a person was a chief of staff for a Conservative and therefore must have some closer connection to me. When in fact, that was absolutely not true. This particular individual had been a chief of staff for a Liberal, which is, I think, the same as being chief of staff for NDP, because the Liberals and the NDP, we all know, they're just one party at the moment here now that work together on things. So you might as well have said NDP chief of staff and then try to paint them as a Conservative chief of staff. So the NDP will continue as a party to create these negative environment, and we can't subscribe to that. So we can only talk about what's possible and where this province is going. And the potential for this province is absolutely incredible. There is so much potential for this province. And we focus on that, and we move forward. So I do want to in the few minutes I have here, talk about a couple of issues that the the NDP has raised. So first off, yes, the wine industry is an important industry for a number of factors. Yes, the quote that was used was in the context of the value proposition of Nova Scotia as a tourism destination. It is a good tourism destination. It is a cool place to come. I hear that from people all the time. There are a number of things that make it cool. Right here in this city, there's a lot happening in this city right now. The restaurant scene, the nightlife scene, just the vibrancy around it. There's a lot happening here. That's a kind of a cool factor. The film industry does bring a cool factor for sure. Visiting of the vineyards is a cool factor. So yes, there is, and I just don't want to let that statement be turned into some kind of negative statement. It was not meant to be a negative statement. I know the NDP is kind of, that's their thing, try to make things negative, but that was not meant to be a negative statement. So in terms of the Hogan Court, I think this is really important. The core. And yes, there's a big need for those Hogan Court beds, and the process that's been followed will deliver them much quicker than had a different process been followed. But of course, we want to be and are accountable on the decisions we make. You talk about Hogan Court, you talk about additional appropriations, and if you were just tuning in from Mars and listen to the opposition talk about additional appropriations, you'd think it was some secret thing. They're not a secret thing. There's press releases, news conference, usually a ribbon cut somewhere. The Auditor General, the fact that he's reporting on them, they know it, the media picks them up. This is just the management of government. And the reason that government, that it's in the law that there can be additional appropriations is sometimes you just got to manage. You just have to manage. And the people elected us to manage with a very strong mandate. So they expect us to manage. So we recalled the legislature, and I think the leader of the Liberal Party was actually advocating for an MLA raise in his comments, but he can talk about that. But we recalled the legislature to stop an MLA pay raise, and in fact roll back the salary of the Premier. We took the Premier's salary back. So that seemed like a pretty straightforward thing. It had to be done through the legislature. It couldn't be done in regulations, couldn't be done in any other thing. So to stop the MLA pay raise and roll back the salary of the Premier, we recalled the legislature. And I think we were here for over 2 or 3 weeks to do that. Now imagine in the face of a natural disaster, trying to get a policy out the door to support Nova Scotians, recalling the legislature and using 3 weeks of opposition tactics to filibuster and delay. And sometimes we just have to govern. And I would challenge the opposition to look at any of the additional appropriations and tell us which ones they wouldn't do. Just tell us which ones you wouldn't do. That would be an interesting thing. So the concept of the need to govern is well established, and every government has done it. For quite some time. This law has been on the books, and there's been additional appropriations every year for at least the last 15 years. Because sometimes you need to govern. So the Auditor General a great respect for the Auditor General for sure, 100%. But the Auditor General talked about the Hogan Court. Accountability is a core belief of mine. It's a core value of the PC party. To be personally responsible, to be accountable, support entrepreneurship, patriotism. We talked about all of these things. So it's a core value of ours to be accountable. So of course, the Auditor General with respect to the Hogan Court file made 6 recommendations. And it was positioned here today that some of those recommendations had not been accepted. That's the way I interpreted what I heard. I just want Nova Scotians to know that's absolutely not true. All 6 of those recommendations were accepted. But the Auditor General was focused in that case on value for money. And sometimes, as government, in this healthcare thing, we got to look at value for money, yes, but value for patients. And there is incredible value for patients in speeding something up by 2 full years. And I would suggest to the members of this House that when the Hogan Court is opened and there's 68 patients there recovering with the appropriate level of recovery supports, that they'll be very pleased that this government acted on that. So we'll continue to do that. Value for money, but value for patients. And the acquisition, the acquisition of real property like that in this case, sometimes there are unique considerations around the acquisition of real property, particularly for health care facilities, particularly for those types of things. So and education right now. We've heard the opposition say, well, there'll be new schools built in HRM. Where are they? It's not enough we said we would build them. Where are they? Why won't you tell us where they're at? And the very practical response to that is, until we secure the land, we have to kind of keep some negotiating power in the hands of government. Because imagine if we said, look, we're going to build a school, and we're going to build it at the intersection of these 2 streets. Any ideas what happens to the price point at that stage? Same thing with Dartmouth General. We acquired some land around Dartmouth General for future expansion. These types of things are good things, and there are certain, sometimes even government needs to keep a little bit of powder in the pocket to protect the taxpayers. So I would say that the Hogan Court, the Auditor General's commentary on that, we accept the recommendations, but we need to move fast and put patients first, put the patients at the center of this, and we'll continue to do that. So in terms of the additional appropriations, just in the most recent additional appropriations, and some of the things that I believe the Auditor General mentioned some of these ones. And look, sometimes we get an Auditor General report, and the Auditor General says you got to go faster. Go faster on wait times. Go faster on this type of stuff. Sometimes you get one that says you got to go slower. You got to go slower. Well, we don't know that word, so we always go fast. We think Nova Scotians have the right to expect that their government feels the same urgency that they feel. So we go fast. So some of the issues that the Auditor General raised, the Auditor General looked at 11 expenditures, I think. 140 million for Efficiency 1 for off-oil programs. Additional appropriation, $140 million for Efficiency 1 for off-oil programs. So $140 million to be managed by Efficiency 1 to help Nova Scotians get off oil. Now, I wonder if the members opposite would maybe have an issue with that. Maybe they want to stand in their place and say that's not something that should have been done. That would be an interesting discussion to have on the floor of this chamber, because I think it's a good thing to do to support Nova Scotians. 65 million in deferred maintenance for 4 universities. I wonder if the members opposite would stand in their place and say 65 million for deferred maintenance? No way. I wonder if they would be against that, or if they would be supportive of that. Because the Auditor General flagged a couple concerns with this. I actually think supporting our universities and their infrastructure is important. And it's not something to be delayed. Because you know why it's deferred maintenance? Because everyone before us didn't do it. They didn't do it. We're doing it. We are doing it. And I apologize to the Auditor General if the Auditor General thinks that that's not something that we should have did or we should have slowed down. No way. No way. So I would ask the members opposite if maybe they would clarify whether they're against support for our universities for deferred maintenance. Because it's in the Auditor General report. Maybe they're against that. What about 58.9 million for CBU for medical school? A new medical school, imagine that, Madam Chair, a new medical school coming to Nova Scotia in Cape Breton. Now, isn't that a good thing? And in the situation we have, we're trying to work with CBU to get stand that medical school up and get what will be 30 doctors graduating a year. What will our province look like when there's 30 new doctors graduating every year that are committed to working in our province and delivering care to Nova Scotians. And who amongst us would say, you're going too fast on that, folks, slow down? Because that would be something that, you know, the auditor, so that would be, so that is an additional appropriation. So if we're against additional appropriations, then let's be clear about which ones we're at. Because so far, I'm not sure if they're against the Efficiency One off oil programs. I'm not sure if they're against the deferred maintenance program for universities. I'm not sure if they're against the $58.9 million for CBU for the medical school. I feel a sense of urgency on those things. We want to get going. We got to manage. We got to get going. Well, they're quiet for the moment, but we'll see. So, and then on additional appropriations, we've got a list here. These are the ones that the Auditor General had a discussion about, let's say, and the members feel, let's have a bigger discussion about this. We should slow this down. You know, we shouldn't be doing these additional appropriations. How about $50 million for Efficiency One to address energy poverty? Now, we've heard the members opposite talk quite a bit about energy poverty and why aren't we doing anything for energy poverty and how dare you to not do anything. Well, again, it's just, you know, it's to say that there's nothing being done for energy poverty is just negative. On the one hand, you have the NDP that says, well, nothing's being done for energy poverty. And then on the other hand, you have the NDP saying, how dare you with those additional appropriations of $50 million for energy poverty. You really can't have it both ways. So when you're elected to govern and to manage and move forward, you give it everything you have and you move forward at a pace that Nova Scotians have a right to expect. I believe Nova Scotians have a right to expect. And, but if the members opposite feel differently, then they're free to stand in their place and suggest should suggest just that. So Efficiency One, very reputable organization. So to support them on a program initiative and say, here, you guys take care of this, you guys fund this, I'm comfortable doing that. I'm very comfortable doing that. It's not some fly-by-night thing out of, not some guys in somebody's basement developing a Arrive-Can app. It's not two guys in a basement trying to do this. It's Efficiency One, right? So we're sending this money to Efficiency One, $140 million for off oil, $50 million to help with energy poverty to Efficiency One. So if the members opposite feel that that's not a good use of taxpayer money, I'm absolutely happy to hear them say that. Because that's what they're saying when they rail on additional appropriations. $37.4 million to St. FX for health infrastructure. This is an important investment. This is a really important investment in community health. It's something that, you know, again, we have to deal with today. We have to deal with the situation we have today in healthcare. But as the government, we can't just focus on today. We got to look to tomorrow as well and down the road. And so we're trying to peek around that corner to look forward and make sure we're thinking about how do we get out of the hole we're in. You know, we're in a pretty big hole for sure. Nova Scotians spoke loud and clear on that hole and who they wanted to get us out of it, who they wanted to do the effort to roll up the sleeves to get the province out of it. And we're working on that, but we're looking to the future as well. So this investment with St. FX around community health and research for rural health and access to, you know, different access to care and different health outcomes, determinants of health, all these things, right? This is important work. I don't think that work should be slowed down. I don't think that work should wait. You know, government has a way of kind of slowing things down and get afraid to make decisions. Well, we're not afraid to make decisions. We make them when we go. And then we come in here and we take our lumps, I guess, right? And that's all well and good. I'm okay with a good dose of negativity because I notice that we're trying to move forward. So what about $25 million for data analytics for St. Mary's University and health info analysis and really understanding what's happening there? What about $15 million to Screen Nova Scotia for the Content Creator Fund? That's an additional appropriation. $15 million to Screen Nova Scotia for the Content Creator Fund. I think there's a lot of people in the film industry that would say, thank you for not waiting any longer on that one. thank you for getting going on that one. So we'll continue to do that. And 15 million to horticulture, Nova Scotia, for recovery of the polar vortex. Well, we spent a lot of time talking about the wine industry and the supports to the industry. Guess what? That polar vortex funding that we're talking about, that was actually an additional appropriation. So can you imagine, with the deep freeze we had and the concern in the industry, if we said, you know, we're interested in doing something, but we gotta wait till we do the next budget. That's kind of government speak, right? Or we have to wait till we recall the legislature so we can let everyone filibuster and ring the bells and delay tactics. That's an option. But we took a different path. We wanted to get it out there and through that additional appropriation. But if the members opposite don't like that, then they can stand in their place and say, we don't agree with that. We would have liked the opportunity to take that to the floor of the legislature and debate whether a $15 million fund for the polar vortex recovery is appropriate or not, because that's what they're saying. You have the majority government, you've been elected to govern, but we need to have our say on these urgent issues like this. Sometimes you just got to govern. Sometimes you just got to govern. And in the face of the polar vortex, that's the case. $13 million to Halifax Airport Authority for Air Access Fund. We know that the significance of our trade routes, the significance of the air routes for passenger, for cargo, these are important things. Highway access, the ports, you know, all these things are critical for trade, and I hope we get a chance to have a meaningful discussion about trade opportunities like that. But when the airport is trying to recover from COVID, I think the passenger counts are almost back to where they were pre-COVID. That's a good thing. Incredible work being done out there by the airport authority and the team there. And when they come and say, here's a way that you can support us, pretty reputable organization, I trust them and to make things happen. So we would do that. And there's a number of other ones, but what I would say is I would just remind the members that when we use the negative assault on additional appropriations, it's a negative assault on actually organizations. And I've heard from a number of these organizations that say, I don't understand why they're saying we're not to be trusted or be worthy with it. And I said, well, they're not actually saying, it's political, right? But it has an impression upon them, and the member might not like that the comments of the NDP have an impression on people, but they do, because they're people, right? And when they read about this stuff in the paper, they have to take it. We're politicians. We're conditioned to hear the negativity of it. But when you're just trying to, you know, when you're just trying to get people off oil, or you're just trying to address energy poverty, or you're just trying to stand up a medical school, you're just trying to do good, right? And we're trying to support them as a government, and we can support them through additional appropriations, and I would dare say we will continue to do so. And it would be my wish for every government after us until the end of time that they also have the ability to govern in real time, because it's necessary. But that'll happen, and as that happens, there's still the fact that the Minister of Finance will sit down 4 times a year or more and very publicly report on the finances of the province, where every single dollar went, and it'll be very public. There'll be, in addition to that, possibly at the same time, additional forecast updates. Minister of Finance will sit there and answer questions about the forecast, the financial situation of the province, and it'll all be transparent and open and accountable to the people, just the way it should be. So I think that's really important. Just to, you know, I do look forward to additional discussion on additional appropriations, but I think that type of, you know, just adding a little bit of flavor around where they're going. Like, who's on the other end of these additional appropriations that we hear about? Well, they're reputable organizations that are on the other end of them. They're organizations that have made a proposal to the province that said, here's what we can do. if there's some support available. And then there's a discussion about it. And if we believe they're reputable organizations, then we can work with them in good faith to try and get support into the hands of Nova Scotians. So the off-oil program, I guess that in theory is something that the department could have managed, I guess. But Efficiency One is there. They have a long track record. I'm good to work with them. The members opposite might not be. Maybe they have maybe they want to say something about Efficiency One and whether or not they're worthy of it, and I look forward to that. But if the universities come and talk about some of the infrastructure investment that's required for, to catch up on deferred maintenance, I trust them. I trust them. Maybe the members opposite don't trust the universities, but I do. So when they come with a proposal to say these are the investments that are required, this is what we will do with it, can you support us? We do what we can. There's always more we wish we could do. I bet you these numbers the ask were probably much more significant, but we do what we can. We always wish we could do a little more, for sure. That's part of being a blue noser. But we do what we can. And I think there's nowhere that's more true than with the budget itself. The budget process is extensive. The amount of time that people working in the civil service, working for the province, delivering services to Nova Scotia, the amount of time that they spend on the budget process and understanding and planning and seeing what is possible is significant. I think it really, really starts in real earnest in September. So it's months and months and months. And we tabled a budget with a deficit in the 400 million range. If we would have accepted every ask of every organization, and oh wow, wouldn't you love to? I would just love to. They're all worthy. they're all wanting to do good things. If we would have accepted every ask, the deficit would be $2 billion or something, right? So there's a lot of tough decisions made in that process. And then when opportunities come that you can do something, my promise to Nova Scotians, and the members opposite might not like it, but I will promise this every single chance I get. The moment that we can help, we will. The absolute moment we can help, we will. And it might be called an additional appropriation, and that might be kind of put in some negative light in some opposition press release, but it doesn't matter. The moment we can help, we will. And I think Nova Scotians have a right to expect that. So we'll continue. We will continue to do that. The member mentioned the FOIPOP promise to give the order-making ability. And this is something that we've talked about before, but I'm happy to talk about it again and just be kind of frank on this. Yes, in opposition, we believed that there was some information around the Yarmouth Ferry that should have been public. Yes, the government of the day advanced the position that it would be commercially sensitive. We didn't buy that. We did take them to court. The court did find that we were right. It was not commercially sensitive, and it was released as it should be. So around that time, and certainly since, I was no different than any leader of the opposition before me, and probably after. I'm sure the leader of the opposition probably says it now too, that my goodness, the day I'm there, I'll give that order-making authority, and I believe that in my heart when I made that statement, just like I'm sure the leader of the opposition probably makes it now, and believes in it too. But a couple of things happened in the early days when we formed government that gave me a little pause for thought. And I've discussed this with the commissioner. We've met on this, and we've been very frank with each other. I think a tremendous meeting. I was actually very, very impressed with the commissioner. But when we assumed government, I guess, after the election, first off, a couple of things happened right away. Like way before the swearing in, we had to really just grab the reins and start to manage the province. The former government just literally just left you know, kind of like one of those movies when the papers are still on the desk and everything else, they're just gone. And we were trying to deal with COVID and trying to deal with this and that. But we did it. You know, we just said, okay, this is it, and we'll take this, and we did. And through that whole process, a couple of things came to us. One had to do with the security information and schematics around a youth detention center. So somebody had sent a FOIPOP in. I think I know who it was, but I can't say for certain, that wanted the schematics for a youth detention center and the details around the security there. And I was kind of like, what possible public good can come from this information? A youth detention center. What possible public good could come out of this being out in the public realm? And I made the determination that there's none. And I don't know if anyone in this chamber here would feel differently. Maybe there are, but I don't know what possible public good can come of that. So that was the first thing that gave me pause for thought. And there were a couple of other ones that made me say, well, hold on. Like, with great power comes great responsibility. So we want to make sure that, you know, I would still hope that through discussions and working together, we may get to a place where there is order-making authority. We're not there today, and I've been pretty clear on that, but it's because of reasons like this. It's not just because we just said, well, let's say this, and then we'll change our mind. That's not the way we operate. So I'm happy to acknowledge that this was something I said, and it is something that I'm not prepared to do at the moment, because with more information, you know, when you have more information, when you have better information, you should have the courage to make better decisions, and that's kind of where we're at. And you know, we'll continue to do that on a number of fronts. That will be the governing philosophy of ours. We'll continue. We will always look for additional information, and we will always use that additional information. We won't ignore it. We'll use it, and if there's a better decision to be made, then we'll make that better decision. And the member mentioned the FOIPOP thing, so I just wanted to kind of circle back to that. So I think the work of the commissioner is really important to the province. We have great respect for the process of freedom of information and access to, I think, as evidenced by the fact that 90% of the FOIPOP requests are dealt with within 30 days. 90%. And I think that's, I think that's kind of record numbers. I don't know that any prior government, it's very high. It's very high, 90% in 30 days. When you think about, there are other times when you just need a delay for, you know, you have to request an extension. Say, we can't do this in the 30 days for this reason. And, you know, it's just a valid reason. Maybe the person whose records we need is off on vacation, who knows, vacation, who knows, whatever, right? So there'll be a number of acceptable reasons why an extension is required. Still, even in light of the fact that there are times extensions are required, 90% of the time the province, it just goes. The system just works. So we're talking about 10% of the time. And the member talked about something along the lines of the FOIPOP requests. Some of them are fishing expeditions. That's absolutely true. That is 100% true. So just like 90% of the time, a very high percentage of the time we respond and the system just works fine. The 90% is high in and of itself, but we're actually seeing record requests. We had over 3,000 FOIPOP requests to date this year, and the year's not over. So we are seeing a record number of requests. We're dealing with a record number of them, in a 30-day time frame. And it is the case, and this may always be the case. We didn't put a lot, when we were in opposition, we didn't put a lot of FOIPOP requests in. We just didn't. I mean, maybe shame on us, I guess. we tried to approach things a little differently. We weren't really as focused as the current opposition parties on kind of gotcha moments. We were actually interested in solutions, which is how we got to the solutions for Nova Scotians campaign, because we just wanted to put stuff out there and do it. So we were tenacious on the things that we were interested in, but we were accurate in our research. We didn't, say things about people that weren't true, like where they worked and stuff like this. We were tenacious, but we didn't do a lot of FOIPOP requests. But that's not the case now. Like, we know that the requester is confidential. You never know who the requester is, but but you often see eventually in the media who was or something like that, and there's no question that there is a lot of fishing expeditions that the opposition are just sending it in. And still 90% of those are just going out the door too, because we don't know or care, but we just respond as quickly as we can. But so I wanted to mention on the order making thing, because the order making requests. So FOIPOPs will continue to come in, and we'll continue to process them and respond to them, because I think it's again, if you go back to the core values of the party and myself, accountability is important for sure. It's a core value of our party, just like personal responsibility, just like entrepreneurship, just like patriotism. These are things that really matter. So I think in the final few minutes I have for today, I do want to finish up back with the investments in healthcare infrastructure and the need to recognize that we can't keep doing things the way we had done them before. I think what we've seen is the old ways of delivering care it's not sustainable. We need to do things a little differently. We need to build more beds. We need to build more beds in hospitals and long-term care, and also in between at transition type levels of care, right? So we need more beds, and I think that a situation like Hogan Court, which will open beds 2 years before what would have otherwise been the case, 2 years quicker. That's a really important thing. That's value for patients. And because it's value for patients, it's value for money. And so other people may have their own definition of value for money, but if it's value for patients, then it's value for money. And we will continue to do that, because having people in the hospital beds who should be in a transition bed, that's not free either. There's a huge opportunity cost to that, on the financial cost of having them in a hospital, the social cost of kind of slowing the recovery, I would say. So, so the Hogan Court beds, when they open 2 years quicker, will have a very positive impact on things like ambulance offload times. Incidentally, I believe the Auditor General did a report on ambulance offload times and said you got to go quicker to fix it. Well, this is part of that. You can't separate these things. They're all tied together. When Hogan Court is all said and done, it will certainly help with some of the frustrations that paramedics feel around offloads, but it will definitely help address some of the frustrations that patients feel, and healthcare professionals that are working in these environments. So I think there have been a couple of words to describe that situation around the purchase, which by the way, the alternative procurements are just like additional appropriations. Alternative procurements are a way to, a necessary aspect of governing. But I think there was a couple of words used to describe Hogan Court, all along the same theme that this is some nefarious thing. It's not. It's truly driven by the desire to get more beds open to get more beds open and to get them open faster. More, faster. That's the way we live. And we're not into the less, slower, but I think there's a less slower option too. They're sitting across from us. Those are the parties that would slow down, money for efficiency one. They're the parties that would slow down addressing energy poverty. They're the parties that would slow down addressing infrastructure requirements at universities. By the way, a bunch of which I'm sure is on accessibility. So they're the parties that would slow that down. We're not that party. We're the more faster party. So that's the side that we want to stay on. But I just want to assure the members that we have an incredible team who has done a lot to prepare the budget and make sure that we are making good decisions. It's not just the elected arm. There's a whole team of people working for the province that are 100% focused on value for Nova Scotians, that are 100% focused on providing services to Nova Scotians. And they have worked very hard to prepare the budget. They have worked very hard to prepare for estimates. This is it's quite a thing to prepare for the estimates and be ready to answer questions that your minister may get asked. We've got my team, some of my team here today, ready to answer questions on the budget and stuff, but we didn't get a bunch. But I'm happy to talk about the way that I kind of see governing, the way I feel my responsibility to Nova Scotians, to deliver for Nova Scotians. I'm happy to chat about that. I'm happy to chat about any wide range of topics that the members want to talk about and answer their questions. And I just think that I do feel a little bit bad for those teams from health that have spent a lot of time preparing for actual health questions. I do feel particularly bad for the team from community services who are prepared to answer important questions about community services. We have a new minister in community services who's worked really hard to get up to speed, has made a tremendous positive impact on the department, and has just been an incredible addition to our team. And I'm very pleased with that. Ready to answer questions in estimates. The public works teams are ready to answer questions and estimates. But through all of those important discussions that are possible, the opposition wants to focus on the Premier's budget portion. I'm happy to do it. I think it's great. I think there's a lot of, a lot they might be interested in the other departments, but I'm flattered, to be honest, and I'm looking forward to continuing the opportunity to have the discussion back and forth in a free-flowing manner such as this. It's a nice break from question period where you can actually take some time and give the question the proper respect and talk about perspective and issues and get a little deeper on other things and really talk about government thoughts on some of those issues. So I appreciate the leader of the NDP giving me this opportunity. I was prepared to read my resolution last Friday. I'm glad that didn't happen, and I'm glad that we can continue the discussion for the next few days. But with those few words, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Order. The time allotted for consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on future date. Oh, sorry. Do it again. Madam Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. We will have a short little recess in order to prepare. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House of Supply reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made some progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House on bills.
Motion's carried. We shall take a 2-minute recess. Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 404, Energy Reform 2024 Act?
We will resume debate on Clause 1, and I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for reminding me to turn on my microphone. So today we're discussing the Energy Reform Act of 2024, also known as an act to reform the law respecting energy and electricity. It's a pretty thick bill. There's a fair amount in here, more than 50 pages. And I think its genesis was probably the report, the Nova Scotia Clean Electricity Solutions Task Force, that I was there for the release of it because our energy critic was not able to make it. It was released on February 23rd, 2024. And the title of the report was Modernizing Energy from Transmission to Transformation. And so the task force had spent about 10 months consulting with stakeholders, exploring ways to modernize our province's electricity infrastructure and regulatory environment. And so a number of recommendations came out from that report. Included in those were creating the Nova Scotia Independent Energy System Operator, and I'm trying to remember what the acronym was, but I think it was NSCSO or something like that. It's been a few weeks, can't quite remember that. Which would allow that organization to oversee the open competition for procurement for all new infrastructure, including for generation, transmission, distribution, and storage, not excluding Nova Scotia Power. And you know, we've spent a lot of time in this legislature of late talking about procurement and best practices. And so it'll be interesting to see what will come out of this, because this is an issue that concerns many people in this chamber and many people beyond that, is what's happening with procurement in this particular province. Because the rules seem to change all of a sudden, or maybe there aren't rules anymore. So I'm looking forward to seeing what actually results from this new entity being created. As well, one of the recommendations to come out of this particular task force was for creating a standalone energy regulator called the Nova Scotia Energy Board, which would make it separate and distinct from the Utility and Review Board. And these are things that are actually in this bill. And there were a number of other recommendations that came out of this particular report, but not all of them were accepted. In fact, you know, I have here a report that says that talked about the minister's reluctance to support others for the time being, and so that task force came out. That report came out on February 23rd of this year. 3 days later, this bill materialized. So clearly, the government had an idea of what was going to be in the report, because a bill of this size and nature would not have been produced in 3 days. And there's still 10 other recommendations that are not addressed in this particular bill. So I'll be talking about some of those and what I don't see in this bill and what concerns me about what I don't see in this bill. You know, we've been talking on this side of the House about the social determinants of health, and I promise it has something to do with this bill. These are the non-medical factors that influence our health outcomes. And these are the conditions in which people are born, grow, work, live, and age, and the wider set of forces and systems that shape the daily conditions of life. And the social determinants of health are an important influence on health inequities, the unfair and unavoidable differences in health status seen within and between countries. In countries at all levels of income, health and illness follow a social gradient. The lower the socioeconomic position, the worse the health. And you know, I have a list here of the social determinants of health from the World Health Organization. And we've got the list here: income and social protection, education, unemployment and jobs insecurity, working life conditions, food insecurity, housing, basic amenities in the environment, early childhood development, social inclusion and non-discrimination, structural conflict, access to affordable health services of decent qualities. Numerous studies actually suggest that social determinants of health actually account for between 30 to 55% of health outcomes. Now, one of those is housing, basic amenities, and the environment. And I don't know what my colleagues in this House heard over March break, but we heard from people who were concerned about their electrical bills. They were concerned about affordability. And I'm not seeing anything in here to address that. So we have the social determinants of health. And what we do know is that affordability has gripped Nova Scotians' concerns. It has vaulted over healthcare for many, many people. And in fact, according to a survey that was published on Saltwire on the net, their webpage, March 13th, 85% are worried about affordability. And that was a countrywide survey done by Narrative Research. In terms of what expenses they're most concerned about, the growing cost of healthy food, 77%, followed by heating options, 69%. And from there it was rent or mortgage payments, and then prescription medications. So Nova Scotians are worried about this particular issue. Am I going to be able to afford to pay for my electricity? Can I afford to heat my house? And in fact, what Narrative found was that on the West Coast, it was concern about rent or mortgage that was the big deal. Here in Atlantic Canada and the prairies, we're more worried about being able to afford household heating compared with other provinces. So these are the things that are keeping Nova Scotians awake at night. And that's often the question I ask when I go to the door. I was out knocking on doors, I guess it was before Heritage Day. And this is what people were talking to me about. They were talking to me about how, I mean, it was cold, so that probably had something to do with it. But they are concerned about their electricity prices. And then earlier this month, we had a whole spate, and I don't know what other members heard, but we started hearing from constituents that they got extreme power bills. And there's a CBC report here from March 8th. And people were seeing their power bills double and even quadruple what they were used to. And at that time, they had 2,500 people who had signed a petition saying the government has to deal with this. There is nothing in this bill that deals with this. There's nothing in this bill that deals with this. The things that grip Nova Scotians. So in the tiny, tiny bit of legislation that this government has decided to introduce this particular session, 3 bills. I think the last time I spoke it was 2, but there's 3 bills. There's nothing here to help with affordability at all. We have the Antigonish Consolidation Act, the Energy Reform Bill, and the Financial Measures Act. Now, the Financial Measures Act has turned into a grab bag, a little bit of everything thrown in there at the last second. Don't know why you couldn't just do a bill on whatever it was. And it's funny, because when that party was over here, they didn't like when we did that. But here we are with one of the 3 bills. The 3 bills this government has sought fit to bring forward in this House session. 3 bills. Like, you'd almost think that Nova Scotia was just cruising along doing super well if you only have 3 bills, but that's not the case. Because we know there are people who can't pay their energy bills. And the story here is about a man who had energy charges from Nova Scotia Power totaling $1,591 for December 13th to February 14th, and that wasn't including taxes or the additional $773 that he already owed from his previous bill. So his solution was he was going to have to get a second job to pay his electrical bill. This is what is concerning Nova Scotians. They're asking themselves, am I better off today than I was 2 years ago? Increasingly, the answer is no. And some people are being told, hey, it's your heat pump. But when you have 2,500 people who've seen a sudden surge in their bill, I mean, we did have a bit of a cold snap, but it wasn't that cold for that long. And there was a rate increase on January 1st, but the increase in these particular bills is more than 6.5%. One woman from Westville said her energy costs tripled. She used 4,268 kilowatts in January compared to 1,832 in November. That's a huge jump. And there was even one fella who posted about he'd actually been away. They'd unplugged all their microwave, all kinds of things that they didn't need to leave plugged in. Turn the thermostat way down, and it made no sense to him that he saw a doubling of his bill. And what we did see in another recent report, which I have in here somewhere, was that Cape Breton in particular just seemed to have the worst energy poverty situation in the entire province. And I think it was 9 out of 10 communities with the highest energy poverty. Eskasoni, an estimated 87% of the folks living there are experiencing energy poverty. New Waterford, 67%. And actually that was from a report by Efficiency One. 43% of households in Nova Scotia are experiencing energy poverty. And that's defined as a household spending more than 6% of its income on energy. I mean, it's really tough for a lot of people. But there's nothing in this bill, not a thing in this bill that's going to make life more affordable for Nova Scotians. There's nothing in this bill that's going to relieve the stress on people who are going to sleep at night trying to figure out how they're going to pay their bill. And there's nothing in this bill that's going to help people who can't go to sleep at night because they're too darn cold. Every single one of the people that the CBC interviewed for this particular story had smart meters installed. Every single one. There's nothing in here to help them at all. And when you look at the situation of Nova Scotians right now, this should be of concern to everyone in this House, all members of this House. Nova Scotia's household debt is up. Canadians feel pessimistic about their finances. Nearly half of those surveyed in January, 49%, say they feel financially worse off now than they did a year ago. The state of Nova Scotia household debt, the average household debt is $20,613. Delinquency rates have increased by, well, to over 25%. And a delinquency rate is if you don't pay off your credit card bill or your bill every month, that's considered delinquent. So now we're up to a quarter of all accounts are not being paid off every month. And if we look at CPI, the items most contributing to the increase in our CPI year over year, November 23 versus November 22, one of those, so I'll just list them: rent, mortgage interest costs, travel tours, restaurant food, and electricity. And there's electricity again. There is nothing in this bill that will help alleviate this situation. I did note in there, just apropos of nothing, is the median hourly wage in Nova Scotia is the second lowest in the country after PEI, but living wages were much higher. So for Halifax, it was $26.50, $25.40 for Annapolis Valley, $22.85 for Cape Breton, $24.30 for the northern region, and $25.05 for the southern region. So people who are making minimum wage are the people who are most affected by this, by energy poverty, and it's hitting them hard. And then we look at bankruptcies. In Nova Scotia, business bankruptcies rose by nearly 63%, and consumer proposals, that's for average people, not businesses, by 56%. And that's above the national figures. So Nova Scotia's household debt is worrisome. We are seeing more bankruptcies. There is nothing in this bill that helps them to combat that. In the year ending this past November, 4,322 individuals, also known as consumers, and businesses filed for insolvency in Nova Scotia. That's nearly a 27% increase over the year prior. That's basically a quarter. And the increase was driven by proposals from individuals, as I said, the consumers, which soared more than 41%. It's being driven by individuals, and they're being hit, they're being buffeted by headwinds from every side. So they're getting it from everywhere. If they're lucky enough to have a home, their mortgage costs more. Food prices up. Electricity prices up. Prices for everything are up. Business insolvencies also jumped from 24 to 41 in the year ending in November. Among them, the collapse of the home heating firm, it notes, Maritime Fuels, which left prepaid customers in the lurch when it filed for bankruptcy this fall. And what happened? What did this government do to help those folks out? Well, they said if you qualify, you can file for the HEAT program. But the Premier compared them losing, in some cases, $1,800 prepaid for their heat for the year. He compared it to having your gym membership fail and have your gym go under. Not even remotely the same thing. I mean, some of us need our gym memberships, yeah, but we can live without them. We can't live without heat in the winter here in Nova Scotia, and there is nothing in this 50-page bill to help Nova Scotians with their heating concerns. And so, we see more evidence that the situation for Nova Scotians is worse financially. And when you layer on all of the other pressures that are happening, the situation is dire. January 11th from this year, Feed Nova Scotia director calls food insecurity a political choice. For 1 month, in the month of January alone, Feed Nova Scotia's intake went up 34% for 1 month. 20% of the food bank users are newcomers to Nova Scotia, up from 7% back in 2019. According to Feed Nova Scotia, 1 in 6 households identify as food insecure. Over 55,000 Nova Scotians visiting one of the food banks run by Feed Nova Scotia. And there's lots of other little ones, well, not so little ones in some cases, but there's lots of other food banks that aren't supported by Feed Nova Scotia. So there's more than just 55,000 people who are using them. And the problem here is that there's no political will to do anything to help Nova Scotians who are struggling with any kind of insecurity, whether it's housing insecurity, food insecurity, electrical insecurity. There's nothing for them. And that's why Food Banks Canada gave Nova Scotia an F about its support for Nova Scotians. Because Nova Scotians are not getting what they need from this government, and they know it. And so much of what we've seen from this government has been sort of lurching from one crisis to another. I mean, we saw a bill that came in here that interfered in a decision by the UARB. So the decision is, well, okay, now we're going to just take that away from the UARB and put it over here and give it a new regulator. Not sure what the difference is going to be for the average Nova Scotian there. And we were told if the government interfered in the regulatory regime of the power grid here in Nova Scotia, we were told point blank at law amendments just across that hall, we were told if that happens, it's going to affect our credit rating. We heard that from the president of Nova Scotia Power. Peter Gregg sat in that room, told us, this is what's going to happen. Our credit rating is going to get downgraded, and it'll cost more money to borrow and to do projects, and that will be borne by the ratepayers. And you know what happened? That's exactly what happened. And so the government's been taking actions ever since to try and make up for the fact that it interfered where it ought not to have. They could have sat down with NSP and worked it out, but they didn't. No, they didn't do that. So no surprise there. And what we do know is it's people who are living on lower incomes, and in some cases middle incomes, who cannot afford to make the needed changes to their homes to make them more energy efficient. And yes, there are programs, but you still have to lay out money. And so for those folks, it's very difficult for them to put solar on their house. It's a big investment. You have to be really careful about how it's done. We unfortunately saw that this winter. Because with the solar panels, the snow slides off and it comes down, and it can be so sharp as to shear a propane hose. And then the propane spreads out under the snow. And then it ignites. And that happened. So we have to be very careful. And we have to make sure we have people with the correct knowledge who are doing that kind of work. There's no shortcuts that we could take there. But for a lot of people, installing solar panels, when they're struggling to heat their house, it's just not possible. And so for them, they continue to stay in a house that, you know, could benefit from the solar panels, could benefit from getting splitters, from heat pumps, or an alternate source of heat. But they stay with their old system. And they might not be able to afford to add extra insulation or any of those things that we know can make a difference. And there are good programs at Efficiency One, and I don't want to in any way suggest that there aren't. But for many people who are struggling just to make ends meet, just to put food on the table, just to pay for their rent, which has gone up, which I haven't even discussed, and then there's a whole issue of who is vulnerable in terms of energy poverty. And Efficiency One actually did a report on all of this, energy poverty and an equitable transition to a net zero carbon future in Nova Scotia. And they note that energy poverty occurs when an individual or a household struggles to pay their energy bills while maintaining a basic standard of living. For some, it means deciding whether to buy food or stay warm in the winter. It's that simple. And I haven't even mentioned the people who are struggling to pay for prescriptions as well, because that's another issue. So for some, for still others, it means deciding whether to live in unhealthy and uncomfortable conditions. Most of us will go home from here to warm houses. There are many people who do not have that. And they note an estimated 43% of households in Nova Scotia were experiencing energy poverty as of early December 2023, and that's before their energy bills went up. And there is nothing in this bill that is going to make that better, that is going to alleviate what they're dealing with. The cost of energy, the amount of energy used, and household income or available funds are the three main factors that influence whether a household experiences energy poverty. And then there are underlying variables as well. But we do know that energy poverty has been found to disproportionately affect individuals and community and equity-deserving groups. And that means those who have social and financial barriers rooted in discrimination, racism, physical and mental abilities, language, geography, access to education, gender, and age. So if you're an older woman, an African Nova Scotian, an immigrant, you got a bunch of whammies against you. And the report acknowledges that energy poverty can create extreme hardship. And that first article that I quoted from, people were having a really tough time. There was one couple that they only turned on a portable heater for an hour in the morning. They didn't turn their lights on after 10 o'clock at night. It was lights out. They only plugged in their microwave when they needed to plug it in and actually use it. They didn't keep it on all the time. And yet they saw their power bills go up dramatically. There's nothing in this bill that helps them. And there's nothing that we've heard so far this session that helps people. What we saw was the heat program contracted. Incomes have to be lower to qualify. The dollar amount is less. There's nothing here. There's no there. There's less help available and more people needing it. And so when I look at what I was hoping to see in this bill, it was something that would help our constituents, the folks who call our offices, saying, help me, I don't know what to do. I don't make enough money, or my pension isn't going up by very much, but my expenses are skyrocketing, and there's nothing there, because we've seen the rents go up here. And in fact, in the Efficiency One report, there's a whole section on renters, which I will come to in a second. But the report was full of really interesting things, including one thing that I noted, one statement. In Canada, those in energy poverty spend more than double the national average on health care, suggesting they may have other health and financial challenges. This is a key consideration and it is a theme that exists from many of their consultations. And when you don't increase income assistance for the third year in a row, we shouldn't be surprised that we're reading this. And then it goes on to note that in Nova Scotia, higher energy prices in the future are an even bigger burden, as Atlantic Canada already has the highest spending on household energy use in the country. There is nothing in this bill to counteract that. A study out of Alberta noted that those living in energy poverty are living in older, less efficient households. Older buildings and those requiring major repairs have higher instances of energy poverty. I don't think this should surprise us, and it sort of goes back to what I was saying about not being able to afford things like better insulation, upgrading heating systems, adding solar panels, things like that. And Efficiency Canada has found that low-income households are the most vulnerable to energy poverty. No surprise there, like no duh, right? And while 89% of low-income Nova Scotian homeowners experience energy poverty, only 16% of homeowners experiencing energy poverty are in fact low income. In fact, it is happening to the middle class as well. An organization called CUSP reported that many modest income households are also experiencing energy poverty, and a review in Alberta showed that 2/3 of households in energy poverty were not low income. It's creeping its way up into the middle class. And anybody who's opened up their energy bill probably isn't that surprised. But Efficiency Canada data actually indicates that tenants paying their own energy bills are the most likely to experience energy poverty. And I know that there are some people who have their power bills as part of their rent, but increasingly landlords are moving away from that system. You can understand why they might want to do that. But it's having a further impact on folks who are vulnerable. And again, it's not just the most vulnerable, it's people who are vulnerable and people who are in middle class now. But if you don't own your own home, it's tough. And we know increasingly young people can't buy homes. It's unaffordable and unattainable for them. And one of the things I really particularly liked about this Efficiency One Energy Poverty report was that they actually went out and spoke to people who were living in energy poverty. They got first voice. Discussions, voices from the community. And they talked about, for example, New Dawn Enterprises and their folks who were on their Meals on Wheels clients. Many of them, home needs major repairs, leaking roofs, broken windows, doors that don't close properly, and more. People living below the poverty level on a fixed income doesn't keep up with inflation. Talked about seniors who are wrestling with that thorny question of whether you heat or you eat. Poverty, social isolation, literacy, financial literacy, and access to the internet all pose challenges that keep seniors, particularly low-income seniors, from accessing the programs that the few programs that we do actually have. The ones that I spoke about earlier that actually contracted from last year, instead of increasing the money that was available to folks, the government reduced it and reduce the thresholds. We have to remember that not everybody can figure these things out, and they may need help. Earlier I spoke about communities in Cape Breton that had that were in the top 10 Nova Scotia communities with the highest rates of energy poverty. Eskasoni, Dominion, New Waterford, Sydney North. The only non-Cape Breton community was Spryfield, Glace Bay, North Sydney North, Sydney North Central, Reserve Mines, and Port Morion. But they're not the only communities where there's energy poverty, because an energy poverty study in Bridgewater from 2022 found high rates too. They weren't at the same rates as the ones that I just mentioned, but their effects were just as devastating, and there's nothing in this bill that's going to make a difference to folks tomorrow who are dealing with energy poverty. And I really hoped that we would see something like this. In that Bridgewater study of the folks who were living in energy poverty, 72% of all tenants lived in paid their own electricity. And the final line in that Energy One study, in the particular chapter dealing with renters, at the national level, the rural population has a greater prevalence of energy poverty than those living in urban areas. And that's from that CUSP study that I mentioned. So again, I look across at the government. A good percentage of the seats from this government come from rural areas, and they should be worried about energy poverty and the people who are actually living in it. Because this bill, one of our signature 3 pieces of legislation that we have in this particular House session, does nothing to help those people. I remember hearing, I can't get into that story now, but I just want to say, Thank you very much for listening.
Order, thank you. Shall clause 1 carry? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to rise and say a few words on Clause 1 of Bill number 404, an act to reform the law respecting energy and electricity. I guess I want to start by saying that we have been advocating for some substantial changes in the legislative framework around energy for a long time. And so to that end, this is welcome. Like, I think it's clear that our energy system needs big changes to meet the challenges and opportunities ahead of us. And I think that this is a small step in that direction. The change that we have been advocating for was a different change, which would have been performance-based regulation. But I do think that this is a step in the right direction. I think having a specialized Nova Scotia Energy Board and taking that away from the UARB will give both bodies a more reasonable mandate and scope. I think taking some of the control over the grid at large out of Nova Scotia Power and into an independent body probably makes sense. I know that that's something that exists in other places and functions well. I think to have that, ideally, as I understand it, be a kind of not tied to a profit-making entity makes more sense. I know that this came out of the Nova Scotia Clean Electricity Solutions Task Force. We've heard about that a little bit from my colleague. I guess I would say that while it's clear that this bill acts on the first recommendation of that task force, there are 11 others. And I think, well, I guess I hope that this is a first step, and I expect that we will see action on those other recommendations, some of which, again, we've talked about a little bit already, but are incredibly important. And in particular, of course, we are thinking around recommendation number 12, which is around creating something, a dedicated approach to energy poverty. We, of course, in the NDP have advocated for a very long time for a low-income energy rate. The response was always, oh, well, we'd have to open up the bill and that will be tricky. Well, we're opening up the bill. We're acting on the recommendations of the task force, but we're not doing this. And the irony around this is that this is something that Nova Scotia Power is on record as saying that they're ready to do. And so Nova Scotians need it. There are politicians advocating for it. Our energy utility is willing to move ahead, like many other energy utilities across the country. And yet we, as much as I've talked about the parts of the bill that are good, we see a pretty gaping absence here. But that being said, we'll of course look forward to acting on that recommendation, hopefully soon. I think that was the indication in the response to the report. Recommendation 11 is a vegetation management plan. Nova Scotia Power has made a big deal about how they're spending more money than ever before on vegetation management. But all I can say is that where I live, in the middle of urban HRM, this winter we have lost power, I think, no less than once or twice a month. And that's ridiculous. Like, we're all used to it. We all buy our storm chips and get ready for the wind to blow. But that's not how it should be. So while I certainly hope that these kind of big structural changes will impact that reliability piece. I'm somewhat disappointed that the more specific recommendations in this task force, which go directly to the reliability piece, have not been acted on yet. So we'll also be looking for that. Again, in terms of what's not included here, while we see a consumer advocate and the things that we've come to expect in the way that we regulate our energy, we don't see a sustainability advocate. I know we've put forward legislation to this effect. I know that the official opposition has also put forward legislation to this effect. This is something that is so important. It wasn't, I should say, explicitly in the mandate, actually, that government gave to this Clean Electricity Solutions Task Force. There was a focus on affordability. I mean, of course, it's in the name, Clean Electricity Solutions, but we really do need to focus on sustainability. We really need to understand that if we're redrawing our regulatory system, that we're putting that at the center of it. And as much as we have a progressive piece of legislation, if it can be ignored with no penalty, it doesn't really matter. It has to be enacted. It has to be given teeth. One way to do that is to have a sustainability advocate who, in every rate application, in every conversation about how we move forward, is actively putting climate and environment in the conversation in a real way. And we don't have that. And so certainly, again, that's something that we're going to be looking for. And to that end, I want to say that we are particularly concerned with the way in which this bill very quietly and not particularly explicitly removes the prohibition on the generation of nuclear power. I know that this is one of the things that the Premier likes to call me negative about. If so, I think I'm in good company. And I don't think it's negativity. I think that we've had big conversations about nuclear energy in this province for a long time. And there are many people who have every reason to be concerned. And there are other people and experts and academics who will say this is a solution to our clean energy future. But to think that that question is settled, that Nova Scotians think that this is a good idea, that there is social license to generate nuclear power in this province, is profoundly wrong. Yep. And we saw this at law amendments. And so rather than, we see this as a kind of a slippery way to get at this. If the province wants to lift this moratorium that came in with some very intense debate some time ago, then we should have a conversation about it. We should understand the government's reasoning. We should have assurances about the safety guarantees that go along with that. We should understand the consultation that's happened. We should know that government has not only consulted the experts who tell them what they want to hear, but has also talked to people about the real environmental risks of nuclear generation and storage. We have none of that. We haven't heard any of that. Maybe we will from the minister, but we in the NDP maintain that this is not the way to do this. When you have an issue like the generation of nuclear power, and certainly the writing seems to be on the wall for lifting the prohibition on uranium mining, because the Premier has said publicly now a few times that he's in favor of that. That's a conversation we should be having. That's something that the government should come forward to Nova Scotians with and present a plan. We have not seen that plan. We have not seen that. We see two bills that amend, two sections of a huge bill that amend another bill, and very little conversation about it. That's not the mark of a decision maybe that government feels ready to forefront, but certainly we think that in the debate around this act, based on what we heard again at law amendments and the correspondence we've received subsequently, this is a huge conversation that we are going to have. You know, our environment in Nova Scotia is going to change dramatically in the next decade. Partly, of course, from climate change. We've already seen that in the last couple of years, and this government, more than any government in history, has had to deal with, as the Minister of EMO said recently, unprecedented challenges when it comes to extreme weather. But that's not it. We are building enormous wind farms. We are probably going to be increasing our solar farms as well. We're looking towards offshore wind generation. We're going to have infrastructure that will support that. If we introduce the generation of nuclear power, that's a whole nother massive change on top of all of the changes that are already coming. And we maintain that to put it in the back of a bill that the government is going to push through in their customary haste is not the way to do that. And that is what we are hearing from Nova Scotians across the province. And so I know that we'll have longer to discuss that when we get to those relevant provisions of the bill. But I certainly hope that the government has taken to heart the correspondence that I know they've received on this topic, and that the minister will provide some comments on that. With those few comments on Clause 1, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a few minutes on this Energy Reform Act. I wanted to just give some thoughts on Clause 1 and the need to reform our energy system in the province. And I do want to commend the minister for bringing forward something that takes a look at structural change in how the energy system is regulated, in both creating the independent operating system as well as looking at splitting the energy board to focus on the right competencies, as the UARB does have a lot of different pieces that they need to regulate. And so in the concept certainly is something that I support. I think it's going to provide even further independence in our energy system. There was a lot of previous work that happened in previous governments for renewables to retail, for example. That's working its way through. There was a lot of support for independent solar gardens, especially with municipalities who have the nonprofit area that has that ownership of their own utility resources. And then, of course, the wind tender that started in 2021 proposed for 350 megawatts of wind, which had plans for further tenders. And I think that's what's basically happening under the current government. So we have lots of wind coming online as the cheapest form of energy in the province. And it's really important that we have opportunities for independent ownership and not just our utility to drive down rates as much as possible to provide that competition. So especially with any future clean procurement practices, I think that this bill does move us in a more positive direction so that we have certainty and clarity in terms of these international companies that are looking where to invest and opportunities for the future, and how much we have to transition away from coal and other fossil fuels in our province. So I do want to say that I support the bill, especially the parts around the more independence and ensuring that we have that independent operator doing the planning and procuring, the load management, even active operating decisions, real-time operation happening. I think that's positive in terms of power outages and how to ensure that it's not just Nova Scotia Power, a private entity, that's controlling that. I don't know what the costs are. That hasn't been really explained, and what we see being pushed down on rates. We see a lot of legislation. The minister has referenced that he's brought in almost every session, if not every session. So we're seeing lots of legislation. And we're seeing still a lot of rate hikes. So 14% increase in the last 2.5 years. We know we're going to see further increases despite the government's intervention on looking at spreading out some of that work over 10 years. We know the output-based performance standards, which Nova Scotia Power is contributing 50% of the GHG under that plan will have some impact on rates. And so we're going to continue to see rate hikes under this government despite bringing in more and more legislation. What we're not seeing, what we need to see is some investment, especially from the federal government, to start actually building the things like improving our transmission lines so that we can offset the inevitable download of that cost onto rates. What we're not seeing is any new renewable energy on our energy system in the last 2.5 years. Lots of planning, lots of continuing to implement the Green Choice Program, which we brought in place, the tender that's going out. There's another tender I know that's going out, that's out for this month of June coming, I think, is when the next tender closes. But we don't see any new major transmission like the intertie in New Brunswick, which opens up possibilities for more renewables. The government is now admitting that through their green energy plan. Although they spoke disparagingly of the Atlantic Loop, the intertie is actually the second piece of the Atlantic Loop after the Maritime Link. So whether or not, I've always said, whether or not we connect into Quebec for hydro access, we needed that intertie in place. And it's not going to be until 2029, 1 year before the legislative targets are in place. We don't have any federal funding for that as of yet. My understanding is programs are eligible to pay for half of it. New Brunswick could pay a quarter, and then the province here could pay for a quarter to remove that from rates altogether. After the Bill 212 passed, our understanding is the capital projects that were in place, including the intertie, including converting coal plants, including more wind and large-scale batteries for Nova Scotia Power, were all put on hold in 2023. This, I think, presents challenges to ratepayers because we continue to burn coal, which is the most expensive form of energy, highly volatile. But we have now 3, if not 4, coal-fired generation plants that are overdue, and they continue to burn coal. In January of 2022, one of the Trenton units was delayed, now scheduled for 2024. We're in 2024. I wonder if there's an update when that unit will close. Lingan has been delayed, and we're continuing to burn expensive coal in jeopardy of future rate increases. Not only for our rates, but according to, I'm going to table a document, the Clean Growth in Nova Scotia Canadian Climate Institute. They had said that, and they cite Health Canada, for example, estimates that roughly 260 Nova Scotians die prematurely from air pollution each year. If you look at the places where we monitor our air quality in the province, the particulate matter and ground level ozone, a lot of these places that score higher than even Halifax or major cities in our country like Vancouver, we have small rural municipalities in our province that have higher ground level ozone levels. Talking about Port Hawkesbury, Pictou, Sydney, happens to be near coal-fired generation stations. I'm sure there are other reasons as well. Sulfur dioxide emissions continue to be high in our province relative to other provinces. There's a very real social impact and healthcare impact to continuing to burn expensive coal, so I'll just table that. And the nuclear discussion, I don't know where it came from either. I want to be clear, I'm not being negative. I'm not against nuclear.
It's just us.
Explicitly. But I think the government obviously put something in a bill that's over 50 pages and didn't talk about it in any glowing way. It just is in there. We had 4 hours of estimates from the Department of Environment. Didn't mention nuclear at all. Talked a lot about solar and wind. So if nuclear really is part of the green energy plan, then where is it? How does it fit into our goals to reach 80% renewables by 2030 and to close coal by 2030? By the government's own admission, they said they can get to 80, 90% now renewable energy with no mention of nuclear. So what's the rush to try to get it into this bill to pass, to open up for nuclear energy without consulting on communities? Is that what energy reform is about? Is there some mega project that we're not aware of that the government is considering? Because the only mention in the, I don't have the plan in front of me, but the green energy plan of nuclear was actually just connecting into New Brunswick, potential expansion of their small modular units that they're looking at. So I do think it's problematic to not have that discussion with Nova Scotians and put something in a bill to open up that potential for nuclear, which has had huge cost overruns in the hundreds of millions. And so what's that kilowatt hour cost that the department has figured out for nuclear energy in the province? And how does that compare to wind and solar? And the department has said itself that there's ample space for more wind onshore. There's a proposal going out next year for offshore wind. So how does nuclear fit into all this? And why not bring a separate bill forward? And why not consult with communities to talk about where radioactive waste is going to be dealt with before passing legislation that opens up that opportunity within days in the legislature? I think there's some positive stuff in here for EV owners. It allows for vehicle-to-grid access, and without passing this bill, it's actually only Nova Scotia Power that can resell electricity from EVs, and this opens up that opportunity for microgrids and things like that. So again, if you pour through the 50 pages, it's mostly positive. I don't see anything in there for demand flexibility and the focus of making sure that we use our nation-leading energy efficiency utility to look at the cheapest form of energy, which is reducing our energy usage. I think it really focuses more on the supply side. And I think that there could be a requirement for utilities to pursue cost-effective efficiency ahead of large, big energy projects and generation. And finally, on the climate lens, I think that, as my colleague has said, was brought forward by opposition a number of times. I think if we had that climate lens at the UARB beforehand, I think that would have been a better long-term look that aligns with affordability, given people didn't probably understand at the time, but the coal prices skyrocketed and were much more volatile. So throughout the pandemic, it was getting really high. But if back at the time when we had an opportunity to have a climate lens put in place, I think that would have prevented so much focus on our energy system being reliant on, and that's all parties, including us. That change should have been made a lot sooner to have that climate lens. So happy to see it there now. I think that's going to align with rates, making sure we're looking at the long-term impact of affordability and rates in general. So I think that's a really important thing to have in there. So wanted to just put my comments out there that I do support the Act, the independence, spurring of more competition, more renewable energy procurement. I don't support putting things in bills that are that important to Nova Scotians without consulting with them. So I do have issues with that clause, not the concept in general of nuclear, but not explaining to Nova Scotians what the plan is and why we need it before 2030 to get off coal. I just don't see it in any of the documents before it was brought forward to the House. So I might have more to say in the future, but that's just a little bit of my concerns and general support for Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 2 to 51 carry? Carried. Shall Clause 52 carry? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to get up on this clause. Normally, when there's something we want to add or, improve the bill with, we would introduce an amendment. But in fact, with Clause 52, we think it shouldn't be in the bill, but we can't introduce a negative amendment, so I want to speak to the clause, and then I'd like to vote against it. So I just want to be really clear about what we're saying. So Clause 52 is what both my colleague from Dartmouth South and Timberley Prospect have just referred to in their remarks on Clause 1, which is the clause that would allow the ending of the moratorium on nuclear power in Nova Scotia. So it reads, Clause 8(1)(a) of Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1992, the Nova Scotia Power Privatization Act, is amended by striking out, and the company shall not construct a generating plant that utilizes nuclear energy to produce electricity. And then in the description on the bill itself, it basically very plainly says, Clause 52 removes the prohibition on Nova Scotia Power Incorporated constructing nuclear power plants, nuclear energy plants. We will see later on in this process of Committee of the Whole House on Bills another clause that also basically means the same thing, Clause 75. To the point of this, I mean, the first thing I want to say is kind of reiterating but what my colleagues have said is that, first of all, we've had a moratorium, a ban on nuclear power in Nova Scotia for many, many years. And whether or not it's the right thing to do to lift that ban, that shouldn't even be what we're discussing in this conversation tonight or with this Bill 404 at all. It is not an insignificant thing to lift a ban on nuclear power. And so if we are going to have that conversation, we need to have it extremely publicly. There needs to be all kinds of consultation, and I mean real consultation, whereby everyone in this House would get to see the results of that consultation. It would be a much larger conversation, Mr. Chair. So that being said, I think we shouldn't be dealing with it in this bill, and therefore I believe this clause should be struck. But since we can't strike a clause, we're going to vote against it. But I just want to read some submissions here on this from some of the folks from Law Amendments, and then I will table these. So this submission is from the East Coast Environmental Law, sorry. And their submission, the representative from ECE Law didn't read directly from her remarks, but then she sent them in later, and this is what the remarks say. Removing the longstanding bar against nuclear energy generation. Clause 52 of Bill 404 proposes to remove a longstanding bar against nuclear energy generation in Nova Scotia. The task force report recommended that this be done, but was remarkably vague about where the initial suggestion came from. We believe it may have come from the provincial government itself or from industry, but without further information, we are not sure. The press release about Bill 404 that the provincial government next week speaks to the government's interest in small modular reactors, opening the door to nuclear energy in the province raises two concerns. Number one, potential detrimental impacts to local communities if the provincial government is signaling its interest in reinvigorating local uranium resource exploration and exploitation. There is established history of previous governments exploring this and ultimately backing away due to the potential consequences for established communities. And also concerns about investing imprudently in unproven SMR technologies, which carry significant environmental and social concerns, including the production of forever wastes. In our view, and at this point in time, given the nature of the tripartite crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and global pollution that we are facing, we should be focusing our efforts and resources on technologies that are sustainable, not only from the perspective of being low GHG emitting, but also from the perspective of causing minimal or manageable environmental contamination and land use change. In that regard, efficiency is where we should be devoting much more attention and funding. We need to lower our energy usage needs, not continue putting our eggs in the basket of unproven technologies that come with significant environmental and social risks. And then from this submission from the Ecology Action Center, Mr. Chair, their representative said this. Also, we want to express serious concerns about the decision to lift the ban on nuclear energy generation, including small modular reactors, SMRs, which has been in place since 1992, the year I graduated from high school. It's a long time ago. While recognizing the importance of exploring diverse energy sources, we must approach nuclear energy with heightened scrutiny due to its associated risks. We must prioritize the safety and well-being of our communities while exploring options for a sustainable energy future. While proponents of SMRs often highlight their potential benefits, it's crucial to consider the associated drawbacks. SMRs, touted for their smaller size and scalability, pose several challenges. First, the cost of developing and deploying SMRs is a significant concern. Despite promises of reduced expenses, the initial capital outlay and uncertainties surrounding the technology's maturity raise questions about the economic viability of SMRs compared to other renewable energy sources. Additionally, the long-term management of nuclear waste remains a critical issue. SMRs, like traditional nuclear reactors, generate radioactive waste that demands secure and sustainable disposable solutions. The potential environmental and public health risks associated with nuclear waste necessitate thorough consideration before embracing SMRs. Furthermore, the safety and security of SMRs demand stringent regulatory framework. Ensuring the prevention of accidents, unauthorized access, and the proliferation of nuclear materials is imperative. The global nuclear incidents track record underscores the importance of comprehensive safety measures, stringent oversight, and emergency response planning. Considering these concerns, we urge a careful reevaluation of lifting this ban, as proposed in Bill 404, emphasizing the need for a transparent and thorough assessment of the risks and benefits of allowing NSPI to pursue nuclear energy projects. A robust and inclusive public discussion should precede any legislative changes to ensure that energy choices align with the community's best interests, the environment, and future generations. Yeah, I'll table those, but I'm gonna need these. I'm gonna get a copy for you. We cannot ignore the words of those experts, Mr. Chair. Two expert environmental organizations are saying that we should not pass this bill with that clause in it without thorough public consultation and investigation. So it is wholly irresponsible to pass this bill with that clause in it, Mr. Chair. So I would urge the government, actually, to take this away and bring it back. I'm not going to make a hoist motion, but I would think it would be the right thing to do, the actual right thing to do, to take this back, strike that clause from the bill, bring it back. Everything else we can talk about, but in general, we support the most of the bill. We will add some improving amendments in a few minutes, but it's very irresponsible to pass this bill with that clause. And so therefore, our caucus will be voting against Clause 52, and I will call for a recorded vote, please.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a very important conversation, and one that certainly, I think, deserved a lot more public discussion and public involvement on it. Again, we are seeing the government put very consequential pieces of bills in larger bills, and I think the intention behind that is to avoid the public discussion that's necessary. We saw that with the FMA. I spoke about the clause to force doctors and record keepers in offices to disclose personal health information to the minister or her designate. We see it here, where this is a very sensitive issue. I will first say that I think we do have to be open to all the critical minerals that we have in this province and that are available to us. Certainly, the nuclear conversation is a big one that's happening across the world. There's many climate change experts that say we cannot get to our emission reduction targets without nuclear. And certainly that creates a potential public imperative to be looking at what those options are here. I'm certainly not opposed to looking at the ban. I talked about this very openly in my leadership campaign. The ban was brought in because of political pressure that was exerted during an election. However, I don't necessarily like how this has happened here. Again, we have a really consequential piece of this legislation that is hidden amongst the rest of it. It has not received a lot of public attention yet, and yet I know, because of my previous comments in a leadership race, that the public will be very interested in this. Stakeholders will be. There'll be individuals in the areas of the province where we know there is potential uranium deposits, who certainly will have very strong opinions on this. I can think of the New Ross area in particular. But that's not to say that I'm or our caucus is closed-minded on this issue, but the process does matter. How the public's engaged does matter. And they certainly haven't been engaged in this conversation. And I feel, again, late at night, trying to bring this piece of legislation through when less eyes are looking at it is a problem. And I think part of one of the major issues, I think, with how this government certainly conducts business. But again, we can't be closed-minded to this. We do have to be open-minded to it. We also have radon gas that is impacting people's health from one end of the province to the other. Knowing where uranium deposits are and having a better sense of that certainly will be more useful in protecting people, because that is the second leading cause of lung cancer in Nova Scotia, radon gas getting in people's houses. And of course, it derives from this product. So I do want to register our concern and disapproval with how this government has brought this major change through in an energy omnibus bill, essentially, without properly engaging the public or the stakeholder community or geologists. But that said, while I have concerns about that, we certainly are open-minded to looking at this question and deciding as a province what the most important thing to do is moving forward. And if nuclear is a necessary component to reduction of emissions of carbon, if it's a potential, I don't think we can be closed-minded to that either. But I will register my concern with how this has been done and the lack of public engagement before coming to this very controversial piece of legislation. Thank you.
Shell clause 52 carry. There has been a request for a recorded vote. We'll ring the bells until the whips are satisfied. Order. The committee will resume. Before I recognize the clerks to conduct a recorded vote, with the microphone issue, I'm going to ask that we have to be silent during this or as quiet as we can. But when you're recognized, you're going to have to stand up, turn your mic button on, vote, turn your mic button off, and then sit down and wait for the next person. So it may take a bit longer. I recognize the clerks to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lord.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Tim Hallman. Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau. Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart. Larry Harrison. Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving. Tony Ince. Derek Mombercat.
No.
Zach Churchill.
Nay.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell. Lisa Lachance. Rafa DiCostanzo. Ali Duale. Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessom. Braden Clark.
No.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 23, nays 11.
The clause carries. Shall clause 53 to 56 carry? Carried. Clause 57. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Would like to direct the members' attention to change sheet CWHB NDP 1. And I'd like to introduce the following amendment. Page 12, add the following clause after clause 57. 58, chapter 380 is further amended by adding immediately after section 2 the following section. 3, the minister shall, no later than December 31st, 2024, A, evaluate potential residential energy subsidy programs as per recommendation 12 of the Nova Scotia Clean Energy Solutions Task Force report, and B, implement a program designed to help with residential energy costs and alleviate rates of energy poverty. Renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. Mr. Chair, this is the Clean Energy Solutions Task Force report. It's big. It's big. And there's 12 recommendations in it, I believe. And the 12th recommendation is to that the government, this is how it reads, the Nova Scotia government should evaluate the Ontario subsidy programs as highlighted by the Affordable Energy Coalition and other programs to determine the best way to deliver a Made in Nova Scotia suite of programs to help with residential electricity costs. We have heard in this session, in this sitting, in this evening, and throughout the last couple of weeks, an awful lot about affordability and the cost of living, Mr. Chair. And one of the biggest issues with affordability is energy affordability. People all around the province are struggling to pay their power bills. If they heat with electricity, it's much worse. There are lots of good programs that are starting to, like that people can avail themselves of if they're, if they meet a number of different qualifications to help reduce energy costs through efficiency. And yet, many people live in energy poverty, and energy poverty is defined, Mr. Chair, as someone who pays more than 6% of their income on energy. So there's energy poverty that can apply to home heating oil or natural gas or whatever, but then there's a big chunk of people that are living in energy poverty, which is focused on their power bills. So we have been talking about this for years. Nova Scotia has a cost of living crisis. We know this. We know that more and more people are being pushed to homelessness or houselessness or housing precarity, and a good chunk of that is because people can't afford to pay their bills. So they can't afford to pay their rent/mortgage and their power bill and their heating bill and their medications. They're making choices, and eventually the choices run out. In the Nova Scotia Clean Electricity Solutions Task Force, the task force has recommended that there be a program in Nova Scotia that allows for or contemplates for a low-income energy rate or something, some kind of program to help people be able to pay their electricity costs. So we understand from this bill that we're debating that this is not contemplated in this bill. So the government has once again taken a report that's a comprehensive, full report, and then picked and chosen the parts of it that it wants to act on, and then we'll see what happens with the other recommendations. Like, thank you, but no thank you. So we wanted to see some accountability and some timelines attached to the recommendation. And while we understand that the work has been taken on by the Energy Poverty Task Force, including members of advocacy organizations and affected government departments, we wanted to see a strong commitment to this enshrined in the legislation in Bill 404. There's different options available to address energy poverty. The example from the task force report is the Ontario model of government-funded on-bill rebates. That's one thing that could happen. Another way could be through board-approved low-income electricity rates, which we've talked about a lot. Advocates like the Affordable Energy Coalition have been calling for this kind of program for years. So I'd just like to remind you, Mr. Chair, and the entire House, that Nova Scotia has one of the highest proportions of families living in energy poverty in the country. In 2022, through a UARB hearing, Nova Scotia Power was approved to increase power rates by 14% over 2 years. Rates increased by 6.8% and 6.5% on January 1st, 2023 and 24. At a fall committee meeting, we heard that Nova Scotia Power, from Nova Scotia Power, that they disconnected 2,825 residential customers that year. That's 2023, due to non-payment, and that 4% of all customers were currently in arrears. A recent Efficiency One report found that 43% of all Nova Scotian households are currently living in energy poverty. So again, if not now, then when, Mr. Chair? When are we actually going to tackle the problem? We have the bill open in front of us. We are you know, what does Jesus say? We are breaking down the temple and then rebuilding it in 3 days. You know, that whole thing. We're taking apart the energy system in Nova Scotia, and we are rebuilding it through this bill. So why would not we consider thinking about the 43% of households in Nova Scotia who are living in energy poverty, the many more who are going to be living in energy poverty if the cost of living continues the way it is, if wages remain stagnant and bills continue to go up, we're going to have many more people in that situation. Why would we not contemplate those folks and provide some way of relieving the energy poverty that we have in a I would say in a very serious way in Nova Scotia. So I just want to pardon me for a moment, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of notes on my desk. I wanted to read just a couple of things. Here's an option for a way that we could get at this energy poverty through universal service program. So what this is, I'm just going to read a little bit from this document here. A universal service program, how would it work? It has four parts. Electricity bill affordability. We could target electricity bill relief to the most vulnerable and bring their costs down by a certain percentage. So perhaps, like for instance, 3% of a household's income, or 6% if they heat with electricity. There could be a management of arrears. Could ask. So right now we have an arrears program at Nova Scotia Power, but it's very difficult. Like if someone's in a lot of arrears, then it's very difficult to meet the payment plans. So what if we change the arrears program so that you know, households were asked to pay much less percentage-wise, and then they could also qualify for the low income rate. We could have a crisis intervention assistance and energy efficient programs to target low income households, which we're doing pretty good at, but we could certainly do more, Mr. Chair. So that's just a couple of examples of how we could get at this energy poverty situation. We think that making sure that some consideration of affordability and energy poverty is considered in this bill. We think that it should be enshrined in the legislation. We think the bill will be better for it. And if anyone wants to talk about how negative the NDP can be, let me remind you that this is an amendment, which is an addition, which is by definition positive. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm only just going to take a few moments because I know that I have a few colleagues who'd like to speak to this amendment as well. You know, we have heard a lot in Committee of the Whole House and at various points in the discussion of this particular bill about energy poverty, and it's something that I don't think that there's any of us who don't have constituents who are facing the struggles that are attached to the cost of living, and our power rates are one of the biggest factors in that. We're going to continue to speak about this. We have a number of amendments that are coming up that are specifically there to address this, to make sure that all of the good that is in this particular bill isn't erased or negated because of unintended consequences that come up in terms of the costs being downloaded onto the taxpayers. So in looking at this particular amendment, I think the spirit of it is positive and is something that we should consider. Because again, a subsidy program or having a subsidy program be looked at is going to benefit those Nova Scotians that are struggling the most. I do want to make sure, though, that everybody is aware that when we talk about people who are making choices every single day, the member from Dartmouth North has referenced this. Numerous members in this House have referenced this. I have referenced this in the past. We have individuals who have to choose between buying groceries, between buying prescriptions and paying rent and then paying their power bills. The necessities of life, we have individuals who have to make choices, have to take a little bit from here and to take a little bit from there. And at the end of the day, it doesn't always add up. And there's more people who are living in this reality than I think any of us realize. The member from Dartmouth North said 43% of households are living in energy poverty and tabled information to that effect, and potentially more as time progresses. This is chaos. This is a disaster. This is not the province that we all love. This is not the province that we encourage people to come to and to live in and want to have vibrant careers in. We are at a point right now where we as MLAs and as members of government and as elected officials should be doing everything in our power to make this the most inviting province and not the most expensive province. So when we have a clause that says evaluate potential residential energy subsidy programs as per the recommendation, recommendation number 12 of the Nova Scotia Clean Energy Solutions Task Force report, I want to make sure that we are looking at all Nova Scotians, not just low-income Nova Scotians, because we have a number of middle-class families, a number of middle-class individuals, or who we would consider middle-class, that are struggling beyond belief. I'm going to just take a minute to read from an article, a CBC article that was posted on March 8th of this year. When Josh Fever opened his most recent power bill, he felt both stumped and defeated. The energy charges from Nova Scotia Power totaled $1,591.37 for the period spanning December 13th to February 14th. That's not including taxes or the additional $773.32 he still owes from his previous bill. Fever said he's on the brink of being disconnected, which has left him looking for a second job. It will be a job for Nova Scotia Power and then a job to live, he said. The 26-year-old rents a 2-bedroom apartment in Bridgewater, Nova Scotia with his girlfriend. Their 2 dogs, their 2 cats, and a pet snake. Their unit is on the top floor of an older home with a heat pump. They moved in last April. They plug in a space heater for about an hour on cold mornings, Fever said, but he still doesn't understand why his energy consumption spiked so high. They've unplugged the microwave and typically don't turn on any lights until after 10 p.m., he added. Even last month to this month, the math doesn't add up because my bill has doubled. He said he called Nova Scotia Power 3 times and was told the problem is likely the heat pump. When he asked the utility to send someone to read his meter, he said that they refused. After CBC News contacted the utility about his situation, they contacted Fever to investigate further. And I'll skip ahead, but Fever isn't the only one in disbelief over his latest power bill. More than 2,500 people have signed a petition calling on the provincial government to intervene after many of them also experienced rate shock. A rate increase of 6.5% came into effect on January 1st, but customers are questioning why their bills jumped much higher. And we can table this. These are all Nova Scotians. These are our neighbors. These are our young people who are coming into the province, people that we have recruited to be here, that we have told that this is the place where they should be living and raising families, and they are struggling. And so if this particular amendment adds another layer of protection so that this wonderful bill that has lots of positive aspects to it isn't going to have a downfall of harming or penalizing the ratepayers. I think that it's something that should be taken very seriously. And I think that it's important that we look to the experts and we look to their expertise and look to them for the advice that's necessary. And that's essentially what this amendment is asking for. Let's take this out. Let's see what kind of subsidy program that we can put in place, and let's make sure that our ratepayers are protected. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is an important amendment to speak to. I do want to provide a couple comments on this. Nova Scotia has gone from being one of the most affordable places to live in the country a few short years ago to one of the most expensive. One of the big drivers of that cost increase has been the increase to our power bills. And as the member for Fairview pointed out, this is impacting every single Nova Scotian. Not just low-income Nova Scotians, it's impacting working-class Nova Scotians, family households with 2 incomes coming in. Everybody's feeling the squeeze of increased power bills on top of increase in rent, increase in property taxes, increase in cost of food, goods, services, everything. So certainly we do need to have a strategy to actually deal with rate stability in this province. We've had stable rates in this province for the previous government's years, close to 8 years. Rates have not gone up until this government has taken over, and rates have also gone up more because of actions that this government has taken which weren't well thought through, which I've spoken about previously in the House. The bill they brought in one of the first sessions where we were told it was going to lower power bills, what did it do? It harmed Nova Scotia Power's credit rating, made their debt more expensive, drove power rates up. The government now is buying that debt with taxpayer money, paying interest on it, and that's going to be paid back by the ratepayers. This is the kind of haphazard efforts that have been put forward by this government that have not been well thought through and have done more harm than good, and have certainly pushed the can down the road on the affordability front, rate stability front. So certainly we need to look at ways to provide support for people who are feeling the squeeze around their power bills, because this government has also pulled back on energy rebate programs that have impacted the most financially vulnerable in the province. Cut back the HARP program, Heating Assistance Rebate Program, by $400 from $1,000 to $600. And they didn't allow people who receive the HEAT program through the Salvation Army to apply a second year in a row. So we've got a whole host of families and individuals in Nova Scotia who are the most financially vulnerable that have seen their power bills triple in some cases, we've read, double in others, and they've actually lost government support to help pay for those. One thing I do want to point out, though, with Section 3B, in relation to the implementation of a program designed to help with residential energy costs and alleviate rates of energy poverty, I think one thing that's very important to mention on this is that we cannot do this on the backs of middle class and working class people, because they are being squeezed right now too with the cost of living crisis that's affecting everybody. So while we do need to provide additional support for the most financially vulnerable, one concern I do have with how the NDP have explained their plan to have lower rates for the most financially vulnerable is that there is the potential that it will increase power bills for working class, middle class people who are also struggling to make ends meet right now, who are also paying the highest taxes, whose tax dollars subsidize, government services across the board, who bear the burden of the high taxes we have in this province. That is something I certainly want to flag as a potential concern here. That is not detailed in this amendment, but based on plans previously described by the NDP, that is something I certainly need to register as a worry. Because again, we do want to provide financial support to those who are experiencing energy poverty, those who are most financially vulnerable, those who cannot make ends meet, who are deciding whether to put food, healthy food on the table, purchase their medicine, or pay their power bills, or their mortgage, their rent, all of these things. But it's not just low-income Nova Scotians now that are being forced to make those decisions. Working class, middle class people, even family households with 2 incomes are having a very difficult time right now making ends meet. So how we approach this really matters, and I want to flag that concern on the record for the House, because we cannot cut our nose off to spite our face here. And our middle class and working class people are feeling the burden of this massive increase in power rates as much as anybody else, and their tax dollars are going to be paying back the debt that this government has bought from Nova Scotia Power. Again, the only government, I think, in Nova Scotian history that purchased debt from Nova Scotia Power, who used taxpayers' dollars to try and put a Band-Aid on the current situation, kick the can down the road, and ratepayers are going to be paying that off, taking on the risk and paying interest as well. And so we certainly need more well-thought-out policy from this government that's actually going to have an impact on rate stability, on the cost of living, and again, not just for the most financially vulnerable, but for working class and middle class Nova Scotians as well. Thank you.
Shall NDP 1 carry? There's been a request for recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied.
We don't dare try to make that distinction.
Order. Committee of the Whole House on Bills will resume. I'll recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote on NDP change sheet 1.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzy.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
John White.
No.
Carla McFarlane. John A. McDonald.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart. Larry Harrison. Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving. Tony Ince. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Aye.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell. Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Ali Duale. Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam. Braden Clark.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 11, nays 26.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 57 carry? Carried. Shall Clause 58 to 65 carry? Carried. Clause 66. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Chair, can we get the change sheets passed out for the House, please?
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Bring the House's attention to amendment changes recommended to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills, page 15, clause 66, proposed subsection 31AB, delete and substitute 31AB1. The Governor and Council may make regulations respecting public procurements by large-scale public utilities that ensure all procurement practices are made public. Mr. Chair, the reasons for this are because we have seen this government not engage in normal tendering protocols. There have been sole source contracts that have been signed by this government without due process, without even, according to the Auditor General, following protocols, and I will quote, with also no demonstration for need. So certainly this is about transparency and accountability. For these could be potentially large sole source contracts associated with either, hydrogen, wind farm, nuclear, and those procurements should certainly be made public, and that's why we urge the government and the House to support this amendment.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just take a moment and speak in general support of this motion. I think we have heard from the Premier actually more clearly than ever before in the last couple of days the degree to which he actually is a big supporter of alternative procurement, the degree to which he feels like procurement processes and transparency slows down the work of government. And we take the Auditor General's side on that argument and truly believe that without properly tendered contracts that go out to procurement, there is a huge possibility, number one, that you're getting bad value for money. Number two, that then further down, you can't contract properly because there is no competition. And lastly, I think the Premier has spoken at length about his support for entrepreneurs. We support those entrepreneurs too. We believe that they all deserve a chance to compete. So for those reasons, we would support this motion.
Shall the amendment? There's been a request for recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Committee of the whole House on bills will come to order. I'll recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Masland.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
John White.
No.
Carla McFarland. John A. McDonald.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart. Larry Harrison. Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving. Tony Ince. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Aye.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin. Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell. Lisa Lachance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Ali Duale. Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam. Braden Clark.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 10, nays 26.
The amendment is defeated. Clause 66. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll bring the House's attention to change sheet, page 15, clause 66, proposed subsection 35AB1, delete and substitute 35AB1. The Governor and Council may make regulations respecting public procurements by large-scale public utilities that ensure all procurements are tendered and go through government procurement processes. Again, the rationale for this amendment is very obvious, Mr. Chair. This is a government that at every opportunity has broken the government's own tendering protocols. They have not gone to public tender for large-scale sole source contracts. As a result, we don't know if we're getting best value for money to taxpayers. We have seen this happen in healthcare, in infrastructure, even in rental agreements that the NSHA is engaged with landlords. This has resulted in other areas with design limitations, as in the Hogan Court example, and unknown costs arising. And again, the Auditor General has been very clear about this. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, these changes actually come from the government's own Clean Electricity Task Force. These recommendations that we proposed actually come from the group of people that this government paid to provide the report to the government on how to proceed with bills such as this. The government is not even following the recommendations that they themselves commissioned. And it's very curious, Mr. Chair, why the government would not want to make public procurements made public, first and foremost, why they're against having that legislated. Again, a government that ran on being the most transparent, accountable government in Nova Scotian history certainly has become the opposite of that. And now I'm assuming the government's not going to vote for this amendment, which again comes from their own Clean Electricity Solutions Task Force, to have all procurements go through the government procurement process. The government will probably vote no on following their own laws. It's shocking. And again, we've seen how detrimental this can be from numerous Auditor General's reports. And when it comes to what large-scale public utility sole source could be, it could be, again, for nuclear power, for hydrogen, for wind. These can be massive, massive contracts and massive costs to ratepayers or taxpayers, and the government is not even willing to follow their own procurement practices to ensure that we're getting best value for dollar. I mean, that's shocking to me, honestly. First, the government votes against an amendment to make those procurement practices public, again, which came from their own commissioned report. And again, this change here comes from their own commission report as well, which I'll table. So why, for a government that has a very selective point of carrying around what the Auditor General says, are they not following the Auditor General's recommendations when it comes to public procurement? Why are they not following their own task force recommendations on it? Again, these are very simple amendments to ensure these large-scale procurements are made public and the practices are made public so that there's no funny business that goes on, there's no favoritism, there's no quid pro quo going on. And again, this amendment would just legislate that they would just follow government's own procurement practices that exist now. Again, very obvious reasons for doing this that are very much in line with what the public good would be, I think what the public would expect, and certainly even businesses would expect this. They just want regulatory certainty. They want to know what's going to happen. They want to know the process. They want to know they're going to have a fair share at competing for public tenders. And right now they don't under this government. Not all businesses do have a fair share here. And we're talking about potentially massive contracts for renewable energy projects, the scale of which we don't know yet, but even if you just look at the wind sector, the potential there is massive. And we just need to know that the public is going to get value for dollars, that the people who are awarded these massive publicly funded or ratepayer-funded contracts went through a fair competitive process, that they're not friends of the Premier or allies of the government. We're learning more and more, I think, how critical these sorts of things are, and seeing how this government operates. They have brought us back to 1980s Tory politics, shaking hands, doing deals, their friends get all the money, and other people are shut out. And the only way we can change that is actually by following the laws of the land, enshrining this in legislation, following the Auditor General's recommendations, as well as their own task force recommendations on this particular matter. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you please rise and report progress on this bill.
That motion carries.
Maybe they're going to vote for it. Maybe they're going to vote for it. You going to vote?
Order. I call the House back to order. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered and made progress on Bill 404.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, sorry. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Tuesday, March 19th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 9 p.m. Business will include Committee of the Whole on Supply and Committee of the Whole House on Bills and second reading of Bill 419.
The motion is that we do now rise to meet again tomorrow, March 19th, between the hours of 1 and 9 p.m. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. That motion carries. We stand adjourned.